One day, a gate opened in the sky unexpectedly, and monsters came to Earth through it. But along with these monsters, there are those who are able to defeat these demons with their power. These creatures from another world who came to Earth and interfered in people's lives were called celestials. People immediately received a message. They were informed that the state was preparing for such situations from the very beginning. People were asked not to leave their homes under any circumstances, to lock their doors and not to go outside because rescuers would soon appear. It was after that day that ordinary people began to develop incredible abilities, just like celestials. The human will to live was as strong as the endurance of monsters. People had enormous power in their hands to protect themselves from these demons, which meant that anyone in this world could take power into their own hands. The source of life and strength of the celestials was the divine foundation. The divine foundation is divided into three types. The first being possessed by those who can use the power of heaven and earth, the heavenly foundation. The second type is possessed by those who control the energy of wood, fire, earth, iron, and water. They formed the entire surface world, the earthly basis. The third type is possessed by those who know how to control the human body with the help of the energy of the sun, moon, and yin-yang, the human basis. And finally, the foundation, which refers neither to heaven nor earth and does not even refer to the human foundation. Creatures from this base are too unpredictable, and there are many more problems with them. Suddenly, a young man with a weapon in his hand appeared, looking like he had recently taken an elixir. As ridiculous as it may sound, his elixir was nicotine, and as a result, he received hyperstimulation of the central nervous system. This increased the release of dopamine and adrenaline, and it began to stimulate his abilities. When the monster saw him, it immediately felt the strength of this guy. It began to scream loudly and prepare to attack. This guy's name is Brian, and he decided not to wait for the monster to attack, and he took a decisive first step. An aggressive and brutal battle began, and Brian struck the first blow and made the monster feel pain. Of course, this will not be enough for a total victory, but it already characterizes the young man's abilities. The basis of such beings is not heavenly power or earthly power. It is not even about human power. They are too unpredictable and are called a catastrophe. We can say that they are the embodiment of chaos in its purest form. Their basis cannot be seen with the eyes alone. This is a global, incomprehensible basis. Even the most experienced will have problems with creatures with this basis in the future. In this world, people have gained strength from the divine basis. On the contrary, the non-gods were stronger than them due to their status and created problems. They tried to rule the earth. But now there is an unpredictable creature with a basis that no one can understand. This person was given powers from birth. His ability allows him to consume chemicals and to manifest his potential. Brian is the owner of a unique base, and now he has catastrophic power and is capable of incredible deeds. Using his extraordinary abilities, he fought against the Celestials. Very quickly, he became a real legend, it was obvious, because no one had ever seen anything like it before. Now it's time to go back a bit and tell his story from the beginning. He worked at a regular factory and was very tired, just like all his colleagues. Earning a living by physical strength is not an easy task, and after every day, my body is unbearably sore as if after a real battle. Brian said goodbye to his friends and said he had to go. He wouldn't be able to join them for dinner because he would be busy. His friends could not understand what he was eating. Even after a full day's work, he was the only one who remained full of energy. Perhaps it's the vitamins that affect him. His partners often see him taking red ginseng before work. Now 22 years old, Brian believes that vitamins are the best solution for situations where you lack strength and energy. His ability lies in the fact that medicines work better on him than on everyone else. He realized this when he started drinking nutritional supplements he received from a fellow soldier. 2 vitamin pills were enough to make his fatigue disappear completely after a day of hard work. Taking omega-3 pills made him clearer at once, and his concentration doubled. He benefited from this ability and constantly enjoyed the peculiarities of his body. One day, he was about to go to a cafe to eat something tasty, and at that moment, a beautiful girl approached him. Brian immediately began to think that this girl would start asking for his phone number, just like in the movies. However, this girl said that Brian was good-looking, and if he had a free minute, she would like to talk to him. Usually, in his country, people who are involved in cults or fraud say that, so he got upset and left. The girl's name was Sharon, and she asked him to believe her words, but Brian immediately began to run away. He believed that he would never meet sectarians in real life, but as it turned out, he was wrong. He dislikes everything related to celestials and sex because of his father. In general, his father was a very hard-working and stable man. He always dreamed of creating a medicine that would help him become a celestial. He told his wife about it, and after that he quit his job and went to his parents' house in the village. There, he mixed medicines with different ingredients and personally priced them, which led to many hospitalizations with stomach pains. But one day, he left home in an unknown direction because he could not achieve what he wanted. He left his family only a letter saying that he would return when he regained his energy, but 20 years have passed since then. Brian was just a child at the time, and his mother was having a hard time after his father suddenly disappeared. His father could have just taken vitamins and supplements, just like Brian, instead of trying to create a magic cure. As soon as he left the store, something strange in the sky caught his eye. He looked up and couldn't figure out what it was. It looked like an unidentified flying object. When he went into the store, this was not the case. It is unlikely that this was done with the help of equipment for filming a movie. It feels like it's really a space plane and it's doing something strange. At first, everyone started to think that an earthquake had started, but a little later, it became noticeable that a huge hole had formed in the ground. In a few seconds, a huge red monster began to crawl out of the hole and onto the ground. It's not exactly what you want to see in the morning after you've bought yourself a delicious cup of coffee at the store. This monster did not look friendly. It was not obvious that it wanted to make friends with Brian and become friends with him. The guy quickly realized that he also had to run away quickly, just like the other people had done a second ago. But suddenly, he felt that the nutrients from his energy drink had been successfully absorbed by his body. The fact is that this drink contains many active ingredients, such as caffeine and sugar. It quickly provided the boy's body with important energy and began to stimulate the nervous system. His senses and reflexes were sharpened to incredible levels, and everything around him began to seem very slow. It seems as if he is watching this situation in slow motion, and it is really strange. He had never noticed that he had such interesting abilities before, but he hadn't needed them that much before. Brian realized that with such abilities, he could easily defeat these demons, and he began to hate them from the very beginning. He felt that in this state, he could fight them on equal terms and not give in to anything. Incredible confidence immediately inspired the guy, so he began to act without hesitation. Of course, from the very beginning, he had not yet fully mastered all the abilities of his body. He needs a little time to learn all his strengths and understand his weaknesses. But even this is enough to defeat simple monsters in an even battle, and this can already be considered an important achievement. While everyone else was running away and trying to find a safe place, Brian was able to challenge the monsters and not be afraid of their power. Of course, this was a problem, because the other monsters immediately saw a strong competitor and united to destroy him. The guy quickly realized that he had no choice but to fight bravely and show who the real lion was. He started hitting them from different sides and made them respect themselves and their strength very quickly. Although his actions attracted unnecessary attention from other monsters, he had enough strength to defeat them all. For him, they were all too predictable and slow, and it was easy for him to dodge their attacks and strike back. It took 10 minutes to destroy more than 10 opponents from the other side. Brian began to think that his troubles were over, but later realized how wrong he was. In a few moments, he saw another monster in front of him, but this red guy was much bigger than the others. He had no choice but to continue fighting. Perhaps the monster would turn out to be much weaker than it seemed at first glance. But it may also turn out that this red goblin is 10 times stronger than its smaller siblings. The worst thing about this situation is that Brian felt that the effect of the Energizer had worn off, so now he has real problems. People around them were trying to get used to the situation in their city. Some people began to hide in the store and hoped that the monsters would not be able to enter. All of them were incredibly scared, and no one knew what to do. They can be understood. They are ordinary people, and they hope for the help of professional military in emergency situations. Soon, the store's doors were smashed, and now the monsters could enter the store. In normal situations, when you are threatened with death, your instincts start working at maximum, as well as your intellect. When a person sees a huge red demon in front of him, as if from a Hellboy movie, his perception of the world changes. But our protagonist has already realized his strengths, so he decided to light a cigarette immediately. His internal body systems immediately recognized that he had taken an additional nicotine stimulant. His body immediately began to feel a surge of extraordinary energy. All his incredible abilities returned. As soon as he felt the strength in his body again, he immediately showed this monster what he could do. Brian began to feel incredibly confident in his own abilities, and he didn't want to stop there. He continued to smoke a cigarette and get nicotine into his body, which fills his body with energy through hyperstimulation of the nervous system. Its internal mechanisms begin to work better with the help of adrenaline. With the help of this, he is able to display incredible abilities and show extraordinary endurance. The boy quickly began to enjoy his strengths and continued to beat the big monster. He felt like the main character in some famous computer game. He had always dreamed of something like this. But in real life, just like in a computer game, monsters can respond with their own attacks. This situation was no exception to the rule, so the huge red demon tried to take revenge. He began to scream loudly and struck a powerful blow with his right hand, which, surprisingly, was accurate. Finally, Brian realized that he had not become a god and could also feel pain. He realized that his opponent was also strong. The battle began on opposite courses, and in such situations, the one who hits accurately and quickly always wins. By stimulating his body, Brian had a great advantage over his opponent. He very quickly took advantage of his strengths and began to literally drive the monster's head into the concrete. It was incredibly brutal, but now the world has turned into a real jungle. Either you win or you are defeated. Through this situation, Brian realized that cigarettes can also help him in difficult situations. After that, he started thinking about his mother, and he hopes that nothing bad has happened to her during all this time. He completely forgot that the red demon could still be alive, and he paid for it very quickly. This monster managed to regain its strength, get up, and get ready for the second round. Now they have completely changed places, and Brian felt what it is like to have your head crushed like a watermelon. But nevertheless, there is still a big difference between them. Brian has extraordinary abilities, unlike the monster. This is not enough to stop the red demon's attacks and protect your life. And so the guys were much more powerful and helped him avoid big problems. A blow to the lungs was enough to make the monster lose consciousness for a while. This battle has taken too much of Brian's energy. He is so tired that he can't even move his fingers. Later, he opened his eyes and heard that people around him were trying to escape from the attacks of these monsters. Of course, not everyone is as lucky as he is, only he has such extraordinary abilities. Other people are not so lucky. He looked at these monsters and couldn't understand where they came from in their world and why they attacked defenseless people. This made him very angry. He has always been uncomfortable with injustice. A little later, he saw one of the monsters attacking a defenseless and fat man who could not defend himself on his own. It seems as if this situation was the last straw, and Brian completely lost his mind because of anger. This fat man was already close to becoming a nutritious breakfast for the red monster. Suddenly, everyone around them began to look up and saw an angel descend from heaven. No one could understand what kind of creature it was. Only a little later it became clear that it was a person. This man in a white coat pulled a card out of his pocket and threw it in the direction of the monsters. After that, an electric field was triggered, and it was noticeable how the red monsters suffered because of this attack. At that moment, the people were unharmed, and they quickly realized that this person had come to help them. At that moment, Brian was very close by and personally observed these strange events. He looked at this person and could not understand who he was and why he had come here. In any case, it looked incredible, as if it was some kind of superhero. A little while later, Brian realized that he was looking at a very beautiful girl with snow-white hair. She approached the boy and looked at him in surprise, as if she was trying to analyze him with her eyes. She saw that he was able to defeat a huge bunch of monsters without any training, and now she wants to understand who he is. A little later, she said that she wanted to see his abilities and potential, so he had to give her his hand. From the very beginning, Brian did not understand anything. He behaved like a mentally retarded boy. That is why this girl was forced to use her strength and use it to get Brian's hand. She looked closely at this group to understand what the basis was inside the guy. She quickly realized that it had no heavenly, earthly, or even human basis. With the help of her experience, she realized that he was facing a real catastrophic basis that was difficult to explain. At first, she thought that such a fool could not be the bearer of such an important foundation. But if this really happened, she cannot let him live, because with such powers, he is capable of creating a catastrophe. She realized that she had to destroy this guy immediately, and it was at that moment that he started talking to her. He began to thank this girl for saving him and said that he did not even know how to thank her. This made her immediately stop and start doubting her future actions. She began to make strange movements with her hands and created some kind of incomprehensible blue core. She said she was very sorry that he was wasting his talent and pure energy. That's why she gave him the blue kernel, and at first he felt a bitter taste in his mouth, but then his body began to change. The girl explained that this core was created to seal the center of his energy. From the very beginning, it was used to seal up demons of incredible cruelty that could not be controlled. But now this core is the only way to save this young man's life. In the future, his uncontrollable abilities may destroy him and turn the world into chaos. His body may be very heavy now, but soon he will realize that it was for the best. She always asked him not to hate her for this act, and if he was lucky, they would meet again. Brian tried to stop her and ask her a few more questions, but she quickly disappeared from his sight. He still couldn't understand why she gave him this medicine, and what incomprehensible basis did she even discuss. Only a little later did he begin to realize that this might be due to his extraordinary abilities. If not for his new talents, he would have been lying on the ground with a broken skull long ago. A little later, the guy found the strength to get up and went to the nearest store. He found the right drink and immediately started drinking it to improve his health. The stimulant was taken in order to use his abilities and survive in this difficult world. His liver and kidney functions began to work better, and his detoxification intensified. Soon he got home and took a lot of hangover drinks with him, although he was not sure they would help. The guy began to recall a conversation with this girl. She was talking about some kind of catastrophe. The nucleus she gave him was supposed to affect his body and his abilities. Brian decided to deal with all this later and go in search of his mother. It was at this moment that he received a message on his phone, and he thought that monsters might appear in other cities as well. The message said that people should stay in safe places and not go out. They also offered to download an application to their phones to fill in the necessary information and follow the instructions. I quickly realized that this app looks like it was developed in a hurry. In order to pass the verification process, you need to scan his ID card. Soon after, this process was successfully completed, and the system notified him that he would be redirected to the main page of the application. Suddenly, Brian saw a lot of red hieroglyphics around him, and he thought it was because of the medicine the girl in the white coat gave him. The system reported that a divine basis had been found and confirmed in his body, and the analysis of his abilities had begun. He could not understand anything, but he began to guess that it might be connected with that girl. If he now sees that his basis has no explanation, then this is exactly what she was talking about. Soon, strange things started happening to his body, and he began to feel weak and sick to his stomach. He was upset that this was happening now. Perhaps it was due to the kernel that the girl gave him. He immediately took out the rest of the hangover ammunition and began to drink it greedily. Soon he felt a little better, so these drinks really work. The analysis of his body's abilities was still ongoing, and the system informed him that the type of his divine basis would soon become clear. Pravda began to get visibly excited, even though he understands little about it, but he feels that it is something important. The blue core, the color of this substance is blue. It symbolizes wood, and in rare cases, it is based on water. All this is called the blue core of empty energy, and among the various types of ingredients that surround our world, it is considered one of the best. Finally, the guy's body felt the stimulant, the active substance at the moment, is the blue nucleus of empty energy. The empty blue energy was part of the nucleus that the celestial being had given to Brian earlier. The hangover ammunition helped neutralize the poisonous ingredients of the core, and only empty blue energy remained in his body. After that, strange things began to happen to our protagonist's body, and he immediately realized that his body temperature had risen significantly. He realized that he needed to wait a bit for his body to adapt to these changes. He found a comfortable pose for waiting, which is exactly the kind of pose in movies where meditation takes place. All this time he believed that his foundation had no explanation, but the system began to say something about an earthly foundation. She told me that his type of divine base is earthly. He has a strongly developed wood energy, so he needs to develop this ability properly. Of course, all this looks very strange because this celestial woman gave him medicine because she saw in him a basis without explanation. Now he doesn't understand anything, but he only feels that the poison inside him has been neutralized. Perhaps some components of her medicine remained in his body and changed something in his abilities. In any case, this is good, because if he really had a face without an explanation, he probably had to flee. Soon after, the president started appearing on breaking news, which was long overdue. He greeted all the members of the state and said that his future words were absolutely true. 10,000 years ago, the world was a much more impressive place than our world today. Creatures that we now call monsters walked the earth, while beings from other worlds changed galaxies to come to our world. In those incredible times, people were brutally exploited and had no rights, It was very difficult for them. In the midst of all this chaos, some chosen ones received a divine foundation, an incredible power they did not even suspect. People's life expectancy has increased, and so has their endurance. Our world has become one where anyone could get this power, and later, such people were called celestials. These people gave their own lives to close the gates and allow only humanity to flourish on this earth. The achievements of the celestials were passed down from generation to generation in legends and myths while they continued to defend the gates. They continued to do so in parallel with the development of human civilization, or at least continued to do so until recently. The non-gods will be patrolling their assigned areas of the city, which is how the state will try to ensure the safety of citizens. All celestials are very qualified and have the right to apply the law if necessary. Brian looked at the system analysis and tried to understand what it means to match skills to abilities. A little later, a lot of different information appeared in front of him, and he realized that all of this was his skill set. There are 3 main centers in his body: upper, middle, and lower, and it is in these places that he feels the heat. After systematic training for some time, he will feel heat in at least one of these 3 zones. As soon as this heat spreads to all 3 zones, Brian can start training the earthly directions. Earth directions is a breathing technique that helps lay the foundation for a workout. Yesterday, this guy hated everything to do with celestials, and now he sits and practices the technique of mystical breathing. From the very beginning, Brian realized that it was much easier than he had previously thought. Even though there is a divine basis, it still takes a long time to feel the heat in 3 zones at the same time. For some people, this process takes months and even years, depending on their abilities. But with intense training, you can reach a state where you lose track of time. Brian very quickly took his first step in becoming a celestial and immediately felt progress. He was really so immersed in this breathing technique that he completely forgot about the sense of time. It is unclear how many hours or days he spent in meditation, and now his phone is completely dead. He decided to go out into the corridor to look at the date and see how many hours the meditation process had lasted. Of course, Brian was shocked when he realized that he had spent more than 100 days in breathing practices. Soon he calmed down and returned home, lucky to have hot water and to be able to take a bath in peace. He felt that all his wounds had healed, and he was not hungry at all, even though he had not eaten for 100 days. It seems as if he hasn't even lost weight during this time. On the contrary, his muscles have become more voluminous and stronger. During this time, his phone managed to charge and he decided to check the latest news. When he last looked out of the window, he saw a huge dome-like barrier outside. Since a huge funnel appeared in this place, from which monsters came out, they probably decided to isolate this area. They completely forgot about Brian because he was engaged in meditation and forgot to evacuate him. As soon as he opened his window, he saw that he was surrounded by huge, scary monsters. It will be hard for him to get used to this reality, and now he must find a way out of this place as soon as possible. He spent more than 100 days in lotus position to reduce the heat in his body, which is probably a unique and amazing technique. The system reported that it was not connected to the network, which is necessary for the system to function properly. He started looking at information about himself and learned something. He has a high level of achievement and interesting techniques. His first technique is the 9th ranked fast movement technique, which sounds quite interesting. He clicked on the card, but didn't feel anything special, as if nothing had changed. I had to take a few steps to realize that everything was working well. You could say that it's like the magic of compressed space, but that's not all. It has other abilities. There's a technique that increases his muscle strength and light punch skill, but monsters can see the light and come to him. Later, he found a section on training techniques, and it was there that he first saw the breathing technique he spent 100 days on. Training techniques help to increase the current level of the celestial and add new skills and strength. Of course, this requires many years of training because raising the level is an expensive pleasure. In reality, he quickly calculated that he would turn 70 and only then would he be able to use additional skills. It seems as if he will practice the breathing technique all his life until he dies. To measure your achievements, you need to concentrate energy in both hands and extend your left arm. The number of rings that appeared on the left hand is an indicator of the level of the celestial. Brian was trying to understand his current level and decide what to do next, but at that moment, someone interrupted him. At first, he felt someone walking down the hall, and soon he saw a large monster in front of him. He immediately returned to his room to remain unnoticed, because he did not want to meet this huge bulldog at all. Brian became visibly nervous and tried to find a way out of this difficult situation. He needs to find some equipment that will help in the battle against this monster. The boy has less and less time because he has already felt the door of the room open and realized that the monster has finally found him. He didn't even have a minute to prepare for the battle because this huge dog immediately started attacking. It moved lightning fast toward Brian and bit him on the left shoulder, its teeth designed to tear his opponent to shreds. In ancient China, there was a technique called the absorption method, which was considered the most ruthless of all. The fact is that it allowed taking the lives of animals, which is why it was considered so cruel. At this critical moment, Brian chose an ability that is very similar to this technique, the art of planting seeds. An incredible strength immediately appeared in his hands, with the help of which he was able to throw this terrible beast away from him. All this was so powerful that this huge dog could not even get up for a while, as if he had already died. An incredible aura was created around the guy, and that's what meditation for 100 days can do. If not for this ability he had just used, Brian would have been dead long ago. A little later, the system informed him that the stimulant had been absorbed by his body. The active ingredient is protein and iron, and as a result, Brian will gain muscle mass. But even that's not all. His blood sugar level will decrease, his body will be filled with energy, and red blood cell production will increase. At first, he could not understand anything. He just began to feel that there was too much energy in his body. It seems to be related to the nutrients that got into his body when he destroyed the monster. This is great news, because this energy should be enough to last after the light strike. Most of all, the guy was surprised by a rather interesting episode. He approached the monster and saw that plants were starting to grow on it. He remembers for sure that they were not there from the very beginning, so all this was created after the battle with the monster. He decided to take them with him, in case they would be useful to him in the future. Brian can use his seed planting technique on an opponent only once. If he has time to absorb the energy of monsters before he kills them, it is better to avoid meeting several monsters at the same time. We have to wait for the rescue team to arrive. Now is the perfect time to take advantage of the flash of light. This technique will not kill the monsters, but it may be enough to make them run away and call for help. In this case, he should take advantage of it, especially considering the fact that he has now met another huge monster. These vile monsters are not going to prepare for an attack for a long time. As soon as they see their target, they attack immediately. This time, Brian's left hand was unlucky. It was in front and the monster immediately began to bite it. The guy was not confused and remained quite calm. He activated the layering technique. All of this was done to make this vile creature let go of his hand and get away from him. A few powerful blows to the jaw should help this monster realize who's in charge. Now is not the time to do stupid things. Brian must find a way out of this area of the city as soon as possible. You have to quickly climb up to the ceiling of the house and signal for help with a light strike. This can be a problem because the number of angry monsters around is too high. But Brian has to find the strength to do it, because otherwise he will be forced to fight for these animals in this house forever. Now it has enough strength to defend itself against their attacks and strike back. But there is a huge problem in the number of these monsters around. There are too many of them, and they are all ready to fight. A light strike will help you call for help, but on the other hand, it will attract additional attention from monsters. Once Brian reached his destination, he realized that all those monsters in the house were not very scary. A truly scary and eerie sight awaited him ahead, something truly frightening. Brian started to panic because he realized that there was nowhere to run, and more monsters were waiting for him behind. There is only one way out: to go forward and not pay attention to anything, to forget about fear and fight as if the future of humanity depended on it. The guy waited for the perfect moment to use the light strike technique. This blow was really impressive and made the monsters lose their ability to see for a while. This light could be seen even in other cities, so it should be enough to call for help. For a while, the monsters disappeared and gave the boy a chance to rest a bit. Soon after, a strange sound started to echo. Someone started talking to him, and Brian thought it was the rescuers. When he looked up, he realized that it was not exactly a rescue team, but a man flying in the air. He immediately greeted the boy and said that he was called the Fire Taoist. He couldn't understand why Brian was standing still. Didn't he have an ability card for flying or jumping? Brian explained that he only has 3 cards that he received from the beginning. The man continued to talk to the boy, but Brian tried to warn him about the impending danger. It seems that the fiery Taoist does not pay attention to these small monsters at all, as if he is not afraid of them at all. As soon as he saw one of these monsters approaching, he immediately cast a spell. It was very interesting to watch. It was immediately clear that this celestial is much more experienced than Brian. He handled this monster in a few seconds and didn't even make any extra effort. Then he turned to Brian and said that he would not repeat himself 3 times, and again ordered him to put his hand forward. The guy was shocked and frozen in place, as if the man's strength had hypnotized him. Realizing that the boy was scared, the fire taoist used his technique to do everything he needed to do on his own. It's time to find out more about Brian, why he is wandering around in this forbidden zone without support. Does he really want to die? Brian was constantly smiling and never stopped thanking the man for saving him. Soon, they left the restricted area, and Brian noticed that he had received messages from all his relatives on his phone. This is not surprising because he stayed in the area for more than 100 days, and it is good that his family was not injured, although a lot could have changed during this time. Now he is very curious about how much the rest of the world has changed and is looking forward to learning about it. Soon he called his mom and made sure she was okay. And he also said that he was safe now. He was told that an investigation into the incident of his rescue was needed, which should not take long. He promised his mother that as soon as he was free, he would call her again. After this conversation, one of the law enforcement officers brought him tea, and Brian was in a great mood. He was happy that he was safe now, and especially happy that his relatives were okay. At that moment, an aggressive man with blonde hair entered the room looking for Brian. The guy was told that he would now talk to the commander with Edward, one of the students of the manager of this unit. Edward was very aggressive. He immediately ordered the assistant to leave immediately, without taking into account the fact that he had not finished speaking to Brian. It was obvious that if the assistant did not obey Edward, a real fight would start in that room. After that, they finally started talking, and Edward wanted to know if Brian had studied divine techniques before the heavenly gates opened. When he learned that this was not the case, Edward began to realize that he was facing a worthy man who could wake up his sleeping teacher. When Brian heard these words, he looked quite shocked, thinking that he had been confused with someone else. Edward opened the system in front of him and told him that it says there are 9 levels of celestials. Those who have only just awakened are called students, but their teacher has already recognized their abilities and given them an ascending level. That is why Edward considers himself very talented and strong and believes in his extraordinary potential. He believes that the age of the student does not matter at all, only how you learn and who your teacher is. Brian became interested in talking about this, and if the rising level is just the beginning, what level is Edward's teacher? This question made Edward very angry. He started shouting at the guy and called him a mentally retarded rat. He explained that if one has a divine basis from birth, then he is obliged to obey his senior predecessors. If Brian says something like that about his teacher again, Edward promises him a tough test. Brian noticed that Edward speaks the same way as his teacher, the fire taoist, and he probably does it to be like his teacher. These words made this angry guy even angrier, as if he was going to explode right now. Before that, Edward had already told us that after the upward level comes a high level. And it was at this moment that Brian showed his body analytics and demonstrated that he was at a high level. This means that he is stronger than Edward, meaning that Edward must obey him in everything. This is exactly what Edward was telling him a few minutes ago, so now is the perfect time to remind him of these words. Soon, Edward returned to his teacher and told him about the whole situation. It turned out that now Edward began to listen to this guy in everything and even gave him his own room. Of course, it is not difficult to guess how furious the fiery taoist was about this news. He doesn't understand how Edward, who has gangster fighting techniques in his arsenal, could behave like that with this puppy. The student immediately began to apologize and beg for mercy, explaining that the level of the Brahmin was higher than his level. Probably it's all about the constitution of this guy's body, and if that's the case, it means that he has a basis that has no explanation. Edward tried to explain all this to his teacher, but he did not listen to him at all and called it all nonsense. He explained that Brian has an earthly foundation, meaning that he was born with the same foundation as the fire taoist and Edward. Probably all this is explained only by the fact that this guy has a lot of wood in his nature, and perhaps because of this, his training speed will be higher. It is quite rare to see people with a wood element, and this has a logical explanation. People came out of the water to step onto the land, and then they lit a fire to get rid of the cold. People used to float metal to extract it in its pure form from ore, although all living beings have a common feature, but there is no harmony in their relationships. Probably Brian's message about the request for help came to the master because his case is too rare. If Edward understood everything, he should try not to say anything about the methods of construction. The teacher promised to give him medicine after his breathing stabilized. The fire taoist finds some of Brian's abilities surprising because he had never heard of the solar wind ability before. Perhaps only those who have the nature of the tree in their divine foundation have this ability. According to the country's leadership, there is no human being with a divine basis without an explanation. It was clearly stated that all the results of the test of the non-explanatory divine basis were isolated. It was probably at that moment that no one discovered the existence of Brian, and therefore no one knows about him. The divine basis is divided into three types: heavenly, earthly, and human divine basis. But then a fourth type emerged, the strength of which is simply impossible to measure: the non-explanatory basis. In recent decades, when celestials have all but disappeared, the holders of a non-explanatory basis have tried to intervene in this world. It was then that the celestials united with each other to expel them from this world. Only legends and myths have been left as reminders of this, and some even believe that these are just children's stories. In these legends, a lot was said about the warriors called Stephen and Kenneth, who are considered heroes. Brian thinks it's strange that if you're different, you have to be kicked out of the community, even though people like Stephen and Kenneth are respected. After drinking a cup of the delicious liquid, his body immediately took in the new stimulant, the active ingredients being catechin, thionine, and caffeine. It turned out that this cup contained brown rice-based tea, which turned out to be very tasty and nutritious. Now the guy believes that the system showed him his earthly divine basis because he accepted the empty blue substance. Before the effect of this substance ends and everyone else finds out about it, we need to find something with a similar effect. But it is very difficult to do. The state probably restricted such information for ordinary people. Brian began actively searching the internet for information about the drug and found an interesting article from an anonymous source. He told me about some interesting seeds he had learned about in his grandfather's book. These seeds contain three important sources of energy: nicotine, caffeine, and alcohol. Brian immediately recalled the past events and thought that it might be the same seed he had found on the body of the slain monster. He immediately took it out of his pocket and began to examine the seeds, which were probably more widespread than he had previously thought. And now he started looking for more information on the internet because he had never seen exactly where these seeds grow. With the help of an article from an anonymous source, he learned a lot, and it said that his grandfather's book had more information about these seeds. The author is ready to talk about all this for free. He calls it the herb of purgatory. This plant can be called wild. It grows next to the Sanzu River, and if you eat it raw, you can get seriously ill. But the seed that has already grown is an elixir that gives dark energy and can help a lot. Having learned so much important information in a short period of time, he wondered whether it was difficult to grow these seeds. He immediately remembered that the seeds he had started to germinate very quickly. He decided that he needed to start experimenting with the seeds that showed no signs of growth. To do this, he will try to act according to the solar wind breathing technique, which he has used before. Within seconds, he was surprised to see the real effect of this extraordinary technique. The seed he held in his hands began to germinate with incredible speed. At that moment, Edward burst into his room as if he wanted to talk about something important. A little while later, Edward realized that there was no one in the room, as if Brian had run away somewhere. He started looking for this guy everywhere because he knew he couldn't have gotten far. He also began to suspect that Brian might have stolen something from him, and later he saw that one peach was missing from the refrigerator. It turned out that Brian was already a few hundred meters away from the apartment, on the street. He needed the seeds for an important cause, not just because he was very hungry. Now it's time to continue learning and make even more progress and finally find out the answers to some questions. With the help of his solar technology, the guy saw that a full-fledged tree quickly grew from a seed. 2 breathing times were enough for the seeds to grow so quickly, which is an incredible indicator. So, through breathing, you exchange energy with everything around you. The ability of the solar wind helps plants grow faster, and if you continue to grow medicinal herbs like this, everything will be fine. Brian will be able to continue to live without problems with his divine foundation, but first he has to eat it and see the effect. The stimulant was successfully taken into his body, the active ingredient being purgatory grass. The guy felt familiar sensations, just like the last time, and heat began to spread through his body. He hoped that the takeover would continue in this way, but suddenly he felt that nothing was working. He decided to try again, but the result was the same. He couldn't understand why something was going wrong. He seems to feel some effect from this technique, but he feels it only in the area of his stomach. Surely an empty blue nucleus as a medicine is much better in quality, but how can he get it again? He didn't stop and kept trying again and again. Perseverance is one of this guy's strengths. Soon, he finally felt the heat of his body begin to change, and the result was not long in coming. The guy began to mention information that was written on the internet, especially about dark energy. This plant has a dark nature, and the blue substance is the nature of wood. The solar wind breathing method has the method of absorbing the energy of wood. Perhaps he should learn this method of breathing to absorb the dark nature. But on the other hand, if it turns out that the energy is mixed, then his life may be in danger again. In any case, he is satisfied with the result. His efficiency is certainly decreasing, but his strength is increasing. In the end, he almost forgot to tear out the tree that had grown in this short time. Soon, the weather changed very quickly, and he received an urgent alert on his phone. People are warned of a second-level natural disaster due to the death of the 65th son of the Western Sea Poseidon. Everyone who lives near the Western Sea should evacuate immediately. But why did Brian find out about this only now? The danger of the second level is no joke, and if you don't find a safe place in time, you can forget about a quiet life. On the street, people immediately noticed huge worms, but this is hardly dangerous because these creatures live only where there is access to the ground. Other people asked each other not to touch these disgusting slugs and to hope for the best. Soon, Brian noticed that there was something like a small protective dome above them, as if it was attached to the building. Now he realizes that he was lucky that he saw other people coming here and managed to go with them. But soon, everyone noticed a big and scary monster appearing, probably to eat these disgusting worms. Some people have not yet managed to find a safe place and a hiding place, so they are in a threatening situation. Brian looked at this monster and realized that they could be in trouble. The problem is that there was a young woman with a dog near this monster. She was crying and begging someone to help her. Soon it became clear that the monster had seen and heard her and decided to grab the woman in its claws. It turned out that this monster carries around a large vase where he collects worms for his dinner. He threw the woman into this vase and she found herself in a not very pleasant company. It is unlikely that this great demon will stop. Perhaps he has children who also need to be fed this evening. The people in the safe house were quite calm. They were happy that they had managed to find protection, because otherwise they could have been in the woman's place. At that moment, these people began to smell cigarettes, and it turned out that this smell was coming from Brian. He looked at what was happening outside and realized that this should not happen. Even if these events are caused by an upset Poseidon, we cannot leave ordinary people unprotected. That's why he stubbed out his cigarette and ran out into the street, and the people around him were shocked by his stupid behavior. It's already clear how much Brian hates monsters, and it became apparent from the first battle against the Red Goblin. He did not even allow this monster to prepare for the battle and immediately struck the first blow. It looked really powerful, and it was enough for the monster to drop the vase with the woman on the ground. Even Brian was shocked by the strength of his punch. He knew he wasn't that strong a week ago. This is probably due to the herb of purgatory, which gives its owner incredible strength. Brian began to realize that it wasn't rain that was falling on him, but the tears of a grieving pagan who had lost his son. His body immediately absorbed the stimulant from the tears of the Pseudomonas, which can also be used to its advantage. Water always nourishes trees and thereby makes them grow faster, which makes these plants stronger. By activating and amplifying the energy of the wood element, Brian becomes capable of crazy things and is ready to use his strengths. From this tree, he was able to make a sword that expels demons from this world. Let's see if it is so strong in real life. Meanwhile, the demon managed to get up after the last missed shot and became incredibly angry. He prepared for a brutal revenge and promised to destroy this guy. Few people in this world can challenge this monster. Only a few have extraordinary abilities. Everyone else has to run and hide. Brian took this sword in his hands and prepared for a fierce battle. He is not going to retreat and is ready to fight to the very end. The monster is in the same mindset. Both of them are incredibly motivated and ready to give their lives for the sake of victory. They both need to understand that in such battles, only one person remains. There is no room for error. If Brian weakens his position even a little bit now, the monster will easily destroy him in a few seconds. This cannot be allowed. There is only a little bit left to the protective barrier, and the guy must survive. He was very quickly able to find the weaknesses in the monster's defense and targeted these areas with his attacks. The first hit was enough to send the huge demon back to the ground. The most interesting thing is that even after an incredibly powerful attack, the weapon did not have a single scratch. It seems that this is the peculiarity of this sword. It is incredibly resistant to any attacks. During this time, the monster had already managed to get back to its feet and was preparing to continue the battle. The boy noticed that the demon could not take his eyes off the sword blade, perhaps because peach trees can drive away ghosts. The woman who fell into the vase of worms a few minutes ago realized that now was the perfect moment to escape. But the monster very quickly saw that she was trying to escape and approached her closely. Brian realized that if he didn't intervene now, this woman would be nothing but bones, and that could not be allowed. It was because of her that he left the safe house, so we need to do everything to save her again. When you have such an extraordinary sword, you immediately gain a slight advantage over your opponent. One well-aimed punch was enough to make the monster let go of the girl, and he just had to catch her in his hands in time like a real hero. She immediately began to thank her savior, but Brian assured her that it was too early to relax. The battle is not yet over, and the monster is not yet defeated. The second round begins. This huge bird was very angry. Holding the girl in his arms, Brian made the right decision. He started to run away. Now we will see if he has enough strength and speed to escape from the claws of this nasty demon. The girl realized that she could not help him in any way, and she could only pray that Brian's strength would be enough to save them both. At the last moment, he managed to use his power to throw her to safety under the protective dome. But because of this, Brian completely forgot about his personal defense and missed a very powerful and unpleasant blow. He hit his back and head badly, and now he is really in mortal danger. If the active substances in his body stop working at that moment, he will hardly be able to escape from this monster. Fortunately, he did not break any bones and can continue to fight, although the effect of the substance is almost over. He hopes that the woman has managed to get to a safe place and will be fine. But right now, he's better off not thinking about other people. He needs to focus on his own safety and figure out a way to retreat. A huge demonic bird is furious that his dinner was taken away from him. He dreams of arranging a bloody vendetta against this guy. Brian looked into the eyes of this monster and thought that when it was that big, it was a fraud to attack from the air. He realizes that he will not have time to reach the evacuation site, as the effectiveness of the stimulants is weakening, and he is losing his strength. He thought he could plant seeds, but they would be difficult to use against the flying monster. Whatever he chooses now will be a gamble with minimal chances of survival. That's why he decided to use his weapon, a sword that expels demons. It's not an ordinary sword, it has the properties of a plant. It needs a lot of time to exchange energy to become sufficiently developed and strong. Now that it is raining Poseidon tears, you can increase the strength of this sword with magic that absorbs this rain. You can also keep the energy in him after defeating the demon, confident that he will succeed. His level should be enough to use this technique and win this difficult battle. To do this, it needs to channel the energy of the solar winds, an ancient technique of lightning strikes. If everything is done correctly, this monster will finally feel the true power of the divine basis, which has no explanation. Brian completely forgot about fear and jumped to meet his death, a very brave act for such a young man. It was a very fast and powerful blow at the same time. This monster will remember this battle for a long time if he survives. It looks like Brian wants to destroy him so badly that he's ready to fight non-stop and forget about rest. This is what true perseverance and self-confidence looks like. Every week, his development and progress becomes even more obvious, and the guy feels it well. His last blow proved fatal for his opponent, and the monster was left without a head after this attack. Of course, many people gathered to see this incredible performance with their own eyes. They were shocked because it seemed as if they were in a movie theater watching a real Superman. This bird was a favorite of a powerful deity, so even when someone died from its attack, the state did not react to these events at all. And it was in this situation that someone appeared who did not care about the lives of other people. This man decided without any doubt to save a woman who was in danger. He didn't care that he was risking his own life, as if a new superhero had appeared in the world. During this battle, many people took out their phones and started filming it immediately. Thanks to these hidden filming, we could see what happened to Brian after the battle with the monster. He was insidiously attacked by a fire taoist master who shouted at the boy and said that he had caused a lot of problems. He has just killed Lady Pinafore's favorite creature, and his ignorance of the situation absolves him of responsibility. The fire taoist believes that even burning him alive would be too weak a punishment for such an act. After his attack, he ordered his assistant Edward to immediately grab the boy and take him with him. As mentioned earlier, fragments of this situation were filmed and posted on social media. Millions of people soon saw the video and began to actively discuss the situation. They already knew that this monster was constantly eating people and no one could stop it. Soon after, the legendary Lady Pinafore learned that her pet had been killed, and it's not hard to guess what her reaction was. She was incredibly angry and hoped that the guy who did it had already been severely punished. She was told that he was still alive, but immediately after the incident, he was taken into custody. Lady Pinafore was incredibly angry that this fool was still breathing and calmly continuing. She ordered me to tell all the people that if they did not want to see her anger, they should immediately tear him to pieces. Her assistant explained that a recording of the battle was posted on the internet, and now it has become a hot topic of discussion. The new leadership hopes that the lady will understand. They are afraid that the community will be disturbed by the actions of the Celestials. Lady Pinaqua believes that this world is too boring because the state is afraid of its own citizens. And the assistant assured me that they had already figured out a way to satisfy her and that everything would be ready soon. Also at this point, it became noticeable that the rain was getting less and less, so we finally calmed down. It is only an illusion that higher beings are free from their desires. A Poseidon will not cry over the death of a boy who was not even his legitimate son. He is probably satisfied with the ritual of summoning rain. In any case, Lady Pinafore got what she wanted. This plant is called a treasure of fantasy even among deities. Its flowers bloom once every 1,000 years. It also takes at least 1,000 years to get the fruits of this plant, which grows only in the garden of the Queen Mother of the Western Paradise. It is the peach tree of immortality. The orchard disappeared after the Queen Mother of the Western Paradise sacrificed herself to close the gates of paradise. Lady Pinafore is sure that if she can grow this tree, she will become the new Queen of the Western Paradise. Back in the city center, as it turns out, Brian is still alive and enjoying life. Of course, after this incident, we had a very serious conversation with him. His actions were rash and put the Celestials in a bad light. Those who were ordered not to do anything else that would attract unnecessary attention in front of other people. They also explained to him who makes all the decisions in this world, and if he repeats his behavior, he will pay dearly for it. Of course, he did not do this for the sake of applause, but still, his act can hardly be considered a sin. Brian was guided by ordinary logic and used extraordinary abilities to save lives. He just wanted to make the world a better place. Although his new sword was taken away from him, he still received his trophy for this victory. After he killed the monster, he saw a piece of wood in its wings. It was tied to a monster, but who did it and why was a mystery. A little later, the guy realized that this was an unusual piece of wood. This plant was alive and he could feel it perfectly. Using the power of the sun's winds, he was able to get a sprout from this tree. Now he is sure that this can be considered an important trophy for defeating the monster and that this plant can be grown. A year passed very quickly after these events, and public discontent emerged in the world because of the odors that appeared around them. Now the government was forced to start discussing various measures to clean up the water. And people think that there are no problems in the water. The problem with these odors is due to the monster, so it is better to deal with it first. People are dissatisfied and believe that the state is not fulfilling its duties at all, and this whole situation happened because of the snake-headed monster. A month ago, when there were problems with the celestial energy, a monster appeared in the city's central river. This huge and terrifying creature is called a millennial spotted snakehead. He went through the world of monsters to the river in the world of people and became incredibly powerful, so now he claims to be a god. This monster wants to call himself the Lord of the River and said that now no one will be able to use the water until his demands for the victim are fulfilled. The new hero of our story, George, had already learned about this news and was unhappy with the actions of this stupid snake. George is a disciple of one of the 8 sacred celestials on the island, the Celestial Wolf King, the Guardian of Johnson. He was asked to refrain from commenting on anything that was not related to the topic of today's meeting. A woman in a suit came into the office and asked everyone to take their seats as quickly as possible. Her name was Ruth. She is the youngest disciple of one of the 8 priestly celestials on the island, the immortal Donald, guardian of Mount Pectu. This girl immediately had a conflict with George. He believes that this is not a problem that they can discuss and solve on their own. Moreover, he looks into her eyes and realizes that it is wrong to solve this problem, and she understands this. From the very beginning, all this was based on the will of the elders, so we have to act as if everything is fine. Rude started yelling at him and said that this was not the behavior that the master was supposed to teach him. More than 10,000 citizens are already suffering from infectious diseases, including intestinal disorders. And that is why they must find an immediate solution to this problem, as her master ordered her to do. And she will not allow anyone, even a disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King, to insult her own master. But George doesn't understand how she's going to kill the Lord of the City River. Only yesterday, 4 mystical celestials who were near this river to destroy this monster failed. There is no one in this room as strong as those great celestials who tried to stop this monster yesterday. So it's surprising that this girl wants them all to unite and work together to stop this sea slug. The reason why the River Lord is difficult to defeat is that he uses earthly and water techniques at the same time. There are only a few people who could master the 2 techniques, just like the River Lord. Therefore, it can only be defeated by a celestial who has a sufficiently remote territory to drive the monster away with his power. Or it should be done by something that has a higher rank than land and water combined, such as a tree. George isn't going to stop anyone from doing their job, but he also doesn't want to get involved. He said that instead of doing these stupid things, he would rather go for an extra workout. After these words, all the other people followed him, and this large office became empty in a few minutes. If someone could destroy this snake, it would be the fastest solution to this problem. Ruth is ready to devote all her energy and strength to finding an opportunity to do so. The next day, she received something that looked like a wooden sword we had seen before. The girl knows that a year ago, a man killed a lady pinafore bird with this sword. The peachwood sword he used was confiscated and kept by the worshippers. It was a rare wooden instrument. It can be used even by those who have a low rank of celestial, and because it was in the form of a sword, many in heaven were very angry. But after the energy that filled the sword gradually disappeared, everyone calmed down. Ruth knows that this man has not left the city in recent years. He worked in a regular restaurant nearby. Sometimes he appears in various establishments with his mother or friends. Sometimes he visits movie theaters in his free time. The girl found out that this guy's phone was always off and he didn't use the app. Because of this, he or she will not be able to use the talisman or evaluate his or her achievements. If you consider what he went through, his actions become understandable. After she thought about this guy, a few minutes later, she saw him running toward her in the garden. She was ready to talk to him because she had been looking for a meeting for a long time, but at the last moment, he turned in a different direction. Ruth can't miss this opportunity, which is why she activated the surprise stalking technique, the spirit of the roe deer. But the problem was that even using this powerful technique, she still couldn't catch up with him. She runs at full speed and uses her talisman, but the distance between them does not decrease at all. She kept repeating that she couldn't let this opportunity go, until she realized that she had completely lost it. It was at this point that he finally appeared and spoke to her, and it seems that Brian realizes that she is connected to the Celestials. He explained that he did not want to run away from her, but he was surprised that someone was interested in him. She was surprised to see that he was sweating, which means that he did not use a talisman and ran away from her only using ordinary physical strength. She immediately pulled out her phone and handed it to him, probably to get him to finally log in. He started to change the user in the system and said that after that, he hoped it would leave him alone. When she saw his profile, she was incredibly surprised because he has an earthly divine foundation and a high level of achievement. He has the solar wind technique as well as the light step ability and 2 ability cards. Later, the girl told him that she wanted to use his wooden element to kill the River Lord. He cannot believe that the Celestials really want some monsters to die. He used to think differently, especially after what happened when he destroyed the flying monster. Perhaps this is just his vision of the situation, but he perceives it as deliberate neglect. Ruth disagreed with his thoughts and said that there was a reason why their leaders were not taking any active steps. They want to see how the students will cope with this problem on their own and not wait for the help of the masters. It's strange to hear this, so thousands of people are suffering at the same time because the masters are waiting for their students to act. Brian said that he was ready to act only if all sanctions against him were lifted. He would receive compensation and take back his sword. The girl was shocked that he knew she had come here with a sword. Brian explained that with his breathing, he can interact with the trees around him, a function of the technique he is currently studying. Probably for this reason, he can run fast in the forest, as the earthly base of Celestials is influenced by the environment that suits their element. Also, to start with, Brian wants to know if he can finally get rid of his curfew. The girl said that this problem has already been solved for this task, although it is still temporary. She explained that this is an important task that attracts the attention of others, and there is no one here who will shout because Brian will help. To begin with, the curfew was imposed by the bosses to punish Brian for killing the lady pinafore bird. Now, this incident is practically forgotten, and the problem will be easily solved if Ruth does her best to persuade the man to finally destroy the snake. Soon she managed to persuade him, and together they went to the bank of the city river. They were not alone. Professionals who were unsure of the success of this plan came here with them. There was an incredibly stinky smell around. It was hard to be there. Ruth assured him that everything would be fine and that she needed to kill the serpent that controlled these waters. At the same time, she was looking at Brian and trying to figure out what he was going to do. This guy remained calm, showed no signs of nervousness, and kept looking at this river. He thought it was a very dirty business, but he knew what to do from the very beginning. For this mission, he immediately prepared something extraordinary, but he did not expect to have to use it from the very beginning. He took a few steps forward and heard Ruth stop him. She explained that he shouldn't get that close. Later, she finally realized that he had done it to throw some plants into the water. It's strange that she didn't see it when she was in elementary school. He used to grow it in his classroom. Later, she finally realized that he was using water hyacinth, a plant ideal for water purification. Half the work was successfully done, and now they immediately saw a response from the water monster. At this point, Brian immediately pulled out his sword and said that he had long dreamed of fishing. The serpent was very angry that someone was trying to clean up his pond. He considers himself the god of this area. He is not someone who will take orders and do what other people want. But Brian has a completely different opinion on this. He came here to successfully complete the mission and does not think about the monster's wishes. We must not forget about the hatred this guy feels towards all these demons. He hates them with every part of his body, and it's been a long time since he's enjoyed killing these ugly creatures. As he attacked and prepared to show his true strength, it was clear that the monster was surprised and even frightened. It seems as if he considers the attack on himself in this river a personal insult, something personal to him. We can be sure that he will not give up without a hard fight and will be a worthy opponent until the very end. But from the very beginning, he felt that the attack of this guy with a wooden sword was much more dangerous than the attack of yesterday's celestials. This water snake immediately started shouting and calling the guy all sorts of unpleasant names. He was too uncultured. The water almost fell on the bodies of the people watching the battle, and if it was still contaminated, they would have risked death. But something amazing happened. With the help of his plants, Brian was able to completely purify the water in this river. But at his current level, it will still be too difficult for him to defeat such a strong and powerful creature. Even though he deals with energy that is very difficult to see, the snake is sure that these tricks will not work anymore. Brian began to have serious problems and realized that he needed to use more plants. He took some sprouts out of his pocket and started throwing them into the water, and very quickly they began to sprout. This battle has already turned out to be much more interesting than anyone expected before it started. The monster was surprised when he felt the power of a tree that had been defeated by lightning was directed at him. He couldn't believe that this guy was trying to destroy his super strong body with some little toy. But Brian has put all his heart, knowledge, and skills into this toy, and the monster will now feel it on his own body. It's a lightning dart of a storm that he spent a lot of effort creating, so he can't easily let the monster go. Although this water snake decided to run away and come back later, Brian had completely different plans. He wants to show all his skills today because he hasn't done much for a year. He has already forgotten how victory over strong opponents tastes, and he wants to make a loud statement to the whole world again. The water snake tried its best to escape and find a safe place, but did not have time to do so. The people around him were shocked by the capabilities of this warrior. Even Ruth, who brought him here, did not expect such a performance. Very quickly, sunlight rained over the river again, and the water became completely clear again. There was no longer an unpleasant smell, only the smell of fried fish, and one could smell who would have a delicious dinner tonight. Now it is possible to enjoy life here again after being poisoned. Brian defeated the River Lord and restored hope to the people. In conclusion, he still believes that he acted quite badly and attracted unnecessary attention. It seems to the boy that this time everything will not end well, because there are reasons why the Celestials have ignored the Lord of the River until now. This reason may be the trials and tribulations of growth, which is only possible for students of Masters, not for ordinary people. Brian made a hole in the monster's body and waited for a long time for the right substance, and soon he finally found it. It is the inner core of creatures that live in water, a crystal of effort that appears in the hope of becoming a dragon. At that moment, he saw angry people shouting at him above his head. They immediately imprisoned him in some kind of heavenly chains and said they would not forgive him for such an act. One of the 8 sacred deities on the island, the celestial Wolf King, was talking to him. He was unhappy with the guy's actions and said that he did not understand what he had just done. The heavenly Wolf King is George's teacher, which is why Ruth immediately recalled the words of this unpleasant fellow. It's strange that they appeared at the moment when the River Lord was killed. Probably right now they also wanted to attack him, although it's strange. Ruth immediately came up and greeted the master. She couldn't understand how these elders had ended up here. The Wolf King immediately recognized that he was speaking to a disciple of the immortal Donald. He cannot believe that the student of such a brilliant master does not understand the seriousness of this situation. The guy she brought here has only been training for a year, and he doesn't even have a master. If she continues to do such things, it will bring shame on her master. At this point, strange things began to happen, because Brian listened to all these words and began to laugh out loud. It seems as if he has completely lost the feeling of fear, but the guy thinks he has nothing to fear. He has done nothing wrong. He is doubted only because he has an unclear basis. This is not the first time this has happened. This was already checked with the app, and of course Brian noticed that they appeared immediately after the snake died. It seems that this is exactly what they planned, and he sees their true intentions very clearly. They must have been watching this snake quite closely for a long period of time because they only appeared when he killed it. They thought that if they killed the fish, ordinary people would immediately show them mercy. And after he destroyed their plan to promote their student, they ran here as fast as they could. It all looks very funny, and Brian can't help but smile, even though the heavenly Wolf King is about to explode with anger. He believes that this guy is to blame for what is about to happen, although some of his assistants thought it was too much. Then something strange happened. After an extremely aggressive attack by the master, Brian was still alive. He smiled and said that he was expecting this stab in the stomach just like before, and drew his sword. The heavenly Wolf King was shocked by the behavior of this impudent boy who doesn't even have a master. Brian probably doesn't understand what it means to pick up his sword and point it at such a serious warrior. Now it's time for this impudent guy to say his last word before he dies. But Brian is still smiling. He said that he is not going to die today and will never be killed by the Wolf King. The master has never seen such impudence even from mentally retarded students, and now we are going to see an incredible show. The legendary warrior must demonstrate his abilities in front of everyone else to prove his authority. He started to attack the boy, but Brian remained calm and not nervous at all. He held his sword firmly in his hands and looked forward with full confidence in his own abilities. This attack by an experienced master was truly amazing. Brian had never encountered such strength and power before. A little later, everyone saw that by some miracle this guy had survived, protected by another master. It's time to meet the high-level spiritual celestial of the 3 heavenly kingdoms, the Master of Marks. He came and said that he had received a request from Lady Pinaqua, and that's why he came here now. He hopes that he is behaving correctly, despite the fact that he is preventing the wolf from demonstrating his strength. The Wolf King replied that the lady probably also wanted to take this guy for herself in order to tear him into a million pieces. Mark said that the Master Wolf King was even stupider than he thought, but they had better not fight each other so as not to spoil their reputation. After these words, Master Mark took Brian with him and disappeared in an unknown direction. The Wolf King was furious. He did not understand why this cunning and treacherous lady called the Elder Mark to help her to save a small slug. Meanwhile, Elder Mark found himself with the young talent in a large and spacious house. Brian has never seen such a large garden in a building before. It's very beautiful. It was as if Brian knew that the master would come and help him, which is why he behaved so relaxed. The master decided to give him some advice, because it was clear that Brian considered himself an exception to the rule. He explained that too arrogant behavior towards serious rivals often leads to a fall and defeat. After a short pause, Brian smiled and thanked the master for this advice. Exactly 1 year has passed since the day he cut off the head of the big bird. He still clearly remembers how shocked he was at that moment after what happened. No matter how good his intentions were, no one realized it. That's why he was well prepared from the moment rumors about the water snake first started to emerge. He was preparing for all this so that he would not have to go through all these difficult tests again. Now he has finally met Lady Pinaqua, and he is no longer going to act with a hot head. He is a self-confident guy and will not allow anyone to talk to him as if he was stupid or a child. Lady Pinaqua has a special garden, or rather a room in which divine medicinal herbs are carefully selected and grown. The history of this garden is most likely just a rumor, but Brian came up with a great plan to find the right evidence. This plan is very simple. It should attract the attention of the lady, the owner of this garden. One of the lady's assistants approached the boy and showed him the small seeds. Pinakwa greeted Brian and asked him if he knew what it was. The guy replied that these were seeds of the herb of purgatory, a rather rare plant that was found in mortals who bought it on the black market. Lady Pinafore began to inquire thoroughly about the seller of these seeds, which would seriously punish him in the future. She looked at Brian carefully, smiled, and asked him if he knew who the seller was. The guy immediately fell to his knees and began to apologize for his actions, saying that he had no choice and almost no money left. The lady smiled and asked him to raise his head. She believed that he had already paid enough for his sins. Despite the fact that she forgave him, he still has to be punished. The price for killing her monster was not small, but she is ready to be kind to him again if he agrees to work in her garden. The lady explained that she has a garden with trees and herbs, and she understands that Brian knows how to grow herbs from purgatory. He also has enough skills to clean the water polluted by a water snake with ordinary water plants. The guy was pleased that the lady appreciated his skills so much, she even already knew about his solar wind technique. This technique helps the plant bloom in a few days, but with purgatory grass it's much harder. He's already tried to work with this plant. In other words, Brian is saying that he lacks the skill to do this. She appreciated his self-confidence. It was hard to believe that this guy was ready to dictate his terms at the first meeting with her. The lady decided to send him back with a small amount of medicinal herbs and give him all the tools he needed. Now he will work with young people to achieve success faster, and he will also be subordinate to them, so they will give him their power for this. Brian smiled, bowed, and thanked the woman for her compassion and kindness. After he left, we had another interesting dialogue that is worthy of note. It's time to meet the wilted flower of the Surah, a girl named Carol. She was asked about this young master Brian, and she said that she found him rather suspicious. He's too obedient. He doesn't want to see the garden in person because of the lady's orders. Carol had also heard all these stories about this guy killing the lady's favorite monster bird. And of course, rumors that it was he who recently destroyed the water snake, the Lord of the River, also spread throughout the city. Of course, he is not experienced enough, but the fact that he has achieved all this means that he is either a genius or a psycho. Carol can't understand why. If the lady knows that this guy can't be trusted, she accepted him anyway. That's probably why Pinakwa asked Carol to keep a closer eye on this guy. She will allow him to manage only the 6th garden. Even if he has bad intentions, he will not be able to steal anything. If it turns out to be too stupid, it can become an ideal fertilizer for plants. Carol and the Pinafore have agreed to work together because of a peach on the half island. But the lady is the kind of person Carol would never have liked in normal life. Carol hopes that this young and talented guy will prove to be much more useful than ordinary plant fertilizer. It turned out that Brian could feel the celestial Carol. He felt that her power was more than 300, and the power of Lady Pinakwa was more than 400. He has already managed to reach 10 solar wind stars in 1 year, so he can already feel other people's powers, although he is not sure about these two women. If you think of the Heavenly Wolf King, who is very similar to a psychopath, his strength is 600. It's strange, because Master Ma, who appeared and protected Brian, is roughly on the same level as Lady Pinakwa. Now the guy took out his phone and saw that the system update had begun, and soon there would be a new assessment of his divine basis. Later, it turned out that he was already at a mystical level of achievement. He has secretly studied all solar wind techniques over the past year, but it's all just theory. Now it's time for real practice and improvement of his theoretical skills, and he's been waiting for it for a long time. Today, he has brought something for his tree. It is the very object he took from the body of the water snake. He buried it near the roots of the tree, and it should help the plant become stronger. He does it for a reason and hopes that the plant will thank him for this help. A little later, he began the process of meditating near this tree, and he could spend several days in a row in such training. A little while later, he finally opened his eyes and smelled the incredible smell of peaches. He has been practicing for a year since he learned how to strengthen his attacks with his breath. But only a week ago, the flowers on the tree bloomed and produced their fruits, although they are still quite small. They look juicy and quite ripe, but why can't he eat it right now? Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him, asking him to take his time. He turned his head and was incredibly surprised to see a brown bear standing behind him. Of course, Brian immediately asked him who he was and why he had come here. It turned out that the elder had named this brown bear. It is called a guanak. Brian had already heard of this creature. He is the god of a famous mountain, and many legends have been composed about him. 100 years ago, earthly officials believed that the energy of the mountain's fire would have a bad effect on the city. they decided to add water energy and use a statue of a mythical horned lion. They didn't stop there and dug up the southern pond and many other things, and because of this, they terribly damaged the energy of Mount Gwenaxon. Bear has been training here for more than a year and hoped to meet the boy much earlier. It's unclear why the Gwanak didn't approach Brian earlier. Perhaps it was the peaches. After the tree started growing and changing the ground, the bear could not get through the barrier. He correctly asked him to wait a little while he ate one peach, but the bear started yelling at him and told him to stop. He believes that the energy of the tree is in the middle of this fruit, and if you pick it now, the tree's protection will stop working. Poppies will face serious problems if people who like this tree take it away after the protection stops working. The brown bear speaks not only about itself, sooner or later people will start to learn about the existence of this tree. Right now, someone is waiting for Brian at the bottom of this hill, and it may not be a friend at all. He looked up and saw that there was too much dark energy around him. If they destroyed the barrier to this extent, they definitely don't want to catch the Bryans here. Maybe they came for the peaches of the holy tree. Even now, the bear feels that one of the famous taoists is coming here with a fire technique. With this preparation, Brian could have awakened the true form of this tree. But the human body is unable to absorb the healing properties of the peaches of the holy tree. But the bear is a different creature, so the peach must be given to him. He is confident that after that, he will be able to regain his strength and protect Brian and the tree from the bad guys. The boy gently picked the peach, said he was sorry, and ate the fruit by himself, while the Gwanak almost died of anger. He doesn't understand who this guy is and why he is both so stupid and so strong. This is the same peach of the holy tree that made the Monkey King Dong a celestial being. Now I wonder what exactly will happen to the briar. The nutrients have already been absorbed. The active ingredient is a peach from the sacred peach tree. The bear was very interested in the effect. He was wondering if the boy felt any changes in his body. Brian said that he felt that this peach was very juicy and tasty. The brown bear did not even have the words to comment on this stupid answer. While the brown bear was incredibly angry, Brian felt a warmth start to spread through his body. No matter what technique he tries, the heat does not concentrate on one point, but continues to spread throughout his body, and he does not know what to do with it. By the way, the warmth he feels now is completely different from the last time. It is warmer and gentler. Technically, it takes 3,000 years for even the smallest peach to be born. So the effect of a peach that is only 1 year old will be too weak. Brian asked the brown bear for help, but he said he couldn't help because he was exhausted. Then Brian gave him something, and the brown bear looked at it more closely and realized that he was looking at the seeds of the grass of purgatory. He was shocked that this ordinary guy had such plants, especially since these seeds began to germinate. Gwanak hopes that he will be able to keep these seeds and that Brian will not take them away from him. The boy thought that this bear was too cute and took some more seeds out of his pocket to give it to him. He hadn't looked so happy since he was a child, and it was obvious that he was very pleased to receive this gift. Brian hopes that the bear will be able to replenish his strength with this divine seed. The bear started eating the plant and said that from now on, he could sell mountains and caves. Brian froze in place for a few seconds, as if he had heard me. All 3 seeds of the herb of purgatory will not be able to fully restore the bear's strength, but it does not matter now. Right now, they should be thinking about those bad guys who are hunting for the Bryans right now. With the help of his phone and the system, the guy hopes to check their current location. It has that feature. This is a map of the area, and they need to quickly figure out what to do with this guy who is approaching them. Brian is going to fight against him, because otherwise they will take away his peach tree. But the bear thinks that the boy will lose this fight. At the moment, his training is not enough to stop a valuable enemy, but for some reason, Brian is too calm. It turned out that our old friend, a student of the famous master, a young man named George, was approaching him. Soon he saw that Brian had personally decided to come out and meet him in this forest. Brian immediately felt the energy of this guy and realized that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King. It seems that his master ordered his pupil to personally bring the Brian to him. And for this purpose, he even gave his student an interesting artifact that could help in this battle. Brian hardly understands what this is. It's called the nine-tailed fox. The bear said that it was a very formidable weapon because even a fox with 5 tails had been seen only once, 300 years ago. It's hard to believe that such a treasure was made from 9-tailed foxes. It's really very rare. Since this artifact is very valuable and the tail is still intact, the energy of the celestial ghost must be enormous. It seems that despite the fact that his master is the Heavenly Wolf King, he is going to make an explosion with this artifact. The problem is that this explosion will take place in a city with a huge population and other people may be injured. But George is calm. He says that it doesn't matter what skill he uses, and it doesn't matter how loudly Brian shouts. Because of this protective barrier, people in the whole city will not see or hear what is happening here, because it is the flag of the Northern Dark Squad. Gwanak was shocked when they said that the energy was quite unusual, and it turned out that they were referring to a treasure that has the powers of the 4 heavenly beasts. George couldn't understand what kind of creature was sitting in the tree and why was it always talking. Brian replied that he did not know this bear, and that it was the first time he had ever seen it, probably a rabbit fluff. For a long time now, he has been explaining various interesting facts sitting on the top branch of this tree. We can say that this bear works for Wikipedia and is constantly explaining important nuances. George was furious. Lately, he had been annoyed with Ruth, and now this stupid guy with his bear showed up. He is unhappy that they all interfere in his affairs and believes that the water snake was his personal prey. So now, instead of the life of the water snake, which has already been killed, George is going to kill Brian. It was immediately noticeable that George's strength had increased by about 100 in a few seconds, which is 5 times more than his usual strength. This can be compared to an artifact in a game that you have to donate for. When Ruth came to Brian in the past, he distributed all his energy over the mountain and lowered his skills. It has now activated the wind distribution technique and the first power star, meaning it is returning the energy it previously distributed. We're going to see a battle between 2 very talented young masters. George is more experienced, but it seems that Brian has more talent. Brian has already participated in tough challenges, but now his opponent is too aggressive against him. We can also say that it is a battle of different techniques, and it is always very interesting to watch. Brian has his own artifact, he holds his favorite wooden sword, and we shouldn't forget that he recently ate a sacred peach. All this gives him confidence in his own abilities, especially after a year of constant training. The brown bear was shocked to see the skills of this guy. It seems that Brian has completely entered into symbiosis with nature. Gwanak used to think it was impossible, but now he realized how wrong he was. Now George looked quite uncertain and was visibly trembling due to fear of death. From the very beginning, he said that everything that would happen here would remain within this barrier. So if he decides to point his sword at someone else, the latter must always be ready to counterattack. Of course, George doesn't respect Brian. He considers him a loser who hasn't even found an experienced master for himself. He was about to activate his artifact and show Brian all his power, but he felt incredible pain, as if he had been struck by lightning. In a few seconds, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Brian did not understand anything. A little later, he and the bear came closer to him, and it looks like George is in a very bad situation now. When he aggressively used his weapon and hoped for its great power, his soul was completely absorbed, so he had no strength left. This is a very frightening part in the history of sacred artifacts that were made by demons, although it is unlikely that he will die. If the right person took the artifact in their hands, this mountain would start flying, because every sacred artifact is a treasure that can lift a mountain or dig a river. Before, Brian did not even realize that sacred artifacts have such great power. As soon as he took the weapon in his hands, he saw a flash of fire in front of him, something he had seen before. It's not hard to guess that it's time to meet the fiery taoist again. This experienced craftsman immediately ran over and took the George in his hands to examine its condition. He cannot believe that the disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King has become so stupid in his personal kingdom. He started shouting at Brian and tried to understand why he did it, but the boy said it was only self-defense. Now the fiery taoist is sure that this foolish boy will not be able to escape the true wrath of the Wolf King. He believes that he personally should have burned the body of this fool a year ago. He does not understand why the Heavenly Wolf King should suffer such a disaster as Brian. That is why the fiery taoist now wants to burn all his airways and personally lead him to the Heavenly Wolf King. So we have one more battle ahead of us. Brian has met too many interesting characters today. Now it will be much harder for him, because he is no longer fighting an apprentice, but an experienced master. His fiery and hellish attacks are a real danger to any living being on this planet. Of course, Brian has learned a lot over the past year, and he is holding his sword and trying his best to defend himself from the fire attacks. But even with his weapon and the peach he ate, he is still too weak for now. Perhaps the artifact he was able to take from George can help him in this unequal battle. There is too much difference in experience and strength between these two warriors, and it is very difficult to stop the fire attacks. The bear was still in the tree and asked the boy to try using the nine-tailed fox artifact. The fire taoist immediately heard these words and attacked the brown bear with fire. But Gwanak managed to say that Brian should put all his energy into it and use the artifact no matter what elements he uses. Naturally, the boy began to worry that this artifact could consume his soul, just as it had done to George. But until he personally tries to do it, he will never know the answer to this question. So the decision was made very quickly, and this artifact immediately showed its full power. The fire taoist was shocked that this brat dared to use an ancient artifact against him. But no matter how angry the experienced master was, he immediately felt the infernal power of the fox's attack. This attack shocked not only the master, but also the guy who used the artifact. It was really impressive. This attack can only be compared to a Godzilla attack. After that, there was fire everywhere, as if there had been a big explosion and no one was left alive. Brian decided to go look for a Gwanak, and it was at that moment that he felt his enemy begin to sneakily attack him from behind. It was really very painful. Brian had never felt such pain in his life. He immediately looked to the ground and saw that blood began to drip from his chest, and that was the real trouble. It seems as if the fiery taoist managed to inflict a very serious injury on the guy with his last strength. The master said that it was not enough that Brian had turned the disciple of the heavenly wolf king into a vegetable. He didn't stop there and decided to use an ancient artifact against an experienced master. The fire taoist was going to punish the boy very severely for his behavior, and this was the last straw of his restraint. He started attacking Brian with all available methods, as if the guy was going to turn into a steak. It's not clear how he's still alive. No living creature in the galaxy can withstand such attacks. The fire taoist came closer to him and said that he would never allow him to use his trick again. He is not going to kill him right now because he believes that he must personally take him to the heavenly wolf king. This will probably be a cruel revenge, and the Wolf King will probably want to kill him personally. At first, Brian started to worry that he was very seriously injured, but later he felt the pain was getting less and less. It turned out that the active component of peach from the sacred peach tree helps him. A long time ago, the Monkey King would have wanted to get rid of possible damage, and so he got his own skin. He was invulnerable to a huge number of sacred artifacts and survived 49 days on the Journey of the Eight. Despite the pressure created by the Buddha's 5 fingers, the leather saved him for 500 years. Dong always wanted a body that would make him invulnerable to death, so he got the immortality cages. Even the most brutal techniques invented by the messengers of death could not kill him, so in the future, even the king of the underworld stopped trying. It was then that Brian finally got what he wanted, and the active components of the peach began to work in his body. The body has apparatuses that are responsible for various metabolic actions, including the neutralization of poison. The guy's new liver filled his body with warm water from head to toe. Even an experienced master felt the energy coming from the boy. He did not understand how he could have the energy of water. Only now did the fire taoist finally realize that this guy had a truly incomprehensible divine basis. Brian does not understand how exactly all this happened, but in any case, he feels great. He has no more pain. Now he has prepared his artifact for the second round of a difficult confrontation. Now he has the powers of divine water, and water will always be stronger than any fire. The fire taoist no longer feels as confident in his own abilities as he used to. Now he is starting to really panic and realizes that he is in a fragile position. Of course, he doesn't understand how this is possible, but it doesn't matter now. After a while, Brian lost consciousness, and the brown bear tried to wake him up. A little while later, he finally woke up and immediately tried to remember what had happened. Gwanak doesn't understand what Brian did to make the whole place end up in the water. He had never seen anyone so skillful at manipulating ancient artifacts and inner powers before. The bear tried to hear something from the boy, but it seemed as if Brian was shocked by his actions. He made a real mess and could not even explain how he did it. The guy immediately found the body of the master and tried to find the flag responsible for removing the barrier. He put his hands in its pockets and found something very interesting, which immediately caught the boy's attention. The brown bear quickly explained that it was called a bag of treasures. In simpler terms, it is a magic pouch designed to preserve small and large artifacts. Prime thought that George should also have such a bag with him, but the bear replied that now was not the time to be silly. He is sure that now the assistants of the experienced firemaster are rushing here, so they may get into more trouble. Without hesitation, Brian picked up the fire taoist and carried him in an unknown direction. Gwanak continued to panic. He realized that if Brian didn't run away, the bad guys would come here and find the peach tree. But this young talented guy remained calm and smiled constantly. He asked the bear to wait a little bit. After that, he activated the solar wind execution technique with the second song art star. The process of compiling the falling leaves was immediately started. Nothing was clear but very interesting. Even the guanak had never seen such beauty with his own eyes, and he watched with his mouth open. It seems as if Brian is forcing the tree to absorb the body of a too-thermal taoist for the sake of ripening a new fruit. It turned out that they started doing this in time, because within a few seconds, the taoist's assistants came here. The peach tree began to bloom and opened the barrier again, so they could not see the bear and Brian. However, it turned out that everything was not so perfect. If the experienced craftsman did not have the element of fire, Brian would have been able to grow a new fruit. Speaking of fruit, you need to learn about its potential medicinal properties. Given that this is a very precious and hidden treasure, only a couple of people in the world know about it. If nothing changed for Brian, then the fruit was not fully ripe, so it did not have enough effect. So the effect of the fruit varies depending on the size and the amount of time it took to ripen. Even now, by passing water through the liver, the strength begins to grow. I wonder what will happen if you eat a ripe fruit. After that, the brown bear started to feel a little shy because he decided to ask the boy to show him the environment behind this barrier. It turns out that the mountain deity can walk the streets of the city. All it takes is the release of his alter ego. But he needs extra strength for this, which is terrible, because even if people come here, no one brings anything interesting with them. Now that their paths have crossed, the bear will be able to see the world and various interesting things thanks to Brian. The guy agrees to these conditions, but in return, he also wants to get something from the deity. The bear quickly agreed to these terms and gave him a donation. Of course, this is a rather strange gift, especially considering that it is the name of a peanut snack that looks like a mace. It's time for some new lessons from a guanak history teacher. For a long time, someone strange has been appearing in East Asia, including the Korean peninsula. A fantasy race with intellectual abilities, they were called goblins, and they had not only incredible physical abilities. These guys were also born with a spiritual foundation. Their nature is incredible. They created special tools that made their abilities more precise. And this is the legendary mace of the goblins that the brown bear has just been talking about. Finally, Brian realized what he was holding, but he had read that this object could only be used by its owner. That's true, but it's an important treasure that can be exchanged with goblins for anything. The goblin helmet and mace are not artifacts that can be created twice, and the loss of each means that the owner has lost half of their power. Brian can now make the owner of the "was you do anything" if he starts blackmailing him properly. Judging by all these stories from the bear, it looks quite interesting, and in any case, Brian didn't expect anything special. After that, he agreed to take the bear with him, and the guanak was incredibly happy. He was excited because he had long dreamed of finally seeing the world and all its good sides. Brian said that now was the perfect time to go work in the garden with Lady Pinafore. With the new year upon us, the summit will be held on the 31st of this month, and the country's leadership is preparing to meet mayors and top celestials. According to rumors, the reason for this summit is the Tower of Babel. At least that's what ordinary people say. I need to say a few words about the Tower of Babel, which is unique because it was built by people. It was built so that it could reach heaven and exist before the gates of heaven closed. Thanks to today's dynasty of celestials, it has been reconstructed in the Babylonian style. Brian was riding in a taxi and didn't think about any towers. He was relaxed until something interesting happened. The car started braking very abruptly, which happened because the person stepped into the middle of the road. The guy could not understand what exactly happened. Only later, he saw the cause of the incident. At first, he thought that a monster had appeared in front of the car, but then he looked more closely and realized that it was quite different. Carol, a girl who works with Lady Pinafore, was standing in front of the car, and she looked at the guy and ordered him to get out of the car. Once he did what she wanted, she explained that she had been asked to become his partner for a while. She also said that it was the lady's order and she cared little whether Brian would listen to it. But she immediately warned me that if her name was involved in any problems because of him, he would pay dearly for it. Brian immediately started smiling and assured me that everything would be fine. All this time, a bear disguised as a popsicle was with him. He recognized this girl and realized that Brian would have a hard time with her. He said he knew some information about her and also knew her weaknesses. And of course, he had already learned that this girl likes model-looking guys. For many years, a very handsome man, known for his elegance, lived on the island. According to rumors, he was very handsome and was also the son of a deity. He was called Moon. One day, an ordinary girl named Carol accidentally saw him swimming. Of course, she was shocked by this, But it was this moment that awakened her spiritual foundation. She immediately felt her inner strength begin to fill up, even though the gates of heaven were closed. Brian can't believe that she awakened her divine power just by looking at this guy. He thinks the Guanak is lying. The guy thinks it's absolutely impossible, but according to rumors, there are people who have performed their abilities when their minds and bodies were in a state of shock. These people were chosen and raised by deities from the human world, and because Carol had the same foundation as the Moon family, she was accepted into their midst. Carol is a very self-confident girl who knows what she wants. She was constantly pursuing her moon. But obviously, as this guy perceived her, she was just an ordinary young celestial without connections or support. When she realized that he had no reason to see her, she realized that she had to create those reasons on her own. In less than 100 years, Carol was able to conquer Jeju Island and show incredible progress. It became known as a flower that will reach heaven and destroy the whole world if you don't pick it. That is the wilted flower of the Sura. Having created a dynasty, Carol officially proposed to Moon to tie the knot. But Moon and his father were scared and came up with a plan to get Carol out. When she was preparing for her wedding and dreaming of a happy future, the father and son talked about the plan with all the residents of Jeju Island. When the wedding day came, strange things started happening right from the start, but Carol didn't even realize it. She was visited by real mercenaries, and it is unlikely that they came to congratulate her on her wedding. They started attacking the girl and said they wanted the wilted Sura flower to finally die. Instead of seeing her favorite and beloved Moon, she saw professional killers. She was so angry that it was even scary to look into her eyes. She could no longer contain her inner feelings and aggression and began to attack these mercenaries. From the first minutes of the battle, they already began to regret coming that day to destroy it. Despite the fact that many murderers came that day, none of them could escape her punishment. The battle of that day was documented as a battle that nearly swallowed Jeju Island. But in the end, it was Carol who was the loser, as she was the one who was betrayed by her love. Although she defeated all these mercenaries, she did not feel any better, and her eyes were still filled with tears. She was approached from many places because of her abilities, and various guys with beautiful faces were sent to her. Very quickly, everyone learned that she liked handsome men, but none of them survived. If it wasn't for her friend, the Bari princess, who intervened, Carol would have been kicked off the island long ago. Bear thinks that Brian should be happy because this girl will have no reason to hate him. Guanak thinks that Brian's appearance is not to Carol's taste at all. Carol told me they were already there, so I had to immediately apologize to her for my behavior and start hurrying. Later, she explained that there are 6 gardens in this lady's building. Each garden is looked after by a different person, and among these gardens, Brian can only be in the 6th garden. The boy immediately began to think that the 6th garden was the least important place, and that he would hardly be allowed to approach the important medicinal herbs right away. When they opened the gate of the 6th garden, Brian was shocked. He could not believe that there were 2 sons. But still, this place looks too terrible, as if no one had looked after it for more than 1,000 years. Each garden gate is in a different time frame and exists in different parts of the world. Brian now has to take care of the 6th garden personally. This place has been closed since the death of the last ruler hundreds of years ago. As the world changes and the number of celestials increases, the importance of common herbs is rapidly increasing, so the 6th garden is finally open. But that doesn't mean he has to work here without pay. When the plants grow, Brian will earn a lot and won't have to share with anyone. Suddenly, Carol's phone started ringing and fell out of her pocket, and Brian couldn't help but notice. He saw that she was playing a tune on her phone, and it looked like she was getting a call from a nice guy. He immediately recalled flashbacks of recent stories about this girl and felt sick. Brian has to be very careful, because if he says something bad now, he will get into trouble. A little later, he said he respected her and then lost consciousness for a while. When he opened his eyes, he saw a brown bear in front of him, and he waited for a long time for Brian to wake up. The bear said that he had been waiting for this for more than 2 hours, and during this time, he had become hungry. He told the guy that it was a very good shot. It was the first time he had ever seen anything like it. He must be referring to the Carol kick, which was the first time he had ever seen someone perform this kick without adding any technique. So only now Brian realized that he had been beaten by a girl, but it was normal. He told us that even though this garden was the worst of all, only the best plants had already managed to grow, so their quality and taste were incredible. In any case, Carol said that they will keep an eye on how well Brian is doing, and this will continue until the next season. If he can demonstrate a few of his important abilities, he will be entrusted with growing more important plants, such as the sacred peach tree. Or perhaps he will be even luckier and be entrusted with even more precious plants. He must use this opportunity to become even stronger than he is right now, so that he no longer falls prey to the games of more powerful people. Brian decided that he would not allow anyone else to touch him or his family in the world of uncontrollable celestials. In order to realize all his intentions, he needs to do something with this field, which has not been touched for many years. Everything is a mess, as if there was a huge fire. He took out the weapon of the legendary Taoist fire master and thought that he was too cruel last time. This master has saved his life several times in the past, and he is very grateful for it. The bear watched the boy's prayers and could not believe that he was doing it sincerely. It's just a plant. He couldn't have taken it to heaven without doubt and compassion. But the guanak knows this guy too little and underestimates his potential. It turned out that Brian is capable of much more than others expect from him. The bear could not believe that this was possible, but if you look at the boy, he was not surprised at all by his own actions. A peach tree that was burned and needed a month of rest now takes only 4 seconds to grow back to its original size. It really looks incredible. After this guy should be called the King of Plants. He does this through the solar wind execution technique, the 9th star of the art of song. The trees seem to have risen from the dead, and he said he would allow them to be in charge of the duties of experienced farmers. They listened to their master and immediately started working on this garden. The brown bear can't hide his surprise at all, which is understandable because he has never seen anything like this before. The ability to bring trees to life is a skill that requires a lot of effort even for high-level celestials, but Brian did it like a true master. After that, the guy said he was tired and it was time to rest. He had spent too much energy on this case. The brown bear did not mind the extra rest and gave the boy a date that had just ripened. When they entered the house of this garden, they saw that it was much more spacious than they had expected. The last ruler of the 6th garden was called Puck, as it was written in the memoirs of this house. At the moment, Brian wants to restore his energy using breathing techniques. He has spent a lot of energy on restoring the garden. The guy calmly plunged into the process of meditation, but suddenly saw something strange that he had never seen before. He was immediately frightened and got to his feet, although he is not sure what just happened. It seems as if he heard the call of the plant, as if the plant responded to his breath. It seems as if this plant or plants are on the lower floor of this building. Brian is not sure, but maybe he should use the seeds left over from the date he just ate. He made a small weapon out of them and began to make a hole in the floor, a turn of events that even the bear did not expect. In a few seconds, there was a huge hole in the floor and they began to fall into it. At the last moment, the bear grabbed the boy and saved him from falling, and now they can see what's under them. Gvanak explained that it was a special barrier that was painted with blood. The person who did this most likely felt intense hatred, and this is already quite strange. There must be something from below, because the call that Brian felt during his breathing exercises came from below. Now he is convinced that he has to break this barrier, and he is not at all interested in what this might lead to. After a few minutes of active work, he managed to do it, and they finally saw that there was another room downstairs. Some unknown force picked up Brian and Gwanak, and it turned out to be the Lord of the 6th Garden, Park. He summoned the new garden manager to tell him about the evil deeds of Lady Pinafore. One day he was walking home from a breakup with his friends. He accidentally stumbled upon the sanctuary of a deity and was possessed by a ghost, and he could do nothing about it. At the same time, a kindly scientist who was passing by helped him get rid of the ghost with the help of red beans, which he scattered nearby. But he explained that if the ghost chose him, it meant that his spiritual foundation had finally awakened. If he leaves everything as it is and stays in the world of people, he will be persecuted by people who are obsessed with gaining the power of celestials. Therefore, it is better to leave this place before he gets into trouble. The scientist asked him not to worry. He knew a certain celestial being, so he would only have to follow his orders. That's how Puck got to the pavilion of Lady Pinaqua, and he was told that if he worked hard and practiced, he would become stronger. But because he was born an ordinary person, his desire to become a high-level celestial was like counting stars in the sky. He did all his work without any progress, and then his debt became his limit. He believed he could do something about it, but he was wrong and only realized it later. When he was about 30 years old, he met a girl who looked like him, who also came from the world of people with an awakened divine basis. He was shocked by the reason why this child ended up in such a place, because it was the same reason as his. He finally realized that he was possessed by a ghost. but not because he had entered the sanctuary of a real deity. It was the scientist who sent this ghost to him so that his spiritual basis would finally awaken and then made him come here. After studying the stories of other people, he realized that he could not live his entire life as an ordinary servant. That is why he bowed down in supplication to all the masters of the earthly arts he knew to teach him. Every time he was given some drops of information, he tried to implement them. But his mortal body, which had no strength, was getting weaker every year. While he was in such a weak state, they even managed to come up with a terrible nickname for him, Foxtail. Every time he bent down to do his work, he was compared to a foxtail growing everywhere. When this started happening all the time, he started thinking about suicide for the first time. It happened because he was always unhappy, but after that, a real miracle happened. Lady Pinakwa appeared and thanked him for his suffering and efforts and made him the ruler of the sixth garden. She rewarded him with the martial arts of the earth element, the art of the earth dragon, which was passed down from master to master. After that, he promised not to forget the mercy of Lady Pinakwa and swore to fulfill his obligations as the lord of the sixth garden until his death. From that day on, he devoted himself to studying the art of the earth dragon, practicing in the sixth garden. His power grew with each passing day and finally reached the level of a mystical celestial. But despite what he was able to accomplish, his body began to become even weaker. Only then did he finally understand the secret of the earth dragon arts. The effect of the earth dragon art is incredible, but the power was absorbed by the very medicinal herbs around it, not by it. He turned into a living fertilizer, although he did not realize it, and only then did he realize that he did not have long to live. Brian had only seen stories like this on TV before, and it's hard to believe that even celestials do something like this. It's horrifying. But the guy believes that there is nothing unusual in this whole situation. Brown Bear explained that this is a common practice. Celestials do such things to maintain their comfort. Brian is now scared because he would not want to become someone like the foxtail. He will not allow himself to be sacrificed like the pack. If someone was able to break through the barrier that he created with his blood and life, then there is no doubt that this person is strong enough. Park hopes that the Bryans will have enough strength to burn down the pavilion and that his followers will help him do so. They will keep the hidden treasures and protect them at the cost of their own lives. Probably, he means those things of the coma that lay next to his will. These are the seeds of the mandrake mountain that grew over the ocean, also called the ghostly scream of ginseng because they scream to take away the soul. They also found something similar to a container from which people in the temple draw lots. It's all strange because the call that came to the boy did not come from the seed, but from this. Does he have to grow this plant like everything else? At that moment, there was a big explosion and they were all thrown back several meters. So this thing doesn't want to sprout at all. It looks like it will have to be in this form. It's not clear what kind of object it is. If you look at it carefully, it looks like a sword handle. But where is the blade? Meanwhile, Lady Pinafore was visited by new guests, and all her assistants gathered to welcome them. The lady was very pleased that her guest had taken the time to come to this modest place. It turned out that the master of the sanctuary, Mrs. Sandra, came to see her personally. She realizes that this will sound rather rude, but she wants to get down to the important business at hand. She had already heard that inside this palace there is a treasure that is important to her. That is why she came here to get the property that was lost during the scandalous events 100 years ago. This treasure is called the hilt of the seven-pointed sword. And that is why the master of the sanctuary came here. She wants to return what belongs to her. If we talk about the seven-pointed sword, I must say that it was a rather strange artifact. The same can be said about the place where it was created, because it was a state that could not be founded. All this is because of the three states. Only this state did not have the strength to support itself. It is called a Pachin. The power was founded by a strong ruler who had an unclear basis. One of the states was founded by the son of a Pinakwa lady. But this was possible with the blessing of the spirits and ancestors of the Korean peninsula. But the king founded the Pekchi with the help of human forces without support. He awakened his earthly foundation and received the element of gold late. He was a rare genius, and thanks to him, the Pech was in its prime. But over time, his successors were weaker, and so the state began to decline. The traces of the strong king soon disappeared. There was only one person who resembled him, because this man was a genius like the king. He was called a prince, and this sword was a rare artifact that he made. The sword was kept on a remote archipelago. Lady Pinakwa believes that this handle was supposed to be passed along with the blade, and this information is known to everyone. But it turned out that in the past, the ambassador who was supposed to bring this sword with him had been in a disaster and died. The ship he was on was quickly found, but there was only a blade and no handle. In other words, the master of the sanctuary claims that the sword must have a hilt. Lady Pinaqua finds this rather strange, as if they realized the possibility of the handle's existence only recently. So the lady wants to know why Mrs. Sandra is questioning everyone around her about this artifact. Sandra said that she had come a long way, not just to ask stupid questions. She is here on behalf of the sanctuary to offer a celestial battle in 6 months. A celestial battle is a method used by celestials to resolve a conflict peacefully. They will argue over the blade of a 7-pointed sword, and if the shrine wins, they will take the hilt from the temple of the Lady Pinaqua. Of course, if this hilt is here, Sandra will not tell anyone about what she saw in this temple. The lady is ready to accept these conditions, but she wants to ask for one more important condition. Regardless of how this conversation ended, it is now time to look at what happened 6 months later. According to rumors, this celestial battle will be broadcast live, and it was Lady Pinaqua who said she wanted to show it to the whole world. Now these guys have come to the 6th garden. They will check its progress, and their boss asks them to behave calmly. When the doors of the 6th garden opened, they saw a real paradise. It's hard to believe that 6 months ago there was a desert here. It's an incredible change in a short time. Brian personally met his guests. He was reading a book and enjoying the fruits of the trees. They were unhappy that he was sitting like a king and enjoying a delicious melon instead of meeting them respectfully. They want at least a little respect from him, and Brian has no problem with that. He stood up, walked over to them, and told them his name, and a little later told them that he was the one in charge of the 6th garden. A guy named Lee greeted him and said that he came to check on his progress. Brian showed his characterization and said that he did not understand why he should consider them his older brothers. All of these people were incredibly shocked to see that he had reached the level of a celestial deity. Very quickly, they went to fulfill his orders because he was the senior officer. Lee spoke about the upcoming celestial battle, where 2 players from each rank, from celestial to supreme, will fight against the Japanese side. It turned out that Brian was completely unaware of this information because he rarely leaves the 6th garden. It turned out that the young warrior Lee would also take part in this battle. During the Korean War, he pursued his spiritual foundation through the shock of losing his family in an explosion and later ended up in the ladies' pavilion. Lee is a very talented young man with abilities who shines brightly with happiness after meeting the master. Although Brian doesn't trust other celestials, this guy seems kind and honest enough. Lee also told us about a guy named Paul, who is rumored to be an incredible celestial soon. People also say that he is a blood relative of the son of Lady Pinaqua, that is, King Daniel. The young warrior is incredibly happy to participate in the same competition with someone as talented as Paul. The sanctuary accepted the lady's offer, and everyone has known about it for a long time. They have a lot of support from mortals because the shrine has killed several monsters. If you help ordinary people with their everyday problems, you can easily gain the support of the people. This is exactly what the young disciple of the immortal Donald, a girl named Ruth, does, sometimes killing monsters in the city. Soon, one of the assistants came to Lady Pinafore and told her that the ruler of the 6th garden wanted to see her. She remembered this arrogant guy and ordered him to wait until she finished her tea with her family. But it turned out that Brian decided to personally challenge Paul, the celestial deity we recently talked about. Paul immediately prepared for the battle and said that he saw nothing wrong with it. At this point, Helen started to speak. She had already heard rumors that Paul was deliberately stuck at his rank because he was afraid to fight stronger opponents. If he doesn't like these rumors, he should accept Brian's challenge and fight him. Lady Pinafore completely agrees with Helen's words. But can Paul defeat the Lord of the 6th Garden? The guy looked incredibly motivated and angry. He said he was ready for the battle, and soon everything was organized. All members of the lady's family gathered to watch their relative fight. Of course, there were also many servants and lords of other gardens, and this battle interested many people. The master of the 6th garden, Brian, looked quite calm and relaxed as usual. The celestial deity, a relative of Lady Pinaqua's son, Paul, on the other hand, was very angry and aggressive. He looked at his opponent with anger and said that he would not blame him for suffering a lot. It seems that he wants to kill the owner of the 6th garden today, even though it's just a regular fight. Brian quickly realized that this would be an advantage for him because his opponent was too angry and it would hinder him during the fight. Soon, the Battle of the Celestials will officially begin, and it promises to be a very intense one. The young polo player is not used to spending much time defending himself. His strong suit is attacking. From the very beginning, Brian realized that he had to be very careful and attentive. If everything is done correctly, he should win this battle, because he has made great progress in the last 6 months in the 6th garden. He was able to stop the opponent's first attack, although it was not easy, because Paul is a pretty serious opponent. Paul believed that no one could block his attack with a simple plant shield, but Brian managed to do it. Now Paul is even more angry and promises that Brian can forget about this equipment forever, as well as about a quiet life, because now he will be disabled. It looks like the floor has prepared something really special for this battle. He is sure that soon Brian will die and Lady Manhwa will have to look for a new owner of the 6th garden again. It seems as if during all this time of empty talk, the Brian's weapon had time to recharge. He's ready to activate the solar wind execution skill of the 2nd star of the Art of Song again. This attack is called solar exposure, and now this force will be directed against the floor. There is no doubt that this young, albeit talented artist is encountering such power for the first time. Only now he realized that Brian had been using an unusual defense all this time, a defense that absorbs the opponent's strength. It was such an aggressive attack that a third person had to intervene. He stopped the brothers and explained that they had to finish this battle because they could not be left without this child. Now it was obvious to everyone who won this battle, so a man named Christopher ended this competition. Of course, Paul did not agree with this decision and kept shouting that he was ready to continue the battle. However, Christopher was unwavering in his decision and told the lady that he believed Brian to be the winner. Although it was not very pleasant to admit it, she could not disobey such an experienced master. The ruler of the 6th garden was surprised to hear that Lady Pinafore so easily accepted her nephew's defeat. He looked at the guy named Christopher and couldn't understand who he was, why the lady was listening to his words so much. Later, he approached Pinafore in person, and she decided to ask him about the training he had been doing for the past 6 months. She seems to be stressed by his rapid progress lately, and she can't help but like it. The guy explained that due to the rarity of the wooden element, the pace of development of his martial arts is quite fast. He has also already learned that he got this position to grow something, and he is ready to do it right now. He assured her that if she trusted him, he would never betray her, and this is a pretty bold statement. The lady said that Brian should concentrate on the competition now, but she would definitely think about what he said. Although he wanted to ask a few additional questions, the lady told him to go rest. A little later, Lady Pinafore promised to find Brian a walking companion. Brian didn't mind it, but he didn't expect Christopher to be his partner. Only now have they fully gotten to know each other, and Christopher told us a little bit about himself. The Lord of the 6th Garden noticed that compared to the way Christopher looked the first time they met, he was very soft now. In any case, Brian was very happy to finally get outside for a little walk. Soon, they saw a shop where they made various delicious cocktails, and the boys quickly decided to try them. This is what a real martial artist looks like in real life. Despite the fact that Christopher had already heard various stories about the human world, he did not expect it to be so interesting. According to rumors, adult celestials intervene in the human world, but Christopher does so too rarely. When he first died in the human world, Lady Pinafore helped him to become a celestial. He did not know that he would not be able to live in the human world. He wanted his name to be remembered after his death, and now it is clear that these were just childhood dreams. Being in the world of celestials, he constantly thought about what he did not have time to do here, and in the end, he remained an average ruler of the past. Then he thanked Brian for keeping him company in the world of people. It was a really great walk. While they were enjoying the beautiful weather, they managed to see people who continue to protest. People believe that human sacrifice is a terrible catastrophe, and we cannot turn a blind eye to the deaths of innocents. Human sacrifice is murder, and they believe that only mentally retarded people can advocate it. People want to make the celestial fools respect their rights. They are ready to stop even the Dragon King for this. Hearing this, Christopher could not believe that the head of this country was killing his own people. And how could such people still exist? He believes that this is all some kind of mistake and suggested that Brian immediately resolve and sort out this situation. This conversation ended immediately because an unexpected solar eclipse caught their attention. It is not clear what exactly is happening now, but it seems as if the people protesting need to be protected immediately. We had to act incredibly quickly because in a few seconds people were under attack. It is not yet clear who exactly is attacking the protesters. Perhaps it is the head of state's men. They might have been unhappy with all these protests and that's why they decided to personally intervene in this situation. Brian acted very quickly and activated his ancient artifact to protect the population. He immediately began to attack the enemies, but even his speed was not enough. This incident made him realize that his opponents could be much stronger and more powerful than he was. They act in a very coordinated manner, as if they were members of one team. This made our protagonist even more angry, and he felt the same hatred for them that he feels for monsters. As soon as he was preparing for a new attack, he felt something approaching him from above. Only at the last moment did he manage to dodge a huge stone falling on his head. He was approached by the boss of these bandits, a woman named Betty, and she did not expect to meet Brian in such a place. She believes that Brian is a traveler from a completely different world, and now she wants to take his life. He immediately felt her strong, dark energy and guessed that she was one of the patronesses of the Heavenly Wolf King. It was easy to do because he had already felt this yin energy before and felt it when the statue exploded. It seems as if she doesn't hide her desire to kill Brian at all. She must have been a close friend of George's. So all this can be called a vendetta. She is ready to make Brian pay for all his evil deeds no matter what. When he heard about the evil deeds, he started to smile, as if she didn't know, but he tries to do only good deeds. Brian acts as he always does. He doesn't care who is standing in front of him. If he feels that he is fighting for the truth, he will stand to the last. One can envy his self-confidence. He has not recognized any authority for a very long time. Of course, Betty came well prepared and also confident in her success. But he asked her not to joke with him and said that she was the only one who had to pay for her evil deeds. After these words, Brian called a real team of wooden warriors to help him. Now we can call it a new technique. With these guys, it will be much easier to fight against a large number of opponents. Betty doesn't look so confident now. She has seen that her people cannot withstand the pressure of the wooden warriors. She started screaming and ordered her assistants to immediately call for help. There were some goblins that looked like ghosts, as if they were half imaginary. These spirits are very evil, and it will be difficult to defeat them with ents, and their number is too large. Brian was lucky that he had managed to buy a small smoking pipe at the store before, although he had no intention of using it now. But in a few seconds, he still absorbed a little tobacco smoke and felt the active component of mandrake. Now his concentration was improved. His sensory and reflex nerves showed maximum power, as well as his muscle tissue. He was very angry and promised that he would not spare anyone today. It's always a pleasure to see this guy's rapid progress, as he was not capable of doing this 6 months ago. But today we can feel its power, and we can talk about its experience a little bit, because this is not his first battle. Nevertheless, Betty smiled and said that it didn't matter how many more wooden boys he could summon. She believes that these entities help no more than a regular toothpick, so she and her people should not be afraid of them. She asked her assistants to summon even more demons and fight incredibly hard. It seemed that they were in control of the initiative in this battle, but suddenly everything did not go according to their plan. It seems that some dark force started fighting them. Most of the bandits started spitting blood and choking. Some could not move at all, and some began to hear strange words and voices in their heads. Even Betty did not understand what was happening, although she had recently enjoyed the initiative in this battle. Brian immediately ran over to her to check on her, even though they were enemies. This smoke is not at all dangerous for him, because it causes a detoxification process with the help of the liver and extracts all the useful components from it. This is all due to the mandrake component in his body, but for his enemies, it is a real poison. Secondhand smoke turned out to be too harmful, and now Betty will remember it for the rest of her life. Although if you look at it more closely, it is difficult to understand whether it will survive until tomorrow morning. As it turned out, this girl always has an ace up her sleeve and is ready to use this advantage at a critical moment. When Betty felt she was on the verge of death, she immediately called her father for help. But very quickly, it turned out that no one today can defeat a warrior named Christopher. Brian could not believe that Christopher was stronger than the Wolf King of Heaven. It's also strange that Betty turned out to be his daughter, as it was believed that she was only his student. Christopher said that he didn't care who the Wolf King was, only that he sinned too much before people. The Heavenly Wolf King laughed at these words and said that he was not as easy to defeat as everyone else thought. He asked us to listen carefully to his words before he killed all these puppies and sent them to hell. Because of Christopher's actions, he will now not spare anyone and will wage a real war here. I realized that this experienced master had begun the process of absorbing not only dead bodies, but also the power of the living people around him. Brian can't understand what is wrong with this warrior, why he is constantly doing bad things and hurting innocent people. It's immediately apparent that he's very strong and he uses terrible songwriting. Even Brian is now starting to panic because he doesn't understand how to stop this tyrant. Brian began to think about using the nine-tailed fox artifact. He's not sure that this will work, but he sees no other way out of this situation. At that moment, Christopher approached him and asked to borrow his sword for a while. Realizing that this guy was really dangerous and a great warrior, Brian decided to trust him in this situation. Now we will finally see what this guy can do in real battles, before that it was usually just talk. His very first attack has already made others respect his martial art. Even Brian did not expect his new comrade to be such a skilled and fierce warrior. Christopher has no right to execute someone who is a celestial, even despite his sins against innocent people. But if we are talking about what the Sky Wolf did to his subjects, this is a completely different matter. Christopher, as one of the Celestials, is ready to take responsibility and carry out the necessary punishment. It seems that he does not care about the consequences and is willing to take risks. It is hard to believe that Christopher was able to defeat the Heavenly Wolf King so quickly. Of course, it looked very cruel, but sometimes good must be cruel to evil. If you are too soft all the time, you can lose an important battle. Thanks to the quick reaction of the general community of Celestials, all the terrorists were arrested. Now we are identifying the people who died and were injured in this battle. Of course, people are now even more dissatisfied with the government's actions, and the news spread very quickly throughout the island. There is also dissatisfaction with the actions of the Celestial community because their response was too slow. Footage from the scene of this event was posted on the internet, and everyone can now understand who the real heroes are by watching this video. If you pay close attention, one of these people in the video might look very familiar. People recognize the guy who, a year and a half ago, flew a huge bird in the city center and saved a woman. The news made Lady Pinakwa angry, and she ordered her assistant to turn off the TV because she couldn't watch it anymore. Christopher realizes that he has caused her a lot of trouble and is upset about it. He doesn't even have the qualifications to prove that he is a celestial being. He made a mistake by coming down to the world of people and doing this. He's ready to take any punishment from the lady, but right now she's focused on Brian. The woman doesn't understand how, after all they've done, he can look her straight in the eye. The guy immediately lowered his head and apologized for his behavior. The lady does not want to say that Christopher's actions were wrong, although she advises him to be more careful in the future. Then she looked at Brian and told him that he should prepare for a disciplinary punishment. The conversation with the Pinakwa lady was over, and the boys were free to go wherever they wanted. Brian immediately returned to his sixth garden as if he hadn't been in this place for 1,000 years. Finally, he can test what he found during the battle with Betty and her bandits. He did not expect that someone would hide these books in a large statue. Perhaps there is some power in this. It looks like it's about the Sage of the Great One. He was called that after his death, the small guy from the family. This was done because he began to suppress the energy of the mountain when he founded a state near it. The one who wrote these words is undoubtedly the King of Sage Great. Brian was able to guess it without the help of the bear. It's said that Sage knows that he has only a short time to live, but he is still not afraid of anything. He worries only because of the thought that his own son will be the first to die, and he will have to see it with his own eyes. It is hard for him to see his son getting weaker and losing weight every day. A long time ago, there was a huge number of people who gave their own lives for the sake of the gods. Before the era of the rule of celestials over humans comes again, people who have not yet awakened their divine basis need to gain strength. They will also need the courage to fight celestials. On a distant island, there are letters called runes, and if you use them correctly, they can show their power and strength. It looks like poetry with enormous power within the words. It seems the king wanted to create power from a language system similar to the tongue of an oracle. This guy's mind was popular even among celestials, and if he had lived 100 years longer, he might have done it. If someone can read and write, they can learn how to activate their power and use the power of runes. The king's last wish was to keep these 28 symbols alive, and he hopes that his work will continue to live on. It seems as if the future that the great king dreamed of so much has finally arrived. These mysterious but very interesting books have fallen into the hands of a young and talented guy, and now it's time to see how he uses them. He quickly began practicing and trying to master this ancient technique. He was shocked to see his true attack technique, as well as its incredible potential and power. It's all about the power that is imprisoned in these words and sounds. The main thing is to pronounce it as in the instructions for people. It says that if you can visualize the words in your head, you can use their power if you say them out loud. As soon as Brian said the word fire in the correct language, he immediately saw a fire in front of him. We need to capture this moment because now Brian is reaching a completely different level of skill. If he mastered all these techniques correctly, he would become incredibly powerful and strong. All this time, the brown bear Guanak had been sleeping peacefully, but now he was woken up by a noise in the street. He can't understand why Brian is trying to burn everything he has at hand. It seems as if the guy doesn't know how to make a proper campfire without the support of a bear, so he decided to have some fun. Brian said that sometimes he wants to go overboard, but he still has to be careful not to burn anything else. He also noticed that the louder he spoke, the bigger the fire became. This means that he needs to speak this word as if it were a god louder if he wants to squeeze out its full potential. Or maybe the louder the word, the more power it absorbs, and the more people say it, the greater the effect. Of course, all this is just a theory in Brian's head, and he will have to find answers to all his questions in the future. Perhaps it's completely different if he creates a long sentence instead of using one word, then the effect will be much greater. He raised his hands up and asked the sky to help him find answers to all these questions. But of course, there were no answers. Because of all his stupid behavior, he didn't notice when a guest suddenly came to visit him. He hasn't seen Carol, also called the wilted flower of the Surah, in person for a long time. The guy immediately started sweating because he realized that she could have been standing there for a long time watching him act like a fool. The most interesting thing about this story is that now she raised her hands up and began to ask the sky to help him. It seems that they are perfect for each other, a family of mentally retarded monkeys. Then the girl laughed and asked him not to worry. She thinks it's normal to behave like that sometimes. When Carol smiles, and she does it sincerely, it seems that nothing else in this world matters at all. In response, Brian began to get visibly agitated and did not know how to react to these words. Was it really love? Finally, the time had come to ask her why she had come here today at all. The girl replied that she had heard that Brian was participating in the heavenly battle, and she also learned about his rapid progress and victory over the floor. Carol also said that she will also participate in the heavenly battle. She went outside to better prepare for this event and better understand all the nuances. But she found something for him. She was supposed to always keep an eye on him, although she didn't do it at all, and it was probably no longer necessary. After these words, she gave him something that looked like a book, and he was allowed to read it because he was participating in the heavenly battle. At first, Brian could not understand anything. He wondered who exactly gave him this gift. The answer was incredibly unexpected because Carol said that his father had given him this gift. Brian immediately began to tremble with anger, looked at the girl carefully, and asked her what kind of man dared to call himself his father. In ancient times, a divine regent descended from heaven to Mount Pektu and gave wormwood root and garlic to a bear and a tiger who wanted to become human. The tiger immediately began to run away after that, but the bear withstood being fed garlic and root in the cave. After that, he turned into a woman named Karen, after which the divine regent and Karen created a new history. This is the most interesting and popular myth among people, and the myth is that Karen was not the legal wife of the regent. Now it turned out that Brian has a father. He is married to the younger princess of the divine regent and lives in the neighboring city of Shenfu. She had finished all her business in this city and was about to return when his father approached her. He said that it would soon be restless and wrote some important things in this writing. That's all he passed on. Brian was pleasantly surprised because he had always believed that his father had forgotten about the family union and had run away. He spent his fortune for his own pleasure, and all his debts were transferred to his mother and grandmother. Despite this, his father did not take the blame, and after that, his grandmother died very quickly. Now it has become clear that this man has probably found a new family. It is not known how he was accepted there, but now he is part of the family of an influential person, so his past family means nothing to him. It turned out that he passed on not only the scriptures, but also a very important object. I opened the box and saw a closed mystical bamboo fan. The scripture in the form of a fan was created to catch demonic animals and evil spirits with its help. A 24-plate fan is considered to be of very high quality, and the more plates, the better the fan is considered to be. This fan has 72 plates. It is not known why the father gave his son something so incredible. This fan was of sufficient quality to absorb a large number of evil spirits. Of course, Brian said he would use it because otherwise he would be the last fool not to accept such a treasure. He began to assure Carol so strongly that he would use this gift that it began to look quite strange. He also received instructions on how to use the fan because otherwise it would be difficult for a beginner to master this technique. In the following weeks, Brian continued to train hard and improve all his skills. One fine day he saw a visitor in his garden, and of course he recognized Christopher at once. Christopher thinks it's incredibly beautiful here, and thanks to Brian, this place will never look like a desert again. Now it's time to talk business. Christopher has come here to ask for something. He wants to make a flute with Brian. History says that the flute brings peace. It appeared after the unification of the forces, but in fact, it was created much earlier. A long time ago, when even the sages could not interfere, the human age was perfect. But without the intervention of the wise men, the dragons from the three seas started a war as if they were expecting it, and there would have been an incredible number of victims. To stop all this suffering, all three states joined forces. That's how an instrument that can be used against dragons appeared. It was called a flute. Since this mom is incredibly strong, they began to impose restrictions on him. Firstly, the flute could not be imported into the country, and secondly, it could not be used against the people of this country. She was entrusted to the force because she is close to the strongest dragon king of the Eastern Sea, but now her whereabouts are unknown. Now Christopher has decided to create a new tool, and Brian needs to know what ingredients are needed because he is the owner of the sixth garden. Since the heavenly battle will soon begin, the borders of the flower garden will weaken, at which time Christopher is going to get the black jade bowl. But if everything really works out, we shouldn't forget that there will be suspicion from the Pinafore lady. We must also remember the possibility of a new war with the dragons, who will immediately want to destroy this flute. But Christopher is ready to take full responsibility for this situation. Probably all this is connected with the past situation when he saw the protests of ordinary people. At the time, he could not believe that the head of this country was killing his own people. This situation affected him too much. We must admit that he is different from other wise men, and that is why Brian is ready to help him. Brian is a man of the people, and the idea that there are people like Christopher makes him very happy. Brian said that he, on the contrary, very much doubted that he would be useful to such a wise man. Christopher immediately started laughing out loud and said that he knew Brian would not refuse to help. He is a really good friend. First, you need to find a place where there is a simple tree that is ideal for making a flute. Soon, the two went in search of such a tree. They could not make a mistake, otherwise the flute would not have its own characteristics. Brian was very surprised to see a whole huge island floating in the air. He didn't know that it was possible to get here through the dump door, but Christopher explained everything right away. The ladies' pavilion is a set of spaces, so if you touch the structure of the formula, you can enter this place. A little while later, a real horse appeared in front of them, as if Christopher had been waiting for it, a horse named Gami. At that moment, Christopher immediately asked his friend to take his hands, and a combat uniform appeared on his body. They got on a horse together and started to move in an unknown direction. Christopher assured Brian that he shouldn't worry or be afraid of anything. Everything would be fine. But so far, it was just words, because as it turned out, they were being chased by huge fish. Not only were there ordinary sharks, but you could also see an octopus and a crab. Because of these monsters, Christopher cannot enter the island. He asked Brian to trust him and try to find the right tree on this island on his own. It quickly became clear that there were plenty of dangerous monsters on this island, so it would be fun. Brian decided to smoke some mandrake again, and this component was immediately absorbed by his body. While brother Christopher is trying to cover for him, we need to finish this task as quickly as possible. Brian immediately felt an unusual aura coming from the two places, and it would be ideal to find a jade bowl there. But in order to find the right items, you have to stay focused, because there are too many scary animals around. These are not ordinary wolves and foxes as in a classic forest, but some mutated animals of large size. He immediately felt that some of the monsters were on a celestial level, or even higher, so he was at a great disadvantage. It was getting darker by the minute, and the monsters around us were getting bigger and bigger. The guy realized that using mandrake again would not help, so he had to invent something new. Monsters will not wait for him to choose the right tactics, they will attack right now. But Brian is sure that his father's gift will come in handy in this critical situation. His attack was really incredibly impressive, fast and powerful. This was enough to defeat a large number of reptilian monsters, but then it got even more interesting. As it turned out, Brian decided to call for help from something else very interesting. He was always carrying a guanac with him, so now he can take advantage of its strengths in this difficult moment. He asked the brown bear to turn into a bigger monster and help destroy these reptiles. Brian enjoyed watching the guanacos kill all those little rats. Now it is clear that he is not called the mountain fire deity for nothing, but this is not his true image either. Now it's time to talk a little bit about Mount Guanak. It has a mountain peak shape that looks like fire, and that makes it a volcano. The ancestors believed that fires would be easy to ignite in the capital, overlooking this mountain. To extinguish the fire, a pond was dug and a bronze statue was installed on the top of the mountain. And for hundreds of years, it stopped the energy of Mount Guanak. Suddenly, the big reptiles started running away. And it's not surprising that they run away where they feel strong energy. Besides, this black jade ball probably eats more than half of the island's nutrients. The bear and Brian followed the direction of the reptiles and saw where the ugly guys were running. Soon, Brian finally saw what he had been searching for, a black jade bowl. Meanwhile, the bear asked to be brought down to the ground, saying that he wanted to fry these nasty rats. It's always a pleasure to watch animals and humans work together as a team, and this symbiosis looks killer. At such moments, you realize that Guanak is indeed a very powerful deity, although when he is in a different form, he looks like an ordinary fluffy toy. He came closer to the jade bowl and realized that his fire was about to have serious problems. The bear began to panic and immediately called for Brian to come and save him. Of course, the ruler of the Sixth Garden, Lady Pinafore, does not abandon his friends in difficult situations. He quickly used his strengths and managed to save the brown bear. They came closer and saw that there was a hette puppy in this place, a blue dog with an interesting ornament on its face. Brian started to ask how many dogs like this there might be around, and the bear replied that they were very vile creatures. It is not uncommon to meet those who have the appearance of a divine beast and, as a mediator, tame such dogs. The reason why the brown bear could only watch and see his energy being sealed was because of one nasty guy. The bear looked at the Hetu and said that this child was about 200 years old. It was strange that he was still called a child. He needs to grow up and learn about the world at this age, and seeing that he cannot resist technology can lead to the conclusion that he has not learned the basics. Brian smiled broadly and assured the brown bear that everything would be fine. The bear immediately began to panic because he realized what the boy was going to do. But it was too late. With his new fan, he began to use a strange technique. In a few seconds, the Hetta dog and the brown bear were trapped in this fan like ordinary spirits. They met inside and finally got to know each other. The encounter did not go well because despite the difference in size, the Hetty decided to attack the brown bear. Brian was very happy and told the two animals that they were perfect for each other. After that, he prepared to pick up all the necessary items and move on. Soon, everything was successfully done, and he and Christopher returned to the pavilion. Everything seemed to end well, but soon, Brian saw that his new friend was seriously injured. Christopher immediately assured the guy that if he rested enough time, his wound would heal quickly. He asked me not to pay much attention to it and said that he had a special gift for the brothers. It can be called a payment for help. Brian really deserves it. It turned out that this garden was protected by twin dragons, so there were difficulties. At first he wanted to keep it for himself, but then he realized that he had to give the dragon pearl to Brian. He asked me not to be too surprised because he believes it is an absolutely fair reward. Whatever his intentions, he must forget about the mercy of his godmother. But we must not forget that if the plan of these two guys is successful and they create a flute, it will be difficult to avoid the wrath of the Panaqua lady. Brian decided to help his friend a little bit to get to his restroom. He promised that soon he would be strong enough to call Christopher his big brother and not be ashamed of it. Soon, the broadcast of the battle for the championship will begin. It will take place on an island in the Eastern Sea. The attitude of these soldiers is surprising even before the battle begins, and it is clear that they are all incredibly motivated. All of them are preparing for a very fierce confrontation and are ready to give everything they have to win. These competitions are different from what happened in the past. Now the winner stays and fights a new opponent. I watched Christopher and saw total confidence in him. He did not show that he was seriously wounded at all. Before the start of the competition, representatives of the sages from each country send greetings to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Through these references, they hope that the Dragon King will understand what it means to hold a competition at sea in the domain of the Dragon King. It is said that this means making a sacrifice, but in any case, preparations for the battle go on without pause. After that, work begins on temporarily filling the sea for the battle, and the two islands immediately become much hotter in a few seconds. You can't see this in real life. It can be called the power of the ancestors. Also, foreign observers of descendants will appear on one part of the island. They are here for a fair trial. They say that along with the inspection, each representative invited a high-ranking official to fulfill their conditions. All of them will be watching for justice and will do their job very carefully. Until a winner is determined, they vow to protect Lady Pinakwa's wealth at the cost of their own lives. There is also a man who speaks for the one. He will judge fairly with all his honesty. Also, until it is decided who won, they swore to protect the 7 swords at the cost of their own lives. At this point, Brian started having problems. He felt a serious resonance. He took with him an object that he found in the house of the ruler of the 6th garden, and this object reacts to the 7-headed sword. This handle is connected to the sword, which is why it reacts to this strong energy. Brian immediately grabbed the object and tried to calm him down and not show him what was in his pocket. The whole process has already been launched, and the competition will begin soon. The broken sword apologized for the behavior of his sword. Sometimes when they meet their opponents, he reacts very actively. Although, of course, he noticed that this was a very strange behavior even for this sword, because despite the fact that it had no owner, it showed such a reaction. If it is really a sword that can match the divine power of a fencer, his level of spirit must be very high. Brian could not take his eyes off this sword. He felt some kind of connection with this weapon. The broken sword can be called a weapon destroyer, a name given to it because its grip is so strong that there is no sword that can withstand it. Even among the ancestors of the Valhalla, he is the owner of a human skeleton with incredible fighting strength. There are too few like him. He is also called a Beowulf. If it were not for the wishes of the Beowulf, the hilt of their swords would probably have jumped out of the treasure chest due to the resonance with the blade. Probably the whole reason is hidden in the fact that Brian was the one who had the hilt of the 7 swords. Our old friend, a warrior named Lee, will fight first. He will have to fight against an opponent called Ahmad, who is at a fairly high level of training. Of course, he has already become a friend to the Lie, so today he will be rooting for him. It turned out that Helen was sitting next to Brian, and she said that it was all a big pity. Brian knows that this girl was a member of the family he saw when he was accepted into his current class. She said that he should watch the fight and understand everything for himself. She hates explaining obvious things. It is unclear why she talks about pity, but soon Brian will be able to personally understand the reasons for her words. Ahmet has already started using his fighting techniques. He looks really powerful and aggressive. Lee must demonstrate his full potential and incredible talent to stop this attack. Of course, he also has enough tools to fight strong opponents on equal terms and not give in to them. Since childhood, this guy has loved constant training, so his progress has reached great levels at a young age. Thanks to his perfect defense, he was able to dodge the attacks of the Ahmed and quickly approached his opponent. It was noticeable that Ahmad was getting nervous. He expected to start the first round much more confidently. But we should not forget that this is only the beginning of the battle, and he is still ready to demonstrate all his strengths. In a few seconds, Brian saw too much blood above his head and got scared. In terms of combat sense and ability, Lee is ahead of his Japanese rivals. But that Japanese representative's power increased too quickly, probably because of additional tools. From the very beginning, the teacher was a traveler who was always leaving, but always returning. Helen doesn't understand why a student was taken if the teacher doesn't have any Dharma tools to pass on. This battle is also a place to test the skills of Korean and Japanese ancestors, a battle watched by people around the world. Lady Pinakwa, in order to restore her family's power, wanted to show the image of a clan that would defeat its Japanese rivals. From the very beginning, Lee was only an assistant, but it turned out that he had no chance in this battle. However, at the moment when it seemed that everything was over, it turned out that this persistent guy was not going to accept his defeat. He almost lost consciousness after his opponent's attack, but he managed to withstand the blow. Of course, his condition now seems very serious. Perhaps the problem was a serious injury he received from the Ahmad. But does this really mean that the Korean Celestial lost the first battle? It is noticeable that he does not have as strong an attacking technique as his opponent. Nevertheless, he realizes that he cannot lose so easily. He has character and will fight to the last drop of blood. In response, the Ahmad just smiles, thinking that his opponent is wasting his time. There have always been levels in this game, and if your opponent is on a different level, it will be difficult for you to stop him. Young Master Lee has always had incredible potential and character, but now he is still not ready to fight the real masters. Although at the beginning of the fight, it seemed that his defense was at a high level, but then he started having problems with endurance. He has a big heart and tried to continue the fight to the last, but his body refused to obey him. Thus, the Japanese delegation won the first battle, and Lee would have to be carried off the battlefield with the help of doctors. Helen thinks that Brian, on the contrary, should be happy about this situation, because it will make him stand out even more. She looked at him and told him that he should try to hold out longer than a lead during the battle. If it plays beautifully and quickly, it will be much better, in which case it will also stand out. After a short pause, Brian replied that he would fight with all his might and assured her that she would not be able to stand out against him. He is confident that he knows he will win this battle and he will be the best warrior. At first, Helen wanted to laugh at these words, but then she changed her mind. This guy is too confident. Maybe he's really strong. Brian will be the next to fight. He is already known to many people for killing Lady Pinakwa's favorite animal. Everyone was interested in watching this guy's actions and wanted to see what he was capable of. According to the rules, he has to fight against the previous winner, that is, against the Ahmad. This guy from Japan is smiling because he is sure that he will fight him again as a too-weak opponent. He was surprised to see that Brian was not ready to defend himself, because he had come here to attack. The Ahmad had never felt such a lightning-fast approach to him in his life, and he missed a very powerful punch to the jaw. It's always a pleasure to watch Brian's inner circle when he breaks stereotypes. Everyone always believes that a beginner without a master will not be able to fight on equal terms against a serious opponent. But today is a completely different story. No one understood what had just happened. Everyone was shocked and couldn't even string two words together. In any case, the judge officially announced that Mr. Brian had won with an incredible handicap. People even began to worry about the Ahmed because he could faint due to blood loss, just like the lie. Oddly enough, Carol was unhappy with his actions because he completely forgot about defense and acted too aggressively. She also couldn't understand how Brian had learned about the fast-moving technique. Christopher looked at his friend and explained to the girl that in his training, Master Brian looks like a bottomless bowl. At this point, Brian took another stimulant, purple acid, calcium, and vitamin D. It helped increase cell strength and blood production, which should help in the future. His performance must continue, but he must not forget about defense, because without defense, a warrior will sooner or later lose. Now he will have to fight against a new opponent, and it will not be an easy ride. This woman from Japan summoned huge iron warriors to her aid. It is done to avoid close combat with the Brian, so it respects his martial arts technique. It is noticeable that his first performance frightened future rivals, but they will not be afraid all the time. She had already seen him fight against the Ahmad, so she was able to analyze his fighting technique and prepare for it. This girl was sure that she had the advantage now and that it would all be over very quickly. That's why she was so surprised when Brian started attacking again. It looks like she's not the only one who can summon big monsters to help her. Her opponent mastered this technique a long time ago. We have already seen these huge wooden warriors fighting, and his puppets always come to the rescue in a difficult moment. He said that he wanted to finish this fight beautifully and activated the song technique. He wants his assistants to sing a battle song, which is a rather strange request. What happened next is hard to take seriously because few people have ever seen a warrior singing songs during a battle. Even the Ents were shocked by their master's behavior. They did not know how to react. It turned out that they were not very good singers, so the wooden warriors decided to fight to the sound of this song. Their opponent did not know how to react to this. Her magic did not help stop their attacks at all. Although she summoned additional puppets, they were powerless against the tree's attacks. Brian was very pleased with the course of events. It was clear that he was in full control of this battle. All the spectators around were shocked, and you can understand them because Brian got his second victory in a row, and he did it instantly. He is not an experienced master and has been practicing martial arts for less than 2 years, so his result is incredible. He used only one technique in the entire battle, so his next opponent is unable to fully appreciate his strength and potential. These competitions are just a show to raise the authority of Lady Pinakwa. She probably hopes that he will become the same victim as Lee. But Brian is not going to play according to her script. He wants to become the main character in this play. Since the 2 Celestials from the Japanese side have lost, the next one to fight will be an incredible Celestial. When people saw Brian's next opponent, some were not just surprised, but began to tremble with fear. It turns out that the shinobi is also involved in the affairs of purgatory, and today he is ready for a fierce battle. The difference in levels between a Celestial and an incredible Celestial is too great. Brian realized that this time he would have to fight an even stronger opponent, and it was noticeable that he was tense. He prepared to attack with the help of his Ents, but they didn't have time to do anything because they were attacked faster. It was such an instantaneous attack that the Ents had no chance to survive and stay alive. Now Brian will personally experience the difference between a celestial and an incredible celestial. Shinobi is a true professional in the world of professional killers, and to joke with him is to insult Satan. All you need to do is lose concentration for a few moments and its sharp knives will slit your throat. The fight started almost a minute ago, and Brian still can't get his act together. He realizes that he must act very quickly and aggressively, but his opponent is too strong. Nevertheless, the Lord of the Sixth Garden must find the strength to adapt to the strengths and weaknesses of the opponent. He activated the technique of songs and turned to the heavenly forces for help. At the beginning of the battle, he almost lost his arm, which was enough to realize the power of the shinobi. Brian will have to come up with a strategy to win, and he can start by asking for help from the Gonakas. This big brown bear was very unhappy to be left alone with a blue dog. That's why he looks too aggressive now and is ready to show his shinobi strength and beat the shit out of him. The bear is absolutely sure that the unknown incredible celestial being will not be able to do anything to him. In addition, his opponent's armor is made of gold, so he is too afraid of the power of fire. The brown bear tried to scare his opponent, but the shinobi doesn't know what fear is. Guanek started celebrating his victory too soon. He said he was going to make the final blow and put an end to it. At the last moment, Brian tried to stop him, but the bear would not listen to him because he wanted to take all the glory for himself. We can call this a good example of underestimating the opponent and what this mistake leads to. Shinobi used the technique of manipulating the shape of the metal and took advantage of the bear's overconfidence. Because of his confidence in his abilities, the Guanek completely forgot about caution. And now it's time to pay for it. His gold began to melt from the fire and bind the bear even more, and now he needs cold energy to cool the metal. After hearing about cold energy, Brian quickly realized what he needed to do. A few seconds later, he released another spirit from his fan, a water blue Hetai dog. Finally, old friends met again, and now they can spend some time in the real world. The audience and reporters were pleased with the performance they were watching. In any case, the television figures will be incredible because this battle will go down in history. The strength of this dog was enough to stop the attack on the brown bear. Of course, it is not difficult to guess that the shinobi was very angry because he was prevented from destroying the enemy. It is easy to see in his eyes that he is not going to give up because he considers defeat too humiliating. Although he looks quite tired, he might still have a few tricks left in him. Brian was ready to continue the battle when someone intervened. Now he is facing a very important person, the master of the sanctuary, Sandra. She said that they should end there, because the main goal of this battle is a peaceful way to resolve the conflict. She believes that it would be wrong to risk the lives of soldiers and watch someone die. Of course, Brian was surprised. He was preparing for the hardest battle of his life, and at the most interesting moment, they are trying to stop it. Not only was he shocked, but his friends also did not understand what was happening. This means that he should not die, because the shinobi is not part of the temple. Most likely, they concluded an agreement under which the Saikashu transferred the sanctuary. The Saikashu is a group of mercenaries that was founded during the era of war between the provinces. Their emblem is a raven with 3 legs. At this point, the pinafore lady had to intervene, and she was also put in an unpleasant position. Realizing that Miss Sandra has decided that the student's life is more important than winning, they will do the same and admit defeat. Brian was shocked. He was a few strokes away from the coveted victory, and now they say he has to admit defeat. A lady came up to him and thanked him for his excellent performance. She thought it was amazing that he managed to reach the 3rd battle. She admits that she had no idea he had such incredible skills and talents. But Brian understands that although she pretends to praise him, she is actually trying to insult him, and she does it loudly for everyone to hear. Brian said that if he had been warned, he would have made the show much more interesting, and the ladies didn't like those words. He realizes that she is very unhappy that he attracts too much attention from ordinary people. But he is also an ordinary man who became a celestial, so he understands perfectly well what ordinary people are thinking. After these words, the guy turned around and walked away. He said everything he wanted to say. The shinobi was watching his actions all this time. This guy was looking at Brian with hatred, but why? As Brian approached his seat, he saw Carol, and she told him that he was doing well and moved over so that he could sit down. The girl was as unhappy with what happened as he was, and both of them can be understood. At first he thought she was not happy because of his personal actions, but she said he fought like a real warrior. In elimination shows, these guys are called the producer's choice, and regardless of their abilities, they will be promoted further. They are willing to do anything for this, and this guy had to show his best to earn a reputation, even if he would have lost. The lady does not want ordinary people to worship her, but she does not understand their nature at all. If we draw a parallel with football, it's like replacing a striker who is still very strong, and the public will support him less. Carol was supposed to come out for the next battle on the Korean side, but suddenly, something like an earthquake started. Soon, people began to panic because they saw a huge tsunami coming. Only a little later did they realize what was really happening. They were visited by people looking for traitors who had rebelled against the royal palace. No one could understand why they were here. It all happened too quickly and unexpectedly. Carol explained that these are the sons of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, with the eldest of them standing in the center. They say that they will not listen to excuses because they want to destroy all those who dared to deceive the Dragon King and the ruler of the Eastern Sea. Only fools can think that they can hide the location of the seven-pointed sword. They are not happy that someone thought they would not know that their treasure was being exchanged far from the main palace. Of course, ordinary people did not understand what the conversation was about. They do not understand Celestials that deeply. The dragon warriors believe that even drowning the traitors would be too light a punishment. But if these traitors handed him a sword blade and began to apologize for what they had done, his father might forgive them. Beowulf and his assistants immediately prepared for a fierce battle. These guys are not used to apologizing. The dragon warriors are waiting for them to answer and make a manly decision. And meanwhile, they take out their weapons. Realizing that they would not be able to reach an agreement peacefully, the dragon's warriors prepared to send them all to the seabed. We must admit that these warriors really look very scary, especially given the support of their dragons. An incredibly fierce and large-scale battle between two different worlds began. Ordinary people who came to watch the competition were unlucky because they found themselves in the middle of a real war. These people did not understand what was happening and tried to find salvation, but it was difficult to do. Brian quickly realized that he could use this opportunity to steal the blade. He saw the Beowulf fighting against the dragon warriors, and he always had a blade by his side. Brian was preparing for a quick mission, and at that moment, he saw that the tsunami was unavoidable. In a few seconds, he, like many other ordinary people and soldiers, found themselves deep underwater. You have to remember that when you are deep underwater, you are in the world of dragons. Although the guy still hasn't found the blade, the resonance process has begun, and the handle feels the blade at a distance. After a few minutes of active searching, he finally managed to seize the opportunity and find the sword. Brian was very happy. Now the main thing is to leave quickly and make sure no one sees it. Very quickly, he found the strength to get out of the water. It would have been dangerous to stay there any longer, but he was unable to grab onto the rock, so he soon found himself back underwater. If one of the parties to the conflict sees that he has a blade, he will be torn apart like a piece of steak. The sword immediately began to pull the guy to the seabed, which means he is in serious trouble if he does not have a life jacket. He needs to get out of the water very quickly, and perhaps the power of the sword can help with this issue. Only now he realizes that this is the purest and strongest energy he has ever felt. Does it really belong to the seven-pointed sword? Probably because this artifact was divided a long time ago, it began to emit so much energy. The most interesting thing is that this energy is beginning to be embodied in Brian, and he feels it perfectly. But there are also problems. This energy is too much for his body to handle. That is why he must release a large amount of this energy and do it right now. Brian was surprised because when he swung his seven-pointed sword, a crack appeared in space. Now he was being sucked in, as if he had created a black hole. Soon he found himself in some unknown space, not in another galaxy. Now the guy is trying to figure out where he is and what to do next. He has never seen anything like this in his life. It is beyond his understanding. He guessed that this imaginary space was formed by a seven-pointed sword. It was as if he had entered another dimension, just like when he passed through the gates of the White Bird Pavilion. He wondered if he started swinging his sword again, would he be able to get back to where he came from? But first, he wanted to explore the place and very quickly realized that he had problems with that. Some unknown force began to attack him. He did not expect this attack and therefore suffered serious injuries. It turned out that someone was waiting for him here, and this enemy was approaching him to deliver another insidious blow. When he got closer to him, Brian realized that he was about to fight the shinobi again. It seems that after his defeat, he was stalking Brian all this time and following him. The shinobi began to speak to him in Japanese, but the Lord of the Sixth Garden does not know this language. Brian chose the perfect moment to use the plant, but the shinobi noticed it in time and blocked his actions. He believes that Brian was just lucky in their personal battle, and now it is clear that he is just a beginner. Brian has a strange base, an attribute of wood rarely found in the world of celestials. The shinobi plucked the plant to eat it, thinking it would give him extra strength, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. It looks like it's just a treacherous trap from Brian. He deliberately slipped poison to his enemy. The Japanese mercenary immediately began to feel incredible pain throughout his body and started screaming. If no one intervenes, there will be 2 corpses in this imaginary space. Brian smiled and said, "You have to be much more careful with plants you've never seen before." It's good advice, but now he has to think about his own health because blood is coming out of his mouth. He tried to get up and return to the real world, but he had too little strength left. He defeated his enemy, but now he cannot stand on his own. He had to call for help, and it's probably not hard to guess who he turned to. Yes, the guanac came to save him again. This big brown bear turned into a man. Guanac said that if Brian takes his medication and starts practicing breathing exercises, he should be fine. But it was clear from the face of this kind bear that he was lying, which is why Brian asked him to tell the truth. It turned out that Dantian had been badly damaged. The situation was really critical, and we needed immediate help. Now it became clear why Brian felt his energy gradually leaving him. The shinobi had deliberately attacked his Dantan. If we do not interfere with this process, its energy will completely disappear, not only its strength, but also its life. This means that there is no other choice. We have to use a secret weapon, but the guanac thinks it is too dangerous. He told his friend that this was not something he could easily and safely handle alone. The pearl he had received earlier contained the energy of the divine, or even the supreme level. In addition, it holds the incredible power of an immigrant who has not yet had time to become a full-fledged dragon. This object is imbued with the perseverance and determination of an emuji and is ready to do anything to evolve into an adult dragon. But will Brian, who hasn't even lived 100 years, be able to cope with such a volume of strong energy? Guanac warned his friend that being swallowed up by this force could mean something much worse than death. He is sure that even Christopher would not have let Brian use this power. Brian knew it was too dangerous, but he had no choice, so he decided to take the risk and apologize to his friend. It turned out that he had called his friend because he was trying to use the pearl by controlling a closed, mystical bamboo fan. Meanwhile, there was a lot of tension in the pavilion of Lady Pinafore. She ordered all her assistants to leave her alone immediately. This woman is in a bad mood today. She was so angry that she was trembling, and she kept saying that she wanted to tear him to pieces. She is angry about the attack of the dragon team because she believes they had no right to attack them just because they are on their territory. All this happened only because of the rumors about the flute, and these thoughts do not give the Penakwa lady peace of mind. She doesn't understand why she helped them if she was stabbed in the back anyway. In any case, the lady is sure that the only one who will suffer losses after this situation will be the dragon's butler, and she will do everything to ensure that. But she also recalled that the dragon team had talked about other treasures besides the 7-pointed sword. Of course, the king of the dragons of the Eastern Sea would not give up his own life for a lie, so they must know something. Now we need to understand where these small blue lizards heard about something like this. She used to think that she could trust the House of Dragons, but now the situation is changing very quickly, and she needs to be constantly ready for it. Her plan was simple. She wanted to make Helen a new hero, but nothing came of it. However, it's not time to be discouraged yet, because thanks to Christopher, all is not lost, and we should look forward to new opportunities. Almost everyone on national television is talking about the new hero who saved the country. Lady Penakwa knows about it, and she is sure that soon the entire Eastern Sea will bow before her. Now back to the main character. After a long sleep, he finally opened his eyes and tried to get up. Brian felt his head hurt and tried to understand what had happened and how long he had been unconscious. Apparently, his Dantian recovered very quickly, but it doesn't matter now because he has grown horns. He did not expect such a plot twist at all. These horns resemble animal horns. In addition, he immediately felt that his senses had become so acute that he could feel the temperature of the environment. His body has also become incredibly clean. Perhaps all this is a side effect of that pearl. Judging by this house, his clothes, and the state of his body, someone has been taking care of him all this time. Brian immediately began to think that it was the guanac who had been doing it all along, because he was the only one who was there at the last moment. He doesn't know what this place is. The last thing he remembers is using a mystical bamboo fan, absorbing the pearl and creating a barrier. Of course, for this he had to call his friend for help, and he probably stayed with him and took care of him all this time. A little while later, Brian found the strength to stand up and started calling out to the guanac very loudly. He took a few steps and went outside, and when he saw the forest, he was shocked because he did not understand how it was possible. It seems as if he really created a barrier of plants around it. But how much time has passed that they have grown so much? When he looked at the other side of the territory, he saw that there were not plants everywhere. These looked like some recent footprints. Maybe the guanak was fighting with someone while he was resting. But wherever this funny bear is now, the smell of fire can still be felt around. Brian felt that someone was near him and trying to get away from him, and a game of hide and seek immediately began. The guy realized that it could be important, so he tried to show his maximum speed. But when he ran even closer, he was surprised to realize that he was in a sanctuary. It seems that a brown bear used to live here, although he never seemed to talk about it. Soon, the celestial being saw a huge head in front of him. Recently, this dog has grown to a huge size, but for some reason he treats Brian too aggressively. Perhaps all this happened because he grew horns and now he is part of nature. In any case, the blue hetty is ready to attack and cut off his head, so you have to act quickly. At the last moment before the dog attacked, Brian activated something similar to a plant defense, a technique he had used before. The blue dog's attack was incredibly powerful, but even this was not enough to break through the defense. A little while later, Brian finally realized his new skills and decided to show them to the header. He turned into a huge green dragon and told the dog that it was not nice to attack his master. The dog immediately began to tremble because he realized that he was just a small rat against the dragon. He fell on his back and began to pray to the dog god in the hope of staying alive. After that, Brian turned back into a human because his dog was too small and he had to show strength to make it obey him. Now they are finally friends and have nothing to fear. Even though Brian swallowed the pearl, his abilities have not changed much. Perhaps this happened because a lot of his energy was spent on restoring his inner strength? A little later, the boy saw things that belonged to him. Probably the brown bear had saved them for him. Inside his treasure pouch, he saw something. It seems he hadn't had this item before. He does not know what the text is. It is written in Japanese, and it may belong to a shinobi. He's been very lucky lately, first finding a book of runes, then a mystical bamboo fan, and now a hidden shinobi scroll. According to what the guanaku said during the battle, there are few shinobi warriors who wear the emblem of the enemy with 3 legs, also called saikashu. It seems as if this scroll was written by the followers of a Japanese crow with 3 legs. Brian also found the clothes worn by the shinobi, and the bear probably decided to leave it as a souvenir as well. The guy quickly remembered that these clothes could change shape with the help of gold energy, so it could be useful. Brian immediately put on this suit because it can increase his level of protection. A little later, he heard strange sounds coming from the side where the traces of the battle remained. He approached the area and realized that he was not alone. There is some kind of battle going on there, as if these guys are trying to break the barrier. It was immediately obvious that they had blue skin, large bodies, and red hair, but where did they come from? And of course, Brian couldn't help but notice the mace they were using to try to break this barrier. This weapon looks the same as the mace given to him by the brown bear. These guys are also wearing strange helmets. Only now Brian was able to realize that he was facing a real goblin and that they might meet for the first time. He did not expect to find goblins in the space of the 7-pointed sword, as it was probably their territory. That's why they're trying to break the barrier, because Brian has entered their land. Soon they will fulfill their plan, so he has to do something to stop them. Brian has never had any problems with interesting ideas, and he is a great strategist even in critical situations. Soon he appeared in front of them, greeted them, and told them his name. The goblins were surprised by his impudence, especially after he demanded to see the boss. Very soon, Brian was able to meet the goblin boss personally. His name was Joseph. The goblin boss immediately started talking aggressively to the unknown guy, saying that he wanted to see the owner of the sword immediately. They know that this place is difficult to get into. Only the owner of the sword can open this space and enter it. If Brian doesn't answer him now, Joseph will cut off his head. But why would he want to own a sword? The other goblins think that there is nothing wrong with telling this guy the truth. That is why Joseph said that he has long dreamed of taking revenge on the owner of the sword. The king promised that he would soon come with a sword that would be worthy of becoming their leader's mate. But this man never came. All the details of this story are unknown, but it is clear that a new owner of the 7-pointed sword was to come here. The promise was never fulfilled, and the former leader was seriously upset and soon fell ill. That is why goblins believe that the owner of the sword should be severely punished. They plan to take him to the leader so that he can cut off his head with his own hands. Brian listened carefully to the story and decided to change the topic of conversation. he started asking questions about the brown bear. It turned out that the goblins had ordered him to get out of here, but he didn't listen to their advice, so the leader came and personally grabbed him. Although Brian was very angry that his friend had been captured, he immediately calmed down, because now he knew where the guanak was, so he could save him. After that, the guy calmly said that he was the new owner of the seven-pointed sword, so he was now the boss of the goblins. Of course, these guys didn't believe him, and said that he would die from the first blow as he was not worthy to be the owner of such a sword. They called him too weak a sissy, didn't even look like he'd ever studied martial arts, and of course they said he looked like a woman. They wanted to make him take off his pants to confirm his gender. It was too much. In any case, if he can open the passage, he can get out of here, and if Brian doesn't interfere, they'll let him live. These sons of bitches have no idea who they're dealing with, and now he's going to show them what the Lord of the Sixth Garden is capable of. We shouldn't have underestimated him, because only with the help of a fan can he summon a real monster to help him. As soon as the blue dog appeared, it immediately spat an unknown red liquid at the goblins. They could not understand anything, immediately began to panic, and immediately ran back. It was a good idea, but it should have been done much earlier because now it was too late. If they don't get up and start talking to him right now, he will make the dogs spit red bean porridge at them again. Hearing this, the goblins began to panic even more than before, as if they hated red beans. All they could do was to fall to their knees and beg him to stop and calm down, ready to obey all his orders. It's time for a conversation, and Brian wants to know if they really have such a strong and powerful leader. It turned out to be true, and he was probably the only one who could defeat the guanak. Maybe they know some other information, and if he finds out that they are hiding something, he will make them suffer a lot. The goblins told us that their leader also has a shield made of golden gourd, but what power does it have? It turned out that there was no point in asking these questions because the leader felt that his people were in danger and came to their rescue. Now we will see what the strongest goblin warrior is capable of and meet him personally. It turned out that the leader of the goblins was a woman. Although she was also a goblin, she looked much better than the men. The chief's name is Nancy. She came to see what was going on here and realized that her people were real fools. She's ready to punish them and lock them up for 10 years. Yes, this woman is very cruel. By the way, the goblins have a rather interesting prison. She imprisoned them in her flask like a genie. Brian was immediately curious about Nancy's strength, and at first she had to try the red bean porridge. He thought that she would be as afraid of this attack as her soldiers, but this woman looked very calm. At the last moment, she realized what was about to happen, but it was enough to dodge it. Such obvious attacks do not frighten Nancy at all. Perhaps her soldiers are too stupid, but she is completely different. She summoned some unknown goblin spirits to help her and immediately prepared to attack. Brian was surprised, but still thought it was not a very threatening ability. He felt he could easily defend himself. Of course, the goblin leader is very strong, and in order to defeat her, you will have to do your best. Brian is ready to use all his strengths to taste victory in this battle. He's not going to fight alone either. He has enough spirits to help him in this battle. A very interesting confrontation awaits us. The goblin leader must win and defend her territory. But today, she will meet something very strong. These creatures from another world have come to win. Now Brian and Nancy are like captains leading their brave army. I would like to see a battle between them and see what this woman with red hair is capable of. She looked like she was completely happy with what was happening, and Nancy probably hadn't had this much fun in a long time. In this territory, goblins have already defeated all their enemies, so they rarely have to fight. Brian quickly realized that you can't win with the first attack. It's not that simple. It was then that he decided to recall a conversation with a brown bear when they talked about goblins. Theoretically, goblins can create anything with this wood, although this is not entirely fair. Yes, this is their main ability, to embody images from their brains, but goblins don't think much about their fantasies. They can't imagine something specific, but act instinctively. In addition, from the moment they are born, goblins already have quite strong physical strength and a strong body. If they had a little more intelligence, they could have conquered the whole world. But in reality, things are not so perfect, which is why they have only conquered their own territory. Of course, the leader is completely different from the others. Her level of imagination is much higher, so her capabilities are also better. In other words, Nancy is on a completely different level. Het is still coping, but Brian cannot get close to the leader. He needs to come up with a plan to win. Maybe he needs to use a protective barrier. Because he was so busy thinking about strategy, the guy forgot about defense, and Nancy took advantage of it. She is surprised that he finds time to be distracted from the fierce battle. Now Brian is trying to concentrate again. The main thing is to use his strength to not lose this battle. He decided to use the shinobi technique to break the distance between them. It was a perfect decision made in a critical situation. It seems that Nancy is enjoying herself during the battle. She probably hasn't experienced such feelings for a long time. The leader ordered her goblins to attack without stopping. With their pressure and physical properties, they must pinch the enemy. Brian immediately felt their physical attributes, and every minute of this confrontation was becoming more difficult for him. If he does not immediately come up with a plan to win, he will be forced to accept his defeat. Nancy laughs right in his face. When they started fighting, she expected much more from him. During this time, she had already gotten hungry, so she apologized to the guy and said it was time to end it. Of course, if he kneels down and begs for rescue, she might consider letting him live. As soon as he starts screaming, she can lock him in her vase, just like that bear. She hopes that now he will finally start screaming, because this woman probably doesn't know who Brian is very well. He doesn't understand what's so funny about this story, because the real fun will come later. It turned out that his favorite ents were behind him. These wooden guys had not helped their master for a long time. If you look closely, you will realize that they came here with special gifts for the goblins. Finally, Mrs. Nancy has lost her smile, and she probably doesn't find it as funny as she used to. Red bean porridge is the Achilles heel of goblins, and now even we will know about it. Nancy began to tremble visibly and could not think of what to do. She could only scream. It was quite a comical situation. She was waiting for Brian to start screaming that he was trapped. But at the last moment, she started screaming herself and thus fell into her own trap. Taking this vase, Brian asked his friend the bear to come outside immediately. The brown bear must have been dreaming of being free for a long time. He knew that his friend would save his life. This reunion is very nice to watch, although the bear thinks that Brian deserves to be punished. Because of him, the guanak was forced to play the role of a house pet, and he stayed there for more than 100 days. Brian went up to Nancy and asked her team where the seven-pointed sword was now. She looked at him carefully and said that he was too small. His shoulders were narrow and everything was too small. The guy started shouting that size doesn't matter, although it was obvious that he was very pleased to hear it. After that, Nancy stood up and agreed that size doesn't matter at all. And my mother always said the same thing, even though she always thought it was nonsense. She recognized that Brian had won. He seems to be quite intelligent and a nice guy, so she made a decision and wants him to be her husband. Not only was Brian shocked by this proposal, but the brown bear thought he heard it too. Brian asked his friend what was happening now because he was losing touch with reality. It was as if he hadn't listened to the whole story the goblin was telling. Suddenly, Brian remembered that the goblin had told them that a man with a sword would come to them and would be worthy of becoming a match for their leader. This person never came at the right time, but it seems as if the goblins kept waiting for him. Now everything is coming together perfectly. Brian has come with a seven-pointed sword, meaning he has to marry Nancy. Of course, now he cannot believe that this situation happened to him. The bear tried to calm him down and told him that he would take care of the ceremony, but this did not calm the boy down. He said that the person who was supposed to come with this sword had died a long time ago, and that Nancy was the daughter of the previous leader. But she thinks differently and wants him to really become her husband. Brian tried to calm himself down and began to write about the location of the sword. If she doesn't tell him this information soon, he will make her eat only red bean porridge until she explodes. He believed that this plan would work sooner or later because he knew how much the goblins hated red beans. But Nancy said they could do whatever they wanted to her, but she would not give him the sword until they had 3 children. After these words, the woman fainted, as if Brian was using a completely wrong method. I explained to my friend that goblins are very stubborn creatures, and it is difficult to come to an agreement with them. He still can't understand if there is a reason why Brian can't marry this beautiful woman. It seems that the goblins were ambushed here because only the young ones remained, which is probably why they do not realize their power. Even the golden gourd used by the chief is a treasure of the highest rank. If they really have such an object, then this clan must have a very interesting history. Since Brian is a celestial, he can live for several hundred years, but in 100 years, the goblins will become strong, and he will have problems. Although it can happen at any time, even tomorrow, the goblins can never be underestimated. Instead of intimidating them, it was decided to try to bend them to our will. But how to do it right? Soon, Nancy regained consciousness. She quickly realized that she was tied up. At first, the woman began to panic, believing that Brian was up to no good. But then I was very surprised when I saw something very tasty in front of me. It was at this moment that Brian appeared next to her with his friend Guanak. Nancy kept screaming and said that no matter what he did to her, she would not say anything until they were married. But this did not bother Brian at all. He said he did not think about it at all and was going to eat a delicious lunch. After these words, he did not pay any attention to the goblin at all and enjoyed his meal. It quickly became apparent how difficult it was for Nancy to watch. Brian constantly made it clear that he really enjoyed this dish. He loves the combination of soybean paste and rice cakes. Soon, Nancy started shouting that she wanted to try this delicious dish too. She almost didn't stop and kept screaming, and in a few seconds the guy decided to satisfy her hunger, partially. The chief liked it very much, but she was hardly satisfied after eating only one pie. Soon, Nancy began to beg for another portion, and she started screaming again. It's not hard to guess that this is exactly what Brian was expecting, and it would have been nice to see his expression. After that, he took out a full plate of food and poured it all into his mouth. Nancy immediately started screaming and calling him a horrible person. She wasn't going to give up on the marriage because of that. It turned out that there were 2 more rice cakes left. Probably Brian had left them for dessert. Nancy wanted to taste it so badly that she was ready to forget about her 3 children. Just one son and daughter would be enough. The ram continued to ignore her words. He ate 1 pie, so only the last one remained. At that moment, it was very difficult to watch Nancy's reaction. She was ready for only 1 daughter. But it didn't work on Brian at all. He calmly took out the pie and ate it. Nancy had a hysteria. It was the last straw for her character. She started crying and begging to become his wife, probably ready to give up her children. This is exactly what the guy expected. He agrees to marry her, but only when he wants to, because now he can't do it. I must admit that he is too cruel. A little later he said that he is ready to get married only in 100 years, but he thinks that this is not long. After saying that, he held up corn cakes to her face and said he would tell her how to cook and grow the ingredients. This wedding gift is perfect for Nancy. She said she would agree to anything. Thus, all the conditions were very quickly discussed, and the Celestial very quickly found a common language with the goblin. Nancy took out a large chest and said that it was a very beautiful object that she had received from her mother. After that, she asked the brothers to wait a few minutes until she found what she needed. When she got what she was looking for, Brian could not understand what she was offering him for a long time. This is a pine cone, probably referring to the pine cone from the fairy tale about a good old man who met a goblin and exchanged the pine cone for treasure. It felt like real flesh to the touch, but Nancy kept saying that it was a very useful thing. According to rumors, the main character of this fairy tale was a famous singer of the time. Usually, goblins always give people what they want so badly, but in return, they take away their greatest talent. In this regard, goblins are very honest in their desires. They have invented a method that allows them to give and take even such non-material things as talent. People would not give something like this away so easily, and of course no one wants to give away their talent. These cones are proof that a person who has faced difficult situations has decided to exchange their talent for help. The bear assured him that it was a very important thing and ordered him to stick it to himself. Her grandmother told Nancy that she received these items long before she came to this continent. It was time to study history, because the bear also began to talk about these ancient times. He also told us that the owner of these cones was a doctor who was the subject of many legends. He was known for his skills in making medicines and his knowledge of acupuncture. When he was traveling around the world, a powerful man forced him to treat a serious illness and then grabbed the doctor and imprisoned him. In fear for his family, he gave his cone to his grandmother in exchange for her hiding them. But who was the doctor? So far, there is no answer to this, but there is a story about the owner of another big shot. He was a professional martial artist and an excellent horseman, but his vanity ruined him. He took his beloved woman to the battlefield, and when the situation got out of control, he gave his cone to have his woman rescued. It is strange that he even took his beloved woman with him to the battle. It was the first and last time he sacrificed something for another. This story characterizes the history of this warrior well, and Brian should learn from such stories. After the conversation was over, Nancy stood up and said she was ready to begin. Brian and Guanek didn't mind, although they couldn't understand what she was saying. At first, they thought it didn't matter, but when Nancy picked up a huge mace, they realized that this was not exactly according to plan. Brian tried to ask her what she was going to do, but it was too late. She hit the guy on the head with all her might, but he didn't feel much pain at all. This was the very process that Nancy talked about a lot, and now a lot has become clear. Although Brian doesn't feel any changes at all, the girl said that when the time comes, he will be able to use his talent. Now she doesn't want to waste time on idle talk. She wants to eat everything left. When she left Brian with the very sword he had come to get. Usually, treasures of this level have self-knowledge, but this sword looks too confident, even though it is an inanimate object. The bear noticed that the attribute of the Brian's base is wood, so the boy will have to work hard. Each element has opposites, so the 7-pointed sword has the opposite attribute of metal for the Brian. Of course, first you have to try to use this sword, although the result may not be expected. I picked up this weapon and immediately felt incredible tension in every cell of my body. It was very difficult for him to restrain himself from letting go of the sword. The governor warned him about it. Anyone who knows this guy well understands that he is not going to back down halfway. After a while, even the brown bear realized that this guy was starting to change. Usually you can see a smile on his face, but now he looks incredibly aggressive. Finally, the sword calmed down and accepted its new owner as Brian had to prove his strength. Of course, the Gwanak had heard stories about people who became celestials and could conquer an opponent with their willpower alone. But he did not expect that Brian would be able to conquer the ultimate sword, which already characterizes him as a very talented warrior. Brian also did not expect that he would have the desire and confidence to conquer the sword. Is it really a martial arts master's talent? The guy smiled and said that now it was time for them to go back, because they had already spent too much time here. After spending a long time in the imaginary space of the sword, the heroes were happy to return to ordinary civilization. Now they can enjoy what they were so used to before. Brian and Gwanak decided to stop at an internet cafe to have some fun and relax. From the beginning, they planned to go straight to Gwanakson, but the driver said they had too much energy, so he would have to drop them off halfway. After the first use of the sword, Brian was full of energy, but then he felt that he had almost no energy left. In the battle with this girl, he spent a lot of energy, so I had to stop in a town not far from this mountain. Nancy wanted to go with him because she has a great sense of responsibility, but Brian refused to help and promised to return. More than 7 months have passed since the battle in the Eastern Sea, but people do not stop talking about it. This is probably due to the unexpected invasion of the sons of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, which is rare to see. Many people began to accuse the dragon's butler of interfering in their own affairs, but the dragons did not agree. A month later, the Dragon King began to justify the actions of his sons, and then he apologized and said he was wrong. Of course, both sides of the conflict knew that these were just empty words. Also, no one could understand why the dragons of the other seas did not comment on this situation or show their position. Surely they are not on the side of the Eastern Sea at all. It seems as if they are ignoring these dragons. Although the 3 Dragon Kings do not communicate well with each other, they still always unite when they encounter humans or celestials. It is illogical that they are leaving this situation without their attention this time, as if they are to blame for it. According to rumors, the Beowulf informed the masters that he would stay on the Korean peninsula and would certainly take part in the war in the East Sea. This probably has something to do with the oath he took many years ago. This warrior is strong enough to drown out the resonance of a 7-pointed sword with one blow. Brian must be very careful because this master will be looking for this sword. Now the Eastern Sea is completely cornered. People talk about them too badly. After the time for internet games was over, Brian said they should go to Mount Gwanakson. He is now considered either to have been with him or to have died, so if he returns unharmed, it will raise suspicions. That's why he wants to calmly observe this situation from the outside, and he has a peach tree to take care of. The bear also wants to get to this mountain to check the condition of its main body. He has been worried for a long time that he has stopped feeling the energy of his body since they entered the place where the goblins live. He hoped that the connection with the body would be restored when they returned, but something must have happened to this body. So it turns out that more than 7 months have passed since the connection with his body was broken, which is very important. But he only said this now. Brian immediately grabbed his friend and told him that they had to go to Mount Gwanakson immediately. The decision was made in a second, and soon they were both on their way. When they got closer to the peach tree, they saw that huge bees now lived there. It is still difficult to understand how these insects were able to penetrate the peach tree barrier. It doesn't look like the barrier has become weaker. Perhaps it wasn't the bees that broke through the barrier, but the tree that called the bees. Gwanak saw a pile of leaves in front of a tree, which usually never happens here. He began to rummage through the letter and saw something shocking. That is his own body. Then, even stranger things began to happen, because at that moment, the bees became 100 times bigger than I usually am. It is unclear what caused these insects to mutate, but we need to act very quickly and aggressively. In order to protect his own life, Brian used the shinobi technique, a skill he had already mastered quite well. This should be enough to stop these huge mutants. The shinobi technique attacked the bees very quickly and forced them to retreat. On the one hand, this technique really helped a lot, but the problem is that there are too many bees. While some insects retreated, others continued to attack. Even iron cannons cannot cope with so many opponents, so we need to come up with something urgently. At critical moments, the Guanak always feels confident, which is probably why he is a legendary deity. Its fire was enough to roast these huge bees, and they are easy to kill with fire. He probably didn't think at all that he could hit a peach tree in a bee nest with this fire. If this really happens, it will lead to huge problems, and it will turn out that he has only made things worse with his help. We need to find a safe way to stop the dangerous bees very quickly and not hurt the tree. Looking at these insects more closely, Brian couldn't understand why they were dying if they had no wounds. Finally, the guy realized what he had to do. He called his friend and told him to stop immediately. After that, Brian started throwing some strange objects at the tree. In this way, he activated the protective barrier, and at the last moment, together with the bear, managed to go beyond the barrier. Guanak still can't understand where these huge bees came from. There is a story in which the Golden Queen of Bees grew something called a bonga on a mountain. The Golden Queen of Bees is a sorceress in Chinese mythology, and she is also known as the inventor of the elixir of immortality. The bear said that it had been too long since they had seen her last, and there was no reason for her to show up now. The peach tree is a symbol of youth and immortality, a tree of life, so there is a reason. Perhaps there were still bees alive from that moment. They could have lived elsewhere. But then they came when they smelled the peach tree. This theory does have a right to life, but it is not important now. The guys have already figured out how to get rid of the bees, and there is no more smoke after the fire, so they can go inside. It must be done very carefully because they may still be in danger. Fortunately, they are very lucky that there are no more problems with the bees, which means that they can taste their juicy honey. Guanak immediately explained to his friend that this was not classic honey. It was full of yang energy. If you eat this delicious delicacy, your whole body will be filled with strength. Even though this honey was made on a peach tree, it has the smell of ordinary honey. Brian was very attentive and found the honeycomb with larvae. If they are still alive, they need to be moved to another place. There are a lot of useful substances here that can help in future progress, and I'm very curious what effect this honey will have. Having tasted this delicacy, the boy's body immediately absorbed royal jelly. His head began to clear and his body was filled with strength. Now his ability to progress has increased, but it turned out that the honey was not sweet at all. The brown bear was very attentive and noticed that his friend's head started to glow, so all that was left was to add a halo. His horns were also in place, and it was hard to get used to this new attribute. The Guanak had never seen these horns before, so when he saw them for the first time, he almost died of fear. Brian explained that this happened after he swallowed a pearl, but the bear said that this one could not be related. A person will not turn into a bear if he eats beef soup for 3 days, so there must be another reason. Brian also said that something else strange appeared on his body. He noticed it when he was changing clothes. The guy thinks it could be because of the dragon pearl, but it's not that simple. Dragons are creatures born from water, but after years of training, they are reborn. The natural strength of a person is completely different, and people use other methods to become stronger. Brian became a dragon, although he was a human before, and it's quite difficult to comment on this. Guanak looked at his friend and said that he had become a real monster, although it was not obvious at first glance. Now it will be very difficult for him to live like an ordinary person. If he could turn back the clock, he would not touch this pearl. Nevertheless, the dragon's horns and scales have their advantages, and it is immediately noticeable that as soon as the boy ate the honey, the parts of the dragon in his body grew. If he were an ordinary person, he would not get any special advantages, and maybe one day he will even become a real dragon. Brian looked at the honey again and thought that he needed to eat more of it to get the effect. If you leave the larvae alone, they will eventually grow up on their own, and when this happens, you can collect more royal jelly. While these larvae are growing, Brian can spend his time learning new techniques. He was very lucky because the first elixir he ingested was a Gong King extract, which meant that it had the energy of nature inside it. At the beginning, Brian had an unclear foundation, but after learning the techniques, it changed. Because of this, he had to absorb elixirs that have the attributes of a tree, and this was not very effective. So, if he starts learning techniques with other attributes, He may be able to absorb other elixirs. It's a pretty interesting idea, but first we need to find other techniques, which shouldn't be a problem. During this time, Brian has already found a lot of valuable information that he now has time to study. If they will have to hide for some time anyway, it is better to use these opportunities to train. Brian decided that the shinobi technique would be the perfect place to start, and it would be easier to get started. He already has 3 items that have the attribute of metal, including a 7-pointed sword. Everything seemed to be going well, but it turned out that Brian was upset about the jade bowl because he couldn't get it. These thoughts have not left his mind for a long time, so he thinks about a potential way to contact Christopher. The brown bear doesn't understand why the boy is worried about this and why he failed to get the jade bowl. He asked his friend to learn to look at the world from a broader perspective so as not to worry about small problems. He knows what a flute is, and he realizes that even if he gets this item, all the items will not be solved in a few seconds. That is why he explains to Brian that there is no need to risk his own life for the sake of other lesser-known people. He does not consider Christopher to be a stranger to him. They have already gone through some difficulties together and become close friends. Guanek believes that Brian is still too young and should act carefully. You can always find someone who will do everything for you. From these words, Brian immediately realized that this bear knew how to help him, but he had been silent about it all this time. The bear believes that even if his friend gets this treasured flute, he will still not use it and will give it to Christopher. But Brian began to convince him that this was not the case at all, and he wanted to keep the flute. He doesn't understand why he should give such an important and precious object to another when he can use the flute against the Dragon Palace. After a short debate, the bear agreed to help, and Brian was incredibly happy to hear that. The master the bear wants Brian to meet is called Gene, and he's been working with his older sister and nephew for a long time. After that, the bear told him that they had to get to Mount Kuvol, which is not well known, so Brian had never heard of it. Of course, there is a small problem. This mountain is located in North Korea, which means that we will have to go a long way. The bear also said that his sister had no name. He, as the spirit of the mountain, inherited her name, but his sister is not a spirit. Then he began to talk about his nephew. His name is Wang, and he is a very respectable person. Together with Lady Pinakwa, he was one of the 3 leaders who ruled the entire Korean peninsula. Soon after, the friends traveled to North Korea. Brian never thought he would end up here. But when he saw this mountain with his own eyes, he realized that it really deserved to be called the sacred mountain of his people. At this point, the Guanak took on the form of a human again, accompanying his friend and making sure he didn't get into trouble. Soon they finally reached the place they had been searching for so long, and it was really beautiful. The huge stone statues began to talk and said they were not ready to let uninvited guests in. At that moment, the Guanak began to speak. He said to tell the water to pass on to his sister that a brown bear from Mount Gwanakson had come. The statue asked to wait for a while, but the bear ordered it to move faster and take off its disguise. All this time, Brian thought his friend was just an ordinary bear, but now this guy looks incredibly noble. A little later, he started thinking about disguises, but only now he became interested in his friend's words. Strangely enough, despite the heavy rain, there were still many people outside in this village. It seems as if they enjoy the rain, as they realized that it is just a part of nature. It was especially nice to watch the children playing and trying to catch up with each other. This village is hidden behind a barrier, which is why Brian began to think that all the people here are celestials. The brown bear immediately explained that this was not entirely true. Before they hid themselves from the world, they accepted those who wanted to stay. One of the conditions was that all rights to life and death would belong to the Wang, and these people are the descendants of the earliest settlers. Soon the 2 guests were met by young warriors, and they immediately greeted the brown bear. Guanek was quite relaxed and confident, and he began to ask them about his sister's whereabouts. He was told that she was already waiting for him and began to ask questions about the person who came with him. Guanek said that he was his servant and could be trusted, so after these words, they were calmly invited to the settlement. People here do not pay attention to the weather conditions, they enjoy life at any time. It turned out that the brown bear's sister was in a cave at the very end of the village. Brian couldn't understand why she should live here when there was a big, beautiful palace not far away. Soon she came out to meet them, and it turned out to be a rather young and beautiful girl named Lisa. First of all, she thanked her assistants because they were very busy, but they brought her younger brother to her anyway. The assistants replied that it was just their job, and soon they said they had new tasks and left. The sister and brother have not seen each other for a long time, and you don't have to be too attentive to realize how much they resemble each other. Probably, if they both turn into a bear, it will be almost impossible to distinguish them from each other. After a short pause, Lisa finally began to act like a real sister and hugged and kissed her brother. She said that he hadn't come to visit her for too long and that he should be punished for that. In any case, he has come a long way to meet again, so now it's time for a good rest. After this hug, the guanak immediately fell asleep, and Brian thought that his sister had done something bad to him and grabbed for his weapon. But Lisa immediately reassured him and explained that she had put her younger brother to sleep for a while. She hopes that she did not scare the boy with her behavior, because this child is her only relative left from the old days. And now she looked at Brian more closely and saw his inner strength and dragon spirit. Naturally, Lisa wants to know why the unknown dragon claims to be her younger brother's servant. Finally, he took off his mask completely and said that he was not really a dragon. It would be more correct to call him a monster. Lisa invited him to take shelter from the rain and have a quiet conversation in a pleasant setting. Guanak continued to enjoy a sweet dream while his friend told him about their long journey. Lisa listens to him, but she is still worried about one nuance she heard. Brian told her absolutely everything, even how he became a celestial. So does he think she's heard too much? The guy replied that he was not worried about it at all. The guanak was well aware of his current situation. Despite all these nuances, he still brought her to this village to his sister, although he had to hide his identity. This can only mean one thing. The brown bear trusts Brian and his sister, and that's what matters. After that, the sister said that the person they were looking for so actively was not here, and Brian did not expect this at all. She explained that this person has not lived in this village for a long time because he does not like places with many people. Since Brian was taking care of her younger brother, the genie will make a flute for him if you prepare a small gift for him. Brian wasn't too worried about anyone. He felt that everything was going much better than he expected. But if the genie hasn't lived in this village for a long time, then the guanak must have known about it. But why did they come here? Lisa decided to explain this nuance, saying that she knew her younger brother, so he probably wanted to ask Brian to stay here. The boy could not believe that the brown bear had really brought him here to ask him to become a part of this village. To be more precise, the guanak must take the throne, which will soon become vacant, because he is a full-fledged member of the clan. Brian immediately remembered the bear's words about the Eastern Sea being ignored. Was this a conversation about the throne of the Eastern Sea Dragon King? Lisa did not respond to these words, but it was clear that this was what she had been hinting at all along. In parallel with these events, other important characters continued to live their lives. Lady Pinaqua decided to meet Christopher and talk to him in person. She looked at him and realized that something was bothering him. Did he not like the gathering of leaders? The lady always thought that this guy would want to become a captain during the offensive on the Eastern Sea. When the sons of the East Sea Dragon King disrupted the battle, they caused serious damage to the pavilion of Lady Pinafore. Because of their actions, a huge number of innocent people died, and Christopher cannot forgive them for this. He is very angry and is sure that the dragons must be punished incredibly cruelly, even if it costs him dearly. The lady reminded them that they had always been their enemies, and they must immediately destroy all dragons without exception. He was worried about the children, but she told him that if he started talking about it again, she would never appoint him as a commander again. The reason why talk of a new Dragon King has started is quite interesting. If a seat becomes available and is taken by a puppet of one of the factions, the consequences could be catastrophic. Luckily, dragons are rare, so he won't have an easy time finding the right candidate. Lady Pinafore cannot let someone else take advantage of her, so she must quickly find a new dragon to control. Now it becomes clearer why everyone is talking so much about the East Sea and the new Dragon King. Brian asked Lisa to help him leave the village without being noticed so that no one would know he was a dragon. She could not understand the reasons for his behavior. If he became the new Dragon King, it would be easier for him to achieve his goal. But even if he becomes king as a member of this village, he will only be a mere puppet in the hands of others. Brian wants to be king, but he doesn't want anyone else to run his life. And if it's possible, he would like to ask for advice on his next steps, because it seems that he is completely confused now. He doubts that among the Celestials, he will be lucky enough to meet someone who can help him, so he wants to find advice. Lisa replied that she was pleased to hear him say that, but she was sure that her brother would be upset when he realized that Brian had left. It is implied that she will not allow her younger brother these lands and will not be able to let him go with the brothers. A long time ago, her brother had to leave the village, although she tried her best to avoid it. Nevertheless, he did what he wanted and became the deity guardian of Mount Gwenaxin. But then he lost everything and became this. It seems as if Lisa is trying to exchange her younger brother for Brian's help, but this is not entirely true. She would not have let go of the Gwenak in any case, even if Brian had not asked her for anything. By the way, the throne that a dragon can climb is not only in the sea. In places where a large amount of water energy is concentrated, a throne can also appear. Although the level of such thrones is lower than that of the sea, their energy is still quite pure, and Lisa knows about this place. She had a friendship with a dragon king who lived nearby, and when he died, she got the right to his land, and now she wants to pass it on to Brian. Of course, it's not as good as the sea one, but it should be enough. This place should be perfect for Brian in order not to worry about others and calmly increase his strength. It was a really wonderful gift, but Brian was upset because he had to leave before the Gwenak would wake up, although he would have liked to say goodbye to him. The boy said that he would never forget what this brown bear had done for him and that they would remain friends forever. After that, she talked to him for 3 days, all the while Brian was walking to the sea. When he finally approached his destination, he felt an incredible energy. It was quite strange. He had never felt anything like it. At first, he did not believe that the throne could be on the Pektu mountain. First, he needed to absorb the water core of this sea. To do this, you need to jump into the water, and fortunately Brian is a great swimmer, so it shouldn't be a problem. Recently, he has even learned to breathe underwater, as if he has become a fish, perhaps because he is now a dragon. Soon he finally saw the water core. It was glowing on the seabed. Such a great power is enough to destroy anyone. Only when he gets closer, he feels himself filled with power. He became very curious about how strong he could become when he absorbed this core. When he touched it with his hand, he began to feel that this core was trying to resist absorption. It took some work, but soon it was almost done. Brian began to feel rather strange, probably because the core had merged with the dragon pearl. At that moment, he immediately remembered the conspiracy with Lisa, and she told him what to do after he removed the barrier. The girl said that immigrants would appear because they would immediately feel this energy. The Amuji have trained hard to become dragons, so they will be very difficult opponents. These guys came much earlier than Brian expected, but he was ready to meet them anyway. He has only heard stories about these dragons before, but he is not interested in their power because he is not going to give up without a fight. Brian has prepared for a very serious challenge. He is confident that his strength will be enough to win, but it will be difficult. The first attack of this dragon showed that the guy should not overestimate his strength. Lisa warned that the dragons had been training for a long time to improve their skills, and she was right. The dragons immediately felt a similar energy in this boy, but they also realized that he did not know how to control his own power. They believe that Brian is a miserable creature who cannot withstand any of their blows. Now they are on the way to complete transformation into dragons, and if you eat the boy now, you can speed up this process. But when they looked at him more closely, they saw the leaves of a peach tree around him, at which point they should have realized that the guy was dangerous. They were still absolutely sure of their victory and told him there was no point in resisting. After that, one of the dragons asked Brian to enjoy the leaves of the peach tree before he died. They did not pay attention to the fact that the guy did not panic at all and did not show signs of fear, as if he had a plan. The peach tree has a very important role to play today, and that's exactly what Brian is looking forward to. Using his powers, he began to attack the dragons and seize the initiative of the fight. Then he remembered his additional capabilities and artifacts and was happy to use them. The dragons didn't understand how this impudent boy had repelled all their attacks in 1 second. He must not be as weak as they thought. One of the dragons even said that they should immediately retreat back, otherwise they would become victims themselves. Just like that, in just a few minutes of the fight, Brian was able to defend himself from the attack of 2 strong enemies. When it tried to absorb the core, it used too much force, so now it is very difficult for it. He can't stop halfway through his journey because he traded this opportunity for his friend. The dragons tried to escape, but Brian caught up with them to finish the fight. Although he has a small amount of strength left, his determination and perseverance are still at an all-time high. The monsters started attacking because they didn't understand how he got there so quickly, but now they have to think about something else. If they want to live, they must immediately find a way to defend themselves, otherwise it will turn them into land. One of the monsters was sure that they had an opportunity to attack because their opponent could not use the power of thunder at the moment. This probably only happens when you underestimate your enemy and then see how powerful he is. Brian demonstrated incredible speed and aggression. It was impossible to keep up with his actions. He felt that the dragons would soon face a brutal end, and that the last step was to be taken. At such moments, this guy, like a real predator, begins to smell blood and increases the pressure on the opponent. If 10 minutes ago these dragons called him a miserable snot, now they are ready to beg for his salvation. One of them even started to run away and left his brother to fend for himself, all in order to survive. This dragon hoped to become the future king of dragons, but now he realizes how far he is from this dream. He forgot about his brother and tried to run away, but when Brian is motivated, it's impossible to run away from him. The plant Brian used to defeat the two immigrants is called Chinese black bamboo. Even in ancient times, it was believed that it could be used to fight dragons. And if you pierce their body, the dragon will soon lose its vitality. A little while later, Brian saw that he was standing above a rather beautiful house that caught his eye. It wasn't long before he finally realized that he was looking at the dragon's court, even though he hadn't seen it before. Probably this house manifests itself only when the owner of the water core approaches it. The monsters were still hoping to be saved. They said I would do whatever he wanted if he let them go. It was difficult for them to endure this pain. Brian understood this and decided to take advantage of this opportunity. He wants to make sure that no one else is here, but it turns out that the guards of the dragon's palace are here. There must be 5 of them. They're probably hiding now before they attack. The Amugas appeared immediately after the barrier was removed because they are associated with this place. They used to be the servants of the owner of this city. But he died 600 years ago, so they trained for a long time to take his place. If they were really a servant, they should know this place so they can be useful in the future, as they know where valuable things are. Brian decided to trust them and let them go, and the monster immediately decided to transform into its true form. To begin with, he let only one of them go, and it turned out to be a girl named Dorothy. He ordered her to follow him and show him the place, as well as tell him about all the nuances. Finally, she looked at her brother and said in a quiet voice that they were very lucky to be alive. Upon entering, Brian realized that it was incredibly beautiful and spacious. The mechanisms in this palace are powered by the energy of the water core, so the owner of the core can easily manipulate them. Despite its small size, this palace was created in the Sango era, that is before the 3 states were founded. Until the last ruler, no one was inferior to the Sea Dragon Kings. This yard looks quite spacious, and it will be possible to move a peach tree here and even make a garden. A little later, Dorothy showed us the place where the treasures of the Pektu Palace are kept, and only the owner of the core can open this door. That is why the treasures have remained in place for many years, but times have changed. Since Brian became the owner of the water core, he was able to open this door with ease. He went inside and saw something very large, and at first he did not understand what it was. He thought they were ordinary books, but Dorothy explained that it was a martial art. This is the hidden technique of the White Sword King. Creatures like him must actively train to become dragons. Most of them are just observing or looking for an experienced mentor to guide them. Dorothy and her brother were mentored by the previous Dragon King, but then he died, so they never got to become dragons. If everything she says is true, then they will be able to become dragons by mastering this technique. In this case, Brian can use them and manipulate them as he wants. He said that he was ready to let Dorota learn this martial art, but in return, she had to become his servant. She agreed and immediately received a task from her new boss to get ready to welcome the guests. Looking at this girl, he realized that she looked very familiar. She is very similar to the dragons that attacked him and the Pinakwa lady. They probably all looked the same. Now he was wondering what her brother looked like. He probably looked like the others. Soon, Brian was meeting his first guests, and amazingly, the Lord of Divine Fire came to visit him. Although the guy is only at an incredible level, this master has already recognized him as a Dragon King. The master could not understand why the new Dragon King, who should have been busy restoring the palace, wanted to see him. The boy replied that he had a request for the master and took something out of his box. Having examined the object more closely, the Lord of Divine Fire realized that it was Chinese black bamboo. Brian explained that he wanted the master to make a flute out of him, which immediately made it clear that the young Dragon King's ambitions were very deep. From the very beginning, the boy began to assure me that he was not going to use the flute for bad purposes. The master laughed and said that there was no need to worry about it because he knew how to keep his client's secrets. The size of this Chinese black bamboo is perfect, and it will be easy to make a great flute out of it if you put enough effort into it. With one glance, he realized the full value of this bamboo, so it was immediately obvious that he was a great craftsman. That's why Brian decided to ask a question. The master allowed him to do so, and then the guy got something else. It turned out that he wanted to ask a few questions about the sword he had already found in the vault. This match seemed very strange to him, so he took it out to look at it more closely. As soon as he picked up this sword, he immediately felt an incredible aura emanating from it. Brian had no anger or resentment, but as soon as he took the sword in his hands, he had a desire to cut someone to see them bleed and die. This is called pure intent to kill, and that is why this weapon was so interesting to the young Dragon King. He could use this weapon, but he feels that he will not be able to master this sword 100%. The master took him by the hand and told him that this sword belonged to a completely different land. As soon as the master grabbed the sword, Brian immediately began to worry that the situation would not get out of hand. Brian could not control this weapon even with all his efforts, but for the master, it was not a problem. This is what a true Lord of Divine Fire means, and now it is clear why legends are made about him. This sword is a terrible weapon that was made by the dwarves of the Northwest. It can endow its wielder with enormous power, but if you are not careful, the sword will only bring death to its wielder. If a boy is worried about the power of this sword, he can be subdued by making a special place to store this weapon. As long as the sword is there, there should be no problems, but if you take it out, you can feel all the lives that this sword has taken. We must also remember that no matter how hard Brian tries to subdue it, this sword will only calm down when it smells blood. When everything is ready, the master will return to the Bryans, but for now he has to take care of business. After saying goodbye to the master of Divine Fire, Brian continued to study the chronicles from the vault. He was sad that there were no Guanakas here, and his help would have been needed now, because this is an ideal place to study something. He believed that while he was preparing the flute, no one would interfere with him. But it turned out quite differently. The new Dragon King was approached by his maid and told that a guest had come to their palace. Brian went out into the yard and personally met Charles, the sage from the Mountain of Tobacco from Balandur. Balandur is called the site of 8 sacred halls. During the Goryeo dynasty, a monk founded 8 sacred temples. In each of them lived a deity to whom people brought gifts and prayed for the country's prosperity. But in reality, everything was somewhat different. The 8 mountains were inhabited by celestials who had incredible power, so these mountains were called sacred. People began to bring various gifts there, and these people were called sages of the 8 sacred mountains. But many years later, this was cancelled. But now that the heavenly gates have reopened, the Korean leadership has returned the sages of Balandur to their status. The master of the sanctuary of Mount Pektu, in other words, the rightful owner of the mountain, Master Charles, came to see the Bryans. The guy greeted the legendary master and said that he had to find him first, instead of waiting for him to visit. The master replied that everything was fine. He was busy with his own business anyway, and also introduced Brian to his younger apprentice. When he took a closer look, he was shocked, because he had known this girl for a long time. It was Ruth. It was hard for him to believe that they had met again, especially given these strange circumstances. He pretended they didn't know each other and greeted the girl, then said he was going to take them to his house. As soon as they arrived, it was immediately noticeable that the atmosphere around them had changed. After her full recovery, the girl began to be called Fairy Charles, although she did not like this name very much. It's immediately obvious that Charles is good to Brian, but there must be a reason why he came here. The master knows that this guy has reached an incredible level at such a young age. It is immediately noticeable to an experienced eye. In addition, he managed to make many acquaintances with respectable people. It is rare to meet such celestials who reach the top so quickly. The master said that his student's young age would not prevent her from achieving success, as she had almost reached the heavenly level. He probably came here to ask Brian for help, or rather for the boy to teach his student something. Perhaps what he called pair training can also be called training for building friendships. This is exactly what an experienced nail technician wants. By practicing together, they will be able to satisfy each other's desires. Charles is not sure, but perhaps in the future this girl may become a concubine for Brian. All these words are too much of a shock for the guy. He did not expect to be surprised so often today. The master calmed him down and explained that this is the point of pair training, that is, training between a man and a woman who are in a relationship. Taoist sexual practices are really incredible, and if you release this energy properly, you can bring about harmony between a man and a woman. This is the only way to reach the highest path in the shortest possible time. So using his student, Charles tries to tame the dragon. This is what the world of Celestials looks like, but Brian is against it and does not want to enter into such a relationship. The master asked him not to rush into a decision, as pair practice could help him a lot, and they could become relatives. Master Charles said that he was not one of those people who treated their sons badly. He took out the jug and put it on the table, and Brian immediately smelled the gongqing extract. It was thanks to this substance that he was able to finally awaken his hidden foundation. Since then, he has never found anything similar to this elixir. The rarer an elixir is, the more precious it is, as all Celestials know. Brian explained that he was already in love with another woman and was ready to marry her, but the master assured him that this practice had nothing to do with feelings. At this point, Brian looked at Ruth closely, and it was clear that she didn't like the idea either. But after some pause, Brian finally made a decision. Given his respect for this girl, he agreed to do doubles practice with her. His goal is very simple. He wants to make progress and get the most out of it. A few days later, he began practicing various techniques in the study of heaven and earth. His progress is incredibly rapid, and if no one interferes with him, he will improve his level very quickly. Now that he understands the principle, he can make it rain using the energy of the air. When it reaches the 6th level, it will be able to combine different properties and create natural disasters, which is a lot of fun. A little later, a maid came to him and said that Mrs. Ruth wanted to join him in the bedroom. Brian immediately smiled and told her she could come in. It was time to use the immortal charm. Lately, Ruth has been having a lot of different thoughts in her head, and she realizes that this is a great opportunity to become part of the Dragon King's family. The master had already hinted at what this could mean for them, and if she worked hard, she could get a dragon. He believes that she will succeed, and everything that belongs to her also belongs to him. Although she was uncomfortable doing it, she was always used to obeying her teacher and doing everything for him. A little later, she came to the Brian's house and greeted the young owner of the dragon's house. She saw that he was dressed rather strangely and had been waiting for her for a long time. He believes that the atmosphere should be something like this, so he made the place a little bit better and hopes that she will like it. At that moment, she remembered again that she had to do everything for her teacher and thanked him for his concern. She was ready to do anything, but at that moment, Brian said he knew she didn't want to do it. He could tell by the look on her face that she didn't like the whole idea. Strange that such a miserable mortal woman should think she was the equal of a king. He has already noticed that she has learned to speak well. But does she really think that the Dragon King is ready to give away his most valuable treasure? If he says that she can get the treasure only by turning away from her teacher, will she agree to it? It seems that Brian knows that Charles's position has deteriorated recently, and so he deliberately wanted to make this girl angry. And he succeeded. She said that if he continued to insult her teacher, he would pay for it with his own life. Perhaps this girl overestimated her strength and skills, because now Brian is on a different level. He stood up and said that a mere mortal could not be compared to the King of Dragons. He doesn't care what Charles thinks of him because he is the Dragon King and this is his butler. She can do absolutely anything she wants, but she cannot harm him. After saying this, he ordered his dog to calm down and asked the girl to follow him to show her another way. At first, she was unsure whether she really needed to do this, but she was still interested. When they went into another room, Brian offered her something to eat. Ruth was visibly nervous because she did not understand what he was up to and what he wanted from her. It seemed to be some kind of pill. Soon, he told the girl that it was a pill to preserve the energy of the 8 treasures. It's strange, because it's a very common medicine that she doesn't really need right now, but why did he offer it to her? If you take a closer look, the quality of these pills is different from the ones she's used to, so it won't get any worse. She was sure that she would not feel anything strange, but a little later, she finally realized that she was wrong. This medicine has no taste or smell. It is different from what her teacher used to give her. In addition, the wounds she received from the battle with the Heti immediately began to heal, and she felt an increase in energy in her body. Is it really possible that such a basic pill can affect the heavenly level? But what is the trick? Brian smiled and said that the trick is in the right ingredients and skills. He is a true master of this business. He knows that her teacher is a very cunning rival who is hard to ignore, but Brian was not going to get intimate with her. He is ready to suggest that she pretend to be closer to each other so that her teacher will think so. She is afraid that he might guess about it, although she did not think about it at all when she took the medication. Brian offered to give her this medicine in the future, but in return, she should give him gongqing extract. She began to doubt, but the doubts would dissipate as soon as the energy of the air began to increase. Soon the girl said she was ready to agree to these terms, but she had one condition. She is well aware that Gongqing extract is very valuable, so she wants to know how the Dragon King will use it. Brian started laughing, wondering if he used it wrong. Would she start crying and tell the teacher? The girl replied that he didn't have to worry about it, and that the whole conversation would remain between them. He said there was no time for idle talk anymore. They had to get down to business and drink alcohol. It was at this point that Ruth began to really worry because she realized she had made a mistake. As soon as Brian tasted the drink, he immediately felt that the effectiveness of the drug was decreasing. He has no choice but to increase the dosage, which should be enough for practice. But for this, you will need to add a little alcohol to this extract, then the result will be excellent. It's as if Ruth has had too much extract with alcohol and now she can't stop. He explained to the girl that she had already drunk 2 full jugs, but she replied that she could drink 4 times as much. This is what happens when you mix the extract with alcohol. Now it will be difficult to calm her down. She couldn't stop herself from calling Brian a lizard instead of recognizing that he was a dragon. They had to call Dorothy for help because Brian could not calm the woman down on his own. Although it was difficult, Ruth soon fell asleep because she could no longer vote. Surprisingly enough, in this chaos, Brian learned something useful, and later he will decide how to use it. In the meantime, he wants to finish with Gongqing extract and get its incredible effect. A few days have passed since then, and the guy is confident that everything should work. The scent is incredibly strong, and if the Celestials smell it, he may find himself in a difficult position. He opened one of the barrels and realized that even one flavor was enough to get him intoxicated. It is immediately noticeable that he added fig peach, and he used the bodies of bees as a base to make the drink even more sour. He wonders whether it will be very different from the original, and in any case, he needs to check it in person. This aroma can be enough to make a person lose his mind, according to the celestial being, whose approach Brian did not feel at all. He turned his head and saw a man who said he was just a traveler who liked to drink a delicious drink. This man greeted the Dragon King and said he would like to try this drink as well. He explained that it was too hard to resist this scent. He had smelled it 10 minutes ago. Brian isn't greedy at all, so there's no problem with that. He's even willing to give the whole jug to an unknown man. At first, he did not want to accept such a generous gift, but the scent made him change his mind. He immediately liked this divine drink very much, saying that he hadn't had anything like it for a long time. This drink made him remember his friend, but Brian knows that this man promised to forget the taste of alcohol after his death. He couldn't believe that this young master really knew this story. But how? Brian bowed to the master and apologized for his late arrival. According to ancient records, he was a traveler who settled in the north of Mount Pektu after falling in love with the alcoholic drink Pektagon. He is one of the 8 immortals, a descendant of the Thunder Sword technique who killed a huge number of dragons and punished evil. His name is Richard. Brian greeted the master of heaven and earth, the immortal sword, and the master was pleasantly surprised by this guy's knowledge. He came to greet the new Dragon King because he had lost a bet to the previous king. In other words, Richard promised not to drink alcohol until he received the Nabi from the new king, so he did not violate the rules of the agreement at all. It's hard for the master to admit, but at that moment he didn't know who Brian was, even though he had kept his word for 600 years. Even though he realized how precious this drink was by its aroma, he still showed no anger and was polite. Richard asked the boy to stop and say that he was a real drunk because he could not listen to these beautiful words anymore. It seems that he is ready to keep his word to the end, and this deserves respect. He's either too stubborn or too right. It's hard to figure it out yet. It's hard for Brian to watch his older brother use such horrible words to describe himself. Instead, he suggests sitting down at a table with good booze and drinking in memory of ancestors. In this case, the immortal sword is not against this proposal. He is pleased to see that the younger generation respects the older. He thanked Brian for saving him the trouble, and if he ever needed help, he could ask for it. Because of this, Brian immediately said he had something he wanted to ask Richard. This is probably a conversation about the astronomical sword technique, an amazing martial art received from an experienced sage. According to rumors, with the help of this art, the sage defeated the evil dragon in a difficult battle. Using even an ordinary sword in combination with this technique, you can achieve strength that exceeds other martial arts. Brian explained that he also practices sword techniques, and he wants Richard to teach him his vision of this art. 2 months have passed since this conversation, and now we will move on to North Korea. It's too scary to get up on a dark night here, and it's hard for small children to fall asleep. Lately, too many monsters have been appearing, as if they are dreaming of eating little children. These monsters are not at all like the monsters from the city center. They are much bigger and look scarier. Without the help of celestials or people with extraordinary powers, it is almost impossible to be saved. But sometimes people are lucky and a real hero comes to their aid, a hero who uses a sword. At such moments, they realize that they are incredibly lucky to live in a world with such heroes. The new Dragon King is always ready to help ordinary people and save them at the last moment. For children, this is an incredible event. They look at him as if he were a real Superman. He looked at them and could not believe that these children were really being used as victims. Realizing this situation shocked him and made him incredibly angry. Now is the perfect time to be angry because new monsters are emerging. They are confident that they will tear the Brian into 1,000,000 pieces. But we already know what overconfidence leads to. It's not the right thing to show such scenes to children, but sometimes circumstances force us to do so. They thought that the monster had killed the hero, and now no one would come to save them. But it turned out that this hero is in no hurry to die. He is ready for the second round and does not know the word fatigue. The monster was sure that it had swallowed the boy, so he did not understand how he could get out of its deadly jaws. In a few seconds, he forgot about all these stupid thoughts because he started having real problems. It was a smart tactic to surround your enemy and cut off the possibility of retreat. Brian knows that heavenly escape means hiding from the gaze of heaven. He has only recently mastered this technique, but he already knows how to use it even in the most difficult situations. The progress of this warrior is impressive, and it is hard to imagine what will happen when he fully unlocks his incredible potential. If he can hide his presence and change the direction of the attack, he is always ready to take advantage of it. The human body, with the power of air concentrated in it, is capable of many incredible things. Judging by this battle, we can already guess that Brian has mastered the technique of the immortal sword. Today, he demonstrated his incredible talent and potential, as well as the progress he has made in recent months. Finally, the second monster has been destroyed, and this nasty worm will no longer bother the kids. It turned out that in order to learn this technique, the older brother constantly threw the Brians down the mountain, although the reason for this is unknown. Nevertheless, these trainings worked, and now he has moved to a new level, so he trains in a place where a lot of monsters live. Brian is pleased because he realizes that all of them will be an incredible fertilizer for his plants. After he destroyed the monster, he heard words of gratitude for his rescue, and someone even called him a hero. He turned and saw these two children still trembling from the horror they had experienced. They were expelled from the settlement where they lived, but their family worshipped and believed in the gods for generations. Later, they also told me that witches are descendants of shamans. A little time has passed, and now we will move to a place guarded by soldiers. These armed men felt an unidentified flying object approaching them. Of course, like true professionals, they prepared to defend the territory, but they were too weak to do so. Soon it became clear that they were attacked by Brian and his blue dog, Het. To explain these events, we need to go back in time and hear the conversation between the celestial being and these children. They said that their mother was a shaman, and when the creature appeared, the villagers began to offer sacrifices to it. This monster had eaten many people, even their father, and was constantly coming to take a new portion of food. That is why their mother tried to create an iron spear to stop this monster. But somehow this information reached the soldiers, who immediately came to this village. They brutally killed the mother of these children, and they were given as a sacrifice to the monster. It was very hard for Brian to listen to this story because he realized that this woman was only trying to protect the village. It was too cruel. He tried to calm these children down and assured them that they had nothing to fear now. He promised that now the monster would not come for them at night, and also promised to avenge their mother's death. That's why he called and decided to attack these soldiers and to sort out the situation. Although the building's security guards tried to stop them, their strength was not enough. Soon, the horde got inside the house and began to kill the soldiers there. Lately, this blue dog has been following all the orders of his master. Perhaps he perceives him completely differently after Brian became a dragon. In general, Brian believes that Heather was a much better friend of the brown bear than he thought. Perhaps through this friendship, he learned a lot, especially when it comes to attacking others. He expected that celestials or masters might be in this house, but it turned out that he had come to a monster who had only been disguised as a human all along. This dog was angry, and I don't understand why he was attacked by surprise. Brian explained that he came to act as a judge for the murder of an innocent man and to return the stolen artifact. The dog immediately realized that we were talking about the shaman. He said that the object that was taken from her must have been from the general. The guy noticed that this dog was dressed in an officer's uniform. He was taking advantage of his position and easily manipulating the state and the people. Probably all this is done in order to turn all the inhabitants of that village into fodder for the monster. The dog started laughing and said that judging by Brian's reaction, he had no idea who he was dealing with. He also explained that the reconnaissance units had already reported this to the headquarters and reinforcements would soon arrive. The guy approached this rabid dog and said that he wanted to be taken to the lair of these disgusting creatures. He is ready to personally go to them and destroy them for their bad deeds, although the dog is still sure that Brian is digging his own grave. The dog is sure that even though this guy is a celestial, he is nothing compared to their boss, and we will soon see. Once upon a time, demons were fleeing from celestials from China and South Korea. They fled and did not pay attention to anything until they found refuge in North Korea. They had to choose a new boss for their squad, a great white tiger that was 1,000 years old. He is called a great demon who is on the verge of reaching the supreme level. That's why this dog is so confident, because no matter how strong Brian is, he still won't be able to defeat this tiger. Meanwhile, the boy had already found himself near the lair of these demons. He saw something he did not want to see. In addition to pretending to be part of the human race, they openly engage in cannibalism. It's horrible, and Brian is ready to punish each and every one of them for this behavior. With his new skills, all he has to do is raise his hand in the air to summon a tornado. He ordered the het to release the hostage so that he would also be punished. Of course, we can say that this is a rather harsh punishment, but these demons still deserve it. Soon, the great white tiger became curious about what was happening in its territory. He came out and saw that there was a petty person who thought he could judge others. This demon is called a tanga, and he needed only a glance to stop this tornado. The demon started shouting at the guy and calling him a miserable worm who would pay for coming to his territory. After that, he called his subjects and said that anyone who was hungry could eat human flesh. The tiger said that he also wanted to taste this guy, but at that moment, the weather changed. It seems as if the heavenly powers have intervened and sided with the Bryans, but it's not heaven at all, but his new techniques. A little later, the demons saw some large reptiles approaching them. The big white tiger quickly realized that he would now have to fight against the immigrants. After all these battles, Brian was getting hungry, so he asks his assistants not to keep him waiting too long. This battle was over very quickly, and all that was left was to collect the corpses. And we'll see what Dorothy's brother looks like. This guy looks quite old, but he's ready to do all the master's errands. His name is David. Brian thinks he's a very interesting person, and when he sees his boss drinking alcohol, he says he reminds him of the old Pektu king. After talking with his assistant, Brian went to look at the trophy left by the demons. He saw a supreme spirit that eats iron and is able to drive away evil demons. The guy decided to play a little with this little monster, but it could cost him his fingers. After that, he was approached by a heta, and they look quite similar, so they might become good friends. After being left with his sister, this dog looks a bit sad, so it will be useful for him to find a new friend. After that, Brian took them both to his fan, where they will always be together. The guy was satisfied with the successfully completed mission and said it was time to return. He is well aware that he cannot leave the house of the Dragon King unattended for long. When he returned home, he realized that he had no right to make such mistakes anymore. It seems as if this dragon's house has turned into a tavern. It's even hard to look at. It seems that Ruth and the Immortal Sword have become real drinking buddies, which is interesting because she doesn't know the teacher's true identity. Brian also left the children he saved from the monster in this house because they were not too worried and were looking forward to his return. The king greeted the children and said that he had brought them their mother's things, which was all he could find. The children were very pleased that at least something of their closest person in the world remained. But of course, this will not bring their mother back. These things are very precious to them because they are a real family heirloom of their home. Their grandmother received this item as a gift from an unknown person a long time ago. She said that if these items are preserved, family members will always receive help in times of need. Unfortunately, when their mother was in danger, they could not take advantage of it. This is because they lack the knowledge and skills to use the spells written on these relics. Brian said that he was willing to try to help them learn how to do this, if they would give him the items. The children had already trusted this guy, so there was no problem with that, and he could try to activate the spell. Although these things have belonged to members of this family for their entire history, the children have never seen these items activated. It's hard to compare this effect to anything else. It looks so incredible. He said that it was very similar to a signal light talisman. He had already used something similar before, at the beginning of his journey as a celestial. But the problem is that the person who gave this subject many years ago may forget about this signal. Suddenly, everyone felt the wind speed up. Did the owner of the mascot come so quickly? Brian looked up and saw a woman in a suit. She told him to immediately release the talisman's descendants. Otherwise, he would face severe punishment and death. This meeting turned out to be unexpected, so Brian decided to calm the girl down and said that there was a misunderstanding. He offered to listen to his words first and of course greeted the wilted flower of the Surah, Carol. The children looked at this girl as if she were a real deity. She also could hardly hold back tears when she saw how upset they looked. Soon, Carol broke down in tears, apologizing to the children for not having time to help them. The girl asked them to follow her and promised that now they would have lots of nice clothes and delicious food, and she would teach them martial arts. She felt guilty towards Brian, but he assured her that it was nothing to worry about and offered her a rest and a good meal. Since he is in the uterus, she cannot recognize him either, just like Ruth. He quickly switched to a water-based one because a wooden base is rare and could give away his identity. Brian wants to understand what exactly connects this girl to the mascot. If she is really that old and has such a question. Carol asked that the children be taken to another room and given a chance to rest in peace. After that, she could talk to the owner of the palace and tell him about the place where she was born and lived as a student. In her village lived the Princess Bari, who is considered one of the 3 deities of the Korean peninsula and is located right after Lady Pinakwa and Wang. She was treated as the boss of the shamans. The princess had a hard life because all her relatives abandoned her, so she made Carol her assistant. The princess was incredibly kind to her assistant, although Carol does not even understand how she deserved it. But nevertheless, the princess did not want to return the key to the Seochun garden to her, so Carol became angry and destroyed the garden. Now this girl would like to bring all these monsters to life again and destroy them with her own hands. In general, she was unable to return the key, so she stayed to repay the debt. It was then that they first met, Carol and the ancestor of these young children. This woman was a shaman. She studied with an experienced shaman from that village. Her name was Jem. She was a nice and kind woman and they became friends. But then an unpleasant incident with a key happened. The key was made from a branch of a sacred tree, and to repair it, Carol decided to perform a ritual at the waterfall. This waterfall was filled with the element of water and yang energy, but the key was missing. The search failed to help with this problem, and after that, the princess of the bar accused the gay man of stealing the key. The princess believed that no one knew where the key was kept except the gem. But even if she had stolen it, she knew perfectly well that she could not enter the garden with this key. Carol decided to protest against this decision, and it worked, and the gays were released. But the problem was that she was severely beaten during interrogations and then kicked out of the village. When the friends met again, this shaman had already gotten married and was preparing to have a baby. She was very hardworking and could have achieved a lot, but life took a different turn. Carol has always blamed herself for what happened, and if she hadn't lost the key, the story would have been different. She was never able to find the key, so she blessed the talisman and gave it to her friend. From time to time they could see each other. It seemed that the gay man was living a comfortable life, and after that, Carol decided to leave the temple. She couldn't stay there because she was the reason why the gays were kicked out, and the key hasn't been found since. Brian took something out of his bag and said that he had found it among the children's mother's belongings. When he showed this thing to the girl, she could not believe her eyes. Carol immediately turned pale and began to tremble. Of course, she recognized the key that had been the subject of so much talk. Brian recalled the girl's words that her closest friend was very persistent and tenacious. When he was looking at the trophy, he saw 2 interesting books, diaries written by a female hem. Despite the fact that she could not continue to live as a celestial, her knowledge did not disappear. She wrote all this knowledge in these 2 books, the first of which she wrote about Pulgasari. And in the second book, the mystery of the key's disappearance was described. She said that they tried to burn it and hide the remains. This means that these burnt pieces are the key that Carol has been looking for so long. The girl tried to understand who had done this, and Brian explained that in her diary, Jem called her mother. As soon as the boy said this, Carol was immediately surprised, as if she remembered her mother. This means that the hem was not a thief at all, but only a witness to this situation. Princess Bari needed Carol, so she made Carol depend on her. Graham saw a man in red clothes trying to burn the key using the chai burning technique, And next to this person stood the one who gave this insidious order, and this person was the mother. In order to tell Carol about everything, Graham collected the remains of this key, but before doing so, she was grabbed and beaten severely. They accused her of being the one who stole the key, and it was very difficult at that moment. Of course, she realized that they would not stop beating her until she admitted her guilt. The Bari princess was obsessed with Carol, which made her jealous of the gems because they were very close. Just when Gem was ready to give up, Carol believed her and took her away from that hell. Graham realized that if she told the whole truth, Carol would try to take revenge on everyone involved, even though it was very risky. The Bari princess is one of the 3 deities. She is a very serious opponent against whom you cannot fight without support. If Carol really stands up to her and openly confronts her, then this will greatly undermine her position. That's why Gem decided to keep quiet about all this until Carol regained her former status. It is when this happens that she will be able to return the remains of this key to her sister, who has always believed in her. She said that even when she dies, she should come every morning to the sacred tree and say prayers. Even if it takes several thousand years, her plan will be fulfilled. In its original form, it became the same as before it was burned. The reason why the key was recovered is due to the deep devotion of the sisters, who cherished each other as if they were their own lives. After hearing this story, Carol was incredibly moved. It was obvious that it was hard for her to listen to all this, but she was happy to learn the truth. Brian immediately explained to the girl that challenging the princess would be suicide. Instead, he decided to make her an interesting offer, and after saying that, he began to recover the key. The girl could not believe that the key, once thought to be lost forever, was now in her hands. Brian explained that he knows how to control the water that makes trees and plants grow. If he can help her get into the Seoken garden, he hopes that she will help him with his business. Carol felt she had an important choice to make, even though her answer was already clear. She realizes that in order to fix the key, this guy used his life energy. Even if he were a divine being, he would have to spend a lot of his power to fix the key. So if he took this step, he really needs something from Carol. Brian said that if his identity was revealed, not only would he be in danger, but the lake and this dragon's butler would be in danger as well. He had planned to hide here for a long time, but when Carol came, neither the barrier nor the emoji could stop her. He was very lucky that it was her, because if someone else had come instead with bad intentions, he would have been in trouble. It was for this reason that he repaired this key, and he also noticed that Carol has incredible strength, but she does not use it for her own purposes. When he first saw her, he felt that she hated this world because it was built by celestials, and they were similar to her in this. It was from these conversations that she realized that the Dragon King needed help to resist the current regime of celestials. He probably wants to take a favorable position that will not be inferior to the 8 temples and 3 deities. The world of the celestial is incredibly difficult. Does he really think that he will succeed just because he has her? But if the key to the Seokun garden is fully restored, the celestials will have to reckon with this woman. Although it was a difficult decision, Carol made a quick decision and said she would help him. This is exactly the answer he was expecting, and you will be happy to help this girl with her plans. He immediately began the process of fully recovering the key, which was very interesting to watch. A little while later, Carol began to yell at him. She thinks it's a big mistake to spend so much vital energy at once. It can die faster than it can recover the key, so it behaves like a little child. He doesn't realize that his main element is wood, so it's easy for him to make plants bloom. He disguises his element as the element of water, which is why she always thinks he's doing something incredible. Carol thanked him for his help and promised to do her best to help him become the top celestial in the world. Now there are ideal conditions and opportunities for this, and she knows how to act in this situation. The girl looked confidently at the Dragon King and said that they should take part in the conquest of the Eastern Sea. Because of the bad deeds done by the Eastern Sea during the last battle, the Western and Southern Seas, as well as the sanctuaries, were very displeased. They agreed to take part in the conquest of the Eastern Sea in order to solve all their problems. If successful, they agreed to divide the treasures of the East Sea Dragon Palace among themselves. That is why the adherents who want to take part in the conquest have come in huge numbers, as everyone wants to be in the front row. Brian lacks the information and strength to join them, but he has a whole year to spare, and Carol knows how to fix it. She has lived for many years, so her experience is much greater than Brian's. The boy received an important item from Carol, and now it will help him to go to the place where his father is. In this place, which was created by respected masters of the law, Time passes much more slowly than in the human world. Carol is pleased to have received the item she wanted, and now it's time to restore her strength. To take out any plants from there, you needed permission, because only the owner of the Cerrado was allowed to take out all the plants at will. Now times have changed, and he is forbidden to leave the garden, so only Carol and Princess Bari can take out some plants from the Seokon garden. Carol is only allowed to take away the flower of life, the flower of reincarnation, and the flower of destruction. But these flowers alone won't be enough to restore her full strength, so she needs to get permission to bring out a fourth plant. In principle, this is all that needs to be done now, but Carol also wants to pass on her successes to Brian so that he can take a good position. He was shocked by this proposal because he thought that this girl was entering the gardens of Lady Pinaqua. But she explained that she had reached her position because of her abilities. So if the lady started attacking her, she would be able to defend herself. Carol recognizes that she is good at it, but she also realizes that she could go crazy again someday. At that moment, Brian looked closely into the girl's eyes, and he immediately remembered the whole story of the wilted Sura flower. She guesses that the Dragon King knows about her past. Almost all experienced Celestials know this story. She is not worried that this story has become a legend, but she wants to say that her revenge has not yet taken place. After all these terrible conversations, Brian didn't feel very confident, but that's normal. Carol explained that she had decided to help him only because it would help her get revenge. She also said that her father gave her the name Carol. He always wanted a son, but got a daughter. That's why he named her Carol, because in their village, it means born at will. When she first left the house, she tried to pretend to be a man and wanted to come up with a new name that was not related to her family. She began to call herself Kim, a name that means blessed by the universe. It's a common nickname that shouldn't be taken seriously, but she likes it when people close to her call her that. In the few hours they had talked today, he had learned much more about her than he had in the time they had spent in Lady Pinafore's gardens. If she told all these stories, she really trusts him, and this is an important step in their relationship. Brian recalled reading Ham's diary and realizing for the first time how much Carol valued her loved ones. And he also realized how much pain betrayal from these close people brings her. The Dragon King said that he was very pleased that their relationship was getting better, and he hoped for fruitful cooperation in the future. Soon the children left with Carol, and Brian had some free time. He decided to leave the court to his assistants Dorothy and David and set off on a journey. Finally, he approached a peach tree. Lately, he has paid little attention to this sacred plant. During this period, several fruits have ripened, and they look incredibly juicy. When Brian got a little closer, he smelled an incredibly horrible odor. It hasn't been long since he caught them, but the smell is just awful. He was looking at the tree and enjoying the fruit, although there was still a small amount of it. He is pleased that the bodies of monsters are the perfect fertilizer for the tree, especially if you plant plants that remove toxins next to them. They usually take more than 100 years to grow to this size, so it can be called a miracle. Then he wondered what would happen if he ate all 3 fruits at once. He probably overestimated his capabilities, because the effect of so many peaches can be quite unusual. We had to remember that this was a sacred peach tree, so we had to know when to stop. Brian couldn't understand what was happening to him. His head started to hurt incredibly, and he felt lightheaded. Later, he woke up in the house and had to take several pills to normalize his condition. He took a substance whose active ingredient is menthol, which has antibacterial and analgesic effects. Then Brian realized that he shouldn't eat peaches in such large quantities because they could make him grow big horns. That's exactly what happened last time, but as soon as these horns grew, they immediately fell off. It seems to him that nothing has changed in his body and he feels the same as before. He hoped that he would get something useful from these peaches, but he was probably too greedy. At that moment, his assistant came to him and said that it was time to go to the residence of the Divine Fire. Brian immediately realized who it was that had come to see him and was very excited, thinking that the flute was probably ready. When he went to the residence of the Divine Fire, he was shocked by the state of the place. He looked around and did not understand what exactly had happened here, as if a real war had taken place. The residence of the Lord of Divine Fire looked completely different from before. Soon, the Lord of Divine Fire came out to him and personally greeted the brothers. He thanked the guy for his visit and assured him that he was fine and not to worry. He immediately apologized for receiving them on the street and not in the guest room. Brian noticed a man who was very sick. There were too many servants around him, probably some kind of powerful celestial. Judging by his injuries, he is in a critical condition and everyone around him is trying to save his life. But who could do this to him? The Lord of Divine Fire said that he had to do everything and then come to Brian personally. To create a scabbard that neutralizes the evil power of the sword, he used steel that was impregnated with the energy of the sword. He also tried to evaluate its power, and for this purpose, he tried to insert a spirit stone that has a fiery attribute. But very quickly, a problem arose, and the experienced master realized that he had underestimated this sword. To suppress its power, he tried to use a unicorn horn and even a dragon's tooth, but it didn't work. After that, he invited a professional of the Western family. He is known for being able to create the best metal called buin. In the process, the Lord of Divine Fire was forced to show this sword. This professional immediately realized what kind of sword he was facing, but it was too late. This power of the sword was incredible and completely took over the mind of the Lord of Divine Fire. He completely forgot about his task and began to attack his guest. The moment he picked up the sword, his mind became completely clouded and he started attacking everyone around him. Before his death, this metal professional managed to tell us why this happened. The materials used by the Lord of Divine Fire could not conquer the sword and its powers. After that, the sword broke into the house and conquered all the insects that came across its path. The Lord's wife tried her best to stop this infernal weapon. It was very difficult for her because this sword turned out to be a real weapon of Satan. As soon as someone picked it up, they immediately lost their mind and behaved like a professional killer. His wife said that they could not miss this opportunity and must stop this sword at any cost. The Lord of the Divine Fire allowed her to do whatever she wanted and ignore him. Now he explains his action by saying that he had no choice at all because he had to save others. If not for his wife, the situation would have gotten out of hand and a real disaster would have ensued. So now it is clear what kind of wounds are on the person lying in this room. The sword took possession of the body of a girl who had recently joined their family. From the first meeting, she seemed friendly and calm until the sword took over her mind. Even though the master managed to stop her, the sword still controls her mind. It was necessary to either destroy the sword or create new knives that would be able to calm him down. Brian mentioned that the master used a dragon's tooth, which is a hard-to-find body part, so it is very much appreciated. After some thought, he suggested trying to use the dragon's horn to create a scabbard. Of course, a dragon ear must be in perfect condition, and finding one is almost like plucking a star from the sky. But we remember very well what happened after Brian ate the peaches, so everything worked out perfectly. The Lord of Divine Fire could not believe that he was seeing the dragon's horns with his own eyes. He did not understand where the guy got such a jewel in this difficult time, but in any case, it should be enough for the success of their business. The Fire Lord began to engage in his mission, so Brian had some free time. He went to look at the person holding this sword in his hands. When a sword inhabits a person, it is the person who speaks on their behalf, so the sword immediately recognized its first owner. He was interested to see how Brian began to tremble when he felt his strength, and he knew that the boy wanted to put the sword in its sheath. He asked the boy to come closer if he was not afraid, although the sword was sure that Brian was afraid of him. The Dragon King is sure he has nothing to fear because his sword is restrained, but why does he need a cell phone? The master said that the sword had taken over the body of a new girl who had recently joined them, but why was he using a cell phone? In theory, he has only recently taken over her mind. Has it already had time to affect him? Through this phone, the sword turned into a real child. Brian felt it immediately. He started playing with it and then saw that the sword was reading a novel on the phone. It turned out to be a very interesting book about an unpredictable protagonist. Brian pretended to be really interested and started asking additional questions. It turned out that the main character was a complete loser from the very beginning, but then everything changed. Soon, the sword told the whole story of this book, and he told it with incredible persistence. It was obvious that the plot of this novel was very interesting, and he was completely taken over by it. Brian didn't even know how to react to it. If we compare the sword to the moment when he first picked it up, it doesn't look so evil now. Probably the fact is that he has too sharp a temper, and even in a book, he likes only active moments. Soon the phone was completely discharged, and this upset him to no end. He started to panic and asked for Brian's phone number, but the Dragon King said he didn't have a phone. Instead, he offered to listen to an interesting story, Brian's personal story. Soon, the sword could not believe that this was really happening. It seemed to him that it was a nightmare. He screamed loudly and said he couldn't accept it. It was too horrible. Of course, it will always be difficult to hear about how a father abandoned his wife and child. Then he found out how Brian had saved people, and because of that, he was severely beaten and thrown in jail for a while. Then he learned a horrific story about a ladies' pavilion and how she showed talented people to make her family look better. And of course, Brian could not help but tell us about how he had to leave the little bear alone because of the many dangers. The sword took him by the shoulders and offered to kill everyone who had offended him in this life. He said that if Brian does not have enough strength, he is ready to help him in this matter, because it is the first time he has experienced such great anger. The Dragon King laughed and said he appreciated the offer, but the sword was now imprisoned, so he could not help him. Although Brian can ask the Lord to let go of the sword, he will not do so after the sword has taken over the territory. Of course, after these words, he lost his mind again and started making noise and getting angry. Always the same thing. Brian smiled and said that he had an idea on how to get rid of anger. In response, the sword smiled, but said that the main character of this story is better off doing everything himself. That is why this sword should be in his hands, because it is the right thing to do. Brian remained calm, even though the sword could very quickly take over his mind and change it forever. This is exactly what happened in a few seconds. It was noticeable that Brian was losing control of his body. The sword plans to use this young and strong body to punish all his enemies and cut them into small pieces. But it's never bad to dream, especially if you have a divine Fire Lord who is ready to keep the situation under control. He is not going to let a disaster happen in his house again. That is why he came in time to stop this hellish creature. When we talk about a hellish creature, we mean a sword, not the Dragon King Brian. A real battle broke out between them, the second one in the last few days. The sword is unhappy with the old man's behavior. He is sure that no one else can stop him. He must be underestimating the Lord of Divine Fire, because he is a very serious character indeed. His experience combined with his strength makes him a formidable threat to any opponent. Although the sword is sure that it can withstand all these attacks, it should not underestimate the old man. It seems as if the sword was really made in hell, and that's why it feels great in the midst of fire. Very quickly, the sword began to realize that it was losing control, but it was too late to scream. This process was unstoppable, and the only thing left to do was to wait until the sword lost control of Brian's body. In a few seconds, the Dragon King lost consciousness due to the incredible stress on his nervous system. After a while, he opened his eyes and realized that this terrible dream was over. His maid Dorothy was there and was very concerned about her boss's health. He assured her that there was nothing to worry about and said that he was feeling well. Dorothy carefully examined him and realized that there were no problems, and she gave him the medicine that the Lord of Divine Fire had given him. Now the sword is under full control thanks to being placed in a scabbard. But there is one problem. It has become too loud and is constantly trying to offend its owner. It turned out that only Brian could hear all these words, perhaps because of his horns, which received this information as an antenna. The guy went up to this iron comrade and asked him to calm down and behave quietly. The sword answered him, because now the Dragon King can talk to weapons. Perhaps it was fate that after he ate peaches, he grew horns, a very mysterious fruit. The sword tried to explain that he was angry because he was imprisoned and again suggested that its owner take revenge on his enemies. Soon, it was time to return home, and the Lord of the Divine Fire hoped that Brian would stay a little longer as a guest in his house. The guy said that he did not want to disturb anyone because he understood that the Lord had to repair his territory. The wise man thanked for the precious dragon horns, without which it would not have been possible to tame the sword. Brian assured me that it was nothing special, that if he hadn't asked for help, nothing bad would have happened, so it was all his fault. The Lord of Divine Fire could never in his life have thought that he would ever be able to work with dragon horns in such perfect condition. Thanks to Brian, he managed to create the perfect scabbard that can pacify even the most brutal demon sword. The Lord of Divine Fire has created his best masterpiece in his life, and he thanks Brian for this opportunity. He said that he would not charge the boy any money for this work, and Brian was very grateful. It was obvious that this experienced man was a true master, and there are too few of them left today. The master also told us that this sword has a name. It is called turfing. Soon after, they said goodbye to each other, and Brian left for his home. He was glad to finally return to his home and felt greatly relieved. As soon as he entered the territory of his house, he immediately saw Ruth. She greeted him and said that she would go with him. The guy was shocked because he didn't understand where she was going. He had just come home. It turned out that she had learned from her teacher where the Dragon King was planning to go and decided to go with them. Brian said that a wish was not enough to get to this place, but it turned out that Ruth had received a pass from her teacher. She explained that she wanted to take part in the conquest of the Eastern Sea, and it would be wrong to miss such an event. In addition, they have to train together to avoid the teacher's attention because they have long since made a contract. After a while, Brian got tired of listening to all these explanations, so he let her go with him. It was not obvious that she was too happy about this news, although this was exactly what she was trying to achieve. Recently, Ruth learned about Brian's trip to North Korea. Dorothy told her that it was there that the owner saved the children and destroyed dangerous monsters. The girl could not believe that at the moment when she was constantly knocking out alcohol, he continued to save people. It was difficult for her to come to terms with this cruel truth, and now she considers herself too pathetic. That's why she decided to never give in to him again and always work together to become better. There was a lot of discussion about whether or not there really is a mountain of tobacco in the Baladur. Unlike other legendary mountains, it is hidden behind a spatial barrier. Usually a lot of people gather there. All of them want to get to this mountain. It will probably be a full house because of the conquest of the Eastern Sea, but if you have a pass, you can enter without a queue. Among the crowd of people, there were those who quickly recognized Ruth, who had already been here twice in the past year. She used to be an ordinary person, so she was very lucky to meet the legendary teacher. Brian noticed that the local Celestials did not treat her too well. Soon, the Dragon King and his partner approached the guy who was supposed to let them in. They said they had a pass and didn't want to read while standing in line. He immediately woke up and recognized that he was a student of the legendary Charles. Ruth tried to show him the Jade Pass to the mountain, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He was concentrating on this tall guy and immediately recognized that he was the king of the Pektu Dragons. This guy said he didn't know where they got this pass from, but Brian should go back to the general queue and wait. Instead, a student of the legendary master can go through the line without any problems. Probably, the point is that they only let in those who have a fairly influential teacher and everyone else has to wait. Of course, Brian realizes that he is in a hurry, so he can't waste time standing in line. He was looking at the face of this guy who was checking people in and trying to figure out who he was. It seems as if they had met before, or at least Brian had heard of him. The Dragon King decided to come up again and tell him that this guy should do his job properly and check him again. This guy's name is David, and he got angry and said that the Dragon King was acting too boldly, considering that he was just a lizard. He asked me not to overestimate my strength and not to force him to use my strength. But Brian is not going to back down. He wants to show everyone around him that he should be treated with respect. The battle was about to begin, but at that moment, the gate to the mountain was opened and a venerable warrior appeared. This man's name is William, and he is unhappy that someone is trying to start a fight on this territory. William is David's father, and it's not hard to guess if you compare them closely. Brian immediately recognized this man. He sees this face every time he looks in the mirror. He wondered if he would look the same in a few years. Brian knew that this man was in the area, but he did not expect to see him so soon. He said hello and made sure that William was David's father. After that, Brian stepped forward and declared with a confident voice that he was the king of the dragons of the pact. He began to complain that he was not respected enough on this territory and he would not allow anyone to humiliate him. William admitted that his son was behaving too defiantly and agreed that they should apologize for the disrespectful behavior. William said that they would also be very happy to receive such a guest in their city and show hospitality. But to do this, Brian must prove that he is worthy of being a guest of this city, because only strong warriors with authority are allowed to come here. William said that he could not be a judge, because usually his son does this job. He also said that there is one problem. There is no one in the city who can confirm Brian's abilities. That's why it will require a duel, although David is still young, but he has already reached an incredible level, so Brian will be his opponent. It seems as if the Dragon King has been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had imagined this moment millions of times and dreamed about it since childhood. He dreamed about the moment he met his father, because this man destroyed his family with his own hands. Brian always wanted to kill the man with his own hands and completely destroy him. But the moment he finally met this person in person, he felt strange emotions. His mind became completely empty, and it seemed as if he wanted to use a demonic sword. He could be much more honest with his feelings and merge with this sword to form a ruthless force of punishment. You can understand him because he had nothing left in his heart but the desire to kill. However, he was able to calm down and wait for the duel to start, as he had to do everything by the rules in order to avoid unnecessary problems. David was confident of his future victory and said that Brian would have to beg for his life. He got the right to attack first, so he was preparing to show his full potential. Brian remained calm and waiting for the opponent to attack, easily dodged it. He admitted that David is a really fast guy, but that's not enough when you're fighting a real Dragon King. They are both quite young, but they have gained enough experience. In such battles, experience can be crucial, especially if all other characteristics are the same. At the beginning, it seemed that the Dragon King of the Pact was losing the initiative and constantly defending himself. For people watching the battle, he seemed much weaker than expected. Some people even thought that Brian got the title of Dragon King by accident. David used space as a defense, but space can only work on insects that have a material form. That's why Brian quickly realized that he needed to transform, which would help make his attacks much more effective. After he adjusted to his opponent's characteristics, the initiative passed into his hands. David did not understand why his defense was not working, and his father began to worry about his son. He decided to intervene and ordered the Davidians to surrender immediately before a tragedy occurred. But David wasn't going to give up in public. There were too many people around, and he didn't want to feel ashamed. He was sure that Brian would not be able to beat him with these tricks, but he was wrong. Underestimating your opponent always leads to problems, and sometimes these problems can be fatal. William was incredibly angry that Brian had dared to treat his son so cruelly. He ordered his men to immediately intervene in this situation and punish this scoundrel. Brian was ready for this turn of events and did not mind the fact that there were a lot of opponents. He immediately began to attack all of them and destroy them without any problems. You could call it a martial arts lesson, as if an experienced master was fighting with children. Brian is sure that if his father had started to worry about his family earlier, these problems would not have happened. Suddenly, he noticed something strange happening. Unknown hieroglyphics appeared in the sky. His attack and these celestials are stuck in the air. He can't understand what's going on. It turned out that someone had decided to intervene in this conflict and calm the brothers down, because there was no point in continuing. This man also ordered the Williams to calm down. They all had to assess the situation. Brian quickly realized that he was facing a very serious person with great influence. This guy said that his father personally ordered him to stop the conflict and meet the guest. That is, he received an order from the Heavenly King, whom no one is allowed to see, and this technique is called time suspension. Brian looked at him more closely and immediately realized that he was the Lord of Heaven and Earth, Prince Michael. The Dragon King immediately bowed before this man and greeted him. He immediately realized that he was facing Christopher's brother. They really looked very much alike. Michael has inherited heavenly blood much more strongly than anyone else in his family, and everyone around him knows this man. Also, everyone knows that Michael is the closest relative of King Robert and his first heir. King Robert came down from heaven and founded this city a long time ago. After that, he waited for the gates of heaven to close, and from that moment on, no one saw him. Some believe that Robert has become a creature that is much more powerful than the Celestials. There are also legends that this city has become his new incarnation, and therefore it is said that this city has a soul. There are many rumors and legends surrounding the personality of King Robert, but only his eldest son Michael knows the truth. William continued to shout and said that this man had killed his own son, even though David was the nephew of the King of Heaven. Given all this information, he should not be treated as a guest. But Michael has a different opinion about this. He reminded us that it was William who proposed to arrange the duel, and that under the terms of the duel, it was not forbidden to kill the opponent. Brian was delighted with Michael's negotiating skills, and he drew a very clear line between his work and personal life. Of course, this is all very well, but isn't family the first priority for every man? There is something mysterious about his behavior and manners, and he can only be described as divine. Michael looked at William and told him that if he was going to apologize, he had to hurry, because the time stop would not last long. The city treasury has several flower petals from the Seokon flower garden. If Brian asks for it, Michael can use these flowers to bring the David back to life. Brian can ask for it, but first he wants to hear an apology for disrespect. The apology was soon received, and Brian said that he did not mind bringing the David back to life. He did not realize that in exchange for his son's life, David would take his hand, whatever that meant. The city of Shinshi really impresses with its architecture and geographical location. You can feel a completely different aura from these buildings than in all other famous cities. It's no exaggeration to say that this city is a true masterpiece of architecture, and the atmosphere here is incredible. The buildings are made in a unique manner that cannot be found elsewhere. Michael believes that this style was used in his father's homeland. Brian noticed that his interlocutor began to speak in a more cheerful manner. He probably had to be serious before that, because there were so many people around. Dansu is a divine tree that grows on top of Mount Tobacco, from where you can see a view of the entire city. According to the legend, when Robert first stepped on the earth, this tree grew on this spot. Soon after, Michael brought Brian to his house and invited him inside, where it was quite modest but atmospheric. The Dragon King of the Pektu was surprised that the king's son lived so modestly. It didn't look like the house of someone who ruled this city. Michael gave him a cup, and Brian thought it contained tea, but it turned out to be empty. In a few seconds, this bowl was filled, as was the plate next to it. It was like magic. Brian was incredibly surprised, and at the same time impressed by this technique. He looked at his interlocutor and realized that he really fit the image Brian had in his mind. It's amazing to feel such elegance in such a modest place. Brian decided to thank Michael once again for his kindness and graciousness. He really feels at home. Michael said that he was always happy to meet interesting people and revealed the real name of the Dragon King. Brian couldn't believe that this man could recognize him by his putty. But how did he do it? Michael reassured his guest and said that no one else knew his true identity except him. 2 years ago, in the early hours when the gates of heaven opened, he read his fate in the stars and saw a sign. This is how he learned about the existence of Brian, although he did not know his name or age. Michael could be sure of only one thing. The person who would lead the way in the direction where the star fell would be incredibly talented, just like him. This can only mean one thing. Prince Michael is also a monster, just like Brian. It's time to talk a little bit about monsters, and we need to explain that these creatures are called anomalies. They are not related to the sky, mosquitoes to the earth, or people, and are something completely different. In ancient times, those who are not part of the unity of heaven, earth, and man, insects were called monsters. They were hunted down because everyone believed that those who disobeyed the laws of nature would have a negative impact on the general order of things. But at the same time, a monster became the defender of the main sacred city of the Korean peninsula. Brian took off his mask and listened attentively to Michael, but he could not understand why he was telling him this. Anomalies are naturally attracted to each other. Michael once met a man with a similar fate and received help from him. It was then that he first heard this story about the laws of monsters and was very surprised. The elder is obliged to show kindness and help his relatives in order to preserve the common future. Few people know about the existence of monsters, and there is a logical explanation for this. There are too few monsters. It turned out that Michael had been following Brian's every move, even though it seems incredible now. He saw the false accusations of Lady Pinafore and how Brian teamed up with Christopher. Of course, he also learned about the disappearance of the seven-pointed sword during the battle with the dragons of the Eastern Sea. It was the first time in so long that he had experienced such pleasure, and it was incomparable to anything else. The thought of someone watching him all the time made Brian both embarrassed and happy. Perhaps because they are both monsters, Brian is not consciously attracted to Michael, and that's okay. After that, the prince opened his box and said that his guest could take whatever he wanted. All of this can be called true hospitality and a manifestation of kindness to one's neighbor. When Brian saw the sword of the dragon's light in front of him, he was shocked. In his youth, this sword saved Michael's life many times. Despite the fact that this sword is very old, it is still in excellent condition. At this point, the demon sword began to talk to Brian and also appreciated the power of the dragon light sword. But this does not mean that Brian should also take this sword for himself, because the demon sword also has rank S, so one sword should be enough. Brian realizes that if he takes this sword with him, the turfing will be too vocal. Given that they are both monsters, they should have roughly the same abilities. Looking at Michael, it was obvious that he was very nice to his guest, as if they had already become good friends. Next to the sword, Brian noticed wormwood and garlic and guessed that these two bags must be of equal value. That is why he decided to choose these vegetables, because in the future he will be able to grow them in his garden. The demon sword was happy that its owner had made the right choice, because otherwise they would have had a conflict. Brian wanted to pay for this kindness, but Michael explained that monsters should help each other. He always continues to follow his principles and hopes that in the future, Brian will get what he wants. After that, they said goodbye, and Brian went to the city center, which is a sacred place for this clan, so you have to be careful here. The Dragon King realizes that he got here only through incredible circumstances. He wonders if he will ever be able to get to this place again. He still can't believe that he met a celestial with the same abilities as him. He feels as if they are real relatives only because they are both monsters, and in the future he must return here. As he continued his walk through this amazing city, he met a man who recognized the Dragon King, Pektu. He greeted me and said his name was John, and he was here to help Brian get comfortable. But first, he wants to check the guest's badge to make sure everything is official. This token has a value of 10, which means that Brian can stay here for 250 days multiplied by the value of this token, which is almost 7 years. It turned out that the Dragon King even has the right to choose the level of accommodation. John explained that it was allowed, but only if Brian paid for it. Soon Brian saw his room, and it was much smaller than he had expected. It was as if he had been given a studio apartment, and it immediately reminded him of the apartment he used to live in. John said that this room is of the lowest class. It looks like John would be perfect for the role of a realtor. There are 5 ranks of housing in total, with the best housing located in areas that are ideal for cultivation progress. Maranbu is the currency of the Celestials. A clear amount of energy is transferred to the amulet and used as currency. Their number varies from 1 to 9, and the higher the price, the higher the number. It is forbidden to leave this city, and to leave, you have to spend all your days or give them up. Now Brian is unhappy. He no longer considers it a sacred place because he only needs a pass to rent a house. It seems that this clan is a gang of realtors, but I heard that he would need money in this place. Given his current balance, John was able to find him the right room for the next 6 months. No one can enter without the owner's permission, so Brian can go about his business here and not worry about privacy. After John left him, the Dragon King realized that he had almost completely spent his balance. Although he has no money left, he has found a normal room to live in, and now he needs to pay back the money by selling plants. First, he will plant wormwood and garlic, which he received from the sun god, and then he will be able to sell them for a good price. He bought fertilizer during his studies and took it with him, so now he can use it to create something useful. Soon the guy finally felt alive again, and this pleasant feeling made him smile. He was tired of constantly using Kai water. Now he can finally practice the star wind breathing technique. Now it is at the clean level, which means it is the 6th level out of 9 possible. It was just like 3 months ago, when he was still not the Dragon King of the Heavenly Lake. Even after he absorbed the energy around the Celestial Lake and drank half of the elixir, he still didn't see enough progress. Brian began to worry that something was wrong with him, as if his talent had disappeared. Perhaps he has no talent for this business at all, or he has reached his limit and the elixir cannot improve his abilities. He decided not to think about it and practice the star wind breathing technique and hope for the best. He shouldn't be upset that his skills haven't improved, because there are many other advantages to consider. Although his strength is not very high now, he is confident that with training he will be able to improve it. In this territory, time passes very quickly, even though he was assisted in all his affairs by the Ents. Soon, Brian began to feel as if he had been practicing the breathing technique for a very long time. 5 years have already passed in this world, although only 6 months have passed outside this territory. Everything he planted earlier has already grown, so you can taste it. Everything tasted delicious, but the guy didn't notice any changes in his body or increased abilities. Perhaps the problem is precisely in the star wind breathing technique. Despite the fact that he is still learning, the first star wind technique has reached the final stage and he has received the 10th star. Even if he trains more, he won't be able to improve this technique, even though it's much easier than the others. It seems that this technique was originally created for a pure immortal level, or it was not fully developed. Perhaps some parts of the technique were lost many centuries ago, in which case Brian can create a new technique. In celestial art, there is a skill that must contain all kinds of attributes. But there is one energy attribute that is not talked about at all, the wooden attribute. If you apply this attribute to the star wind breathing technique, you might get something interesting, and it's definitely worth a try. First, we need to combine all the attributes into 6 stars of celestial art. Of course, progress is good, but now Brian has to pay for his accommodation because 6 months have already passed. Then something interesting happened, and this situation will affect the future plot. Brian tried to push his wooden friend away from him a little, but he managed to make it fly back a few meters with a light touch of his hand. It seems as if after he tasted this vegetable, his strength indicators increased several times. He quickly realized that he was holding special garlic, even though it looked ordinary. It is not yet clear whether this plant can strengthen any body type or give it a human physique. The human physique is an add-on that allows immortals to use the body of humans. If the heavenly body and the earthly body are used as fuel, the human body uses these as a force that can strengthen the body. That's why even if a person's physique is on par with others, his strength is still stronger compared to them. Soon, Brian used an incredible number of wooden people to test the effectiveness of garlic. If he takes a bite of this garlic, he will have a human physique for 3 hours. Now that he had learned about the effect of garlic, it was time to try wormwood. But first, he has to solve the problems with renting housing, and for this, he needs to get money. The central city market is always busy. Sellers are trying to sell their goods at favorable prices, and buyers are always doing their best to lower the price. Now there is a man named James here. He knows how to lower the price, so again I got a great product at a cheap price. People who have no money because they are training in the city of God are two easy targets for him. After he was put in the water, he turned around and saw Brian, and they had never met before. He realized that this masked guy needed money, because people come here only to make money. After that, he walked over to Brian and took a close look at the goods the boy had brought. He and his assistants quickly realized that these were hospital ingredients. These are important things for people who are undergoing training, and you can't usually buy something like this here. Looking more closely, James could not believe that the guy in the mask really wanted to sell it. It seems that this root is at least 500 years old, although this plant is common, but usually it is not that old. Looking more closely, people saw that Brian was also ready to sell ginseng, as well as some Chinese herbs. Very quickly, a lot of people gathered around who heard that someone was selling medicinal plants. Rumors spread very quickly in this place. These plants can improve your abilities several times over, but James and his friends are confident that they can buy it for a cheap price. Brian asked those interested to write their name and the price they were willing to pay for his goods. And he will sell this product to the highest bidder, and James certainly can't like this offer. He doesn't like it when someone organizes an auction, because it prevents him from paying the lowest price for the goods. Brian hasn't seen anyone else doing it, so he decided to try it and doesn't see anything wrong with it. He wants everyone to get their chance, so everyone can bet the amount they want. James began to panic and said that this unknown seller was completely arrogant. But at that moment, his friend stopped him and said that this seller was the Heavenly Lord of the Lake. Word spread very quickly among people, and soon everyone knew who was selling these goods. Also, people knew that this guy had been training in their city for 6 months, and if it was true, all these products were from the Heavenly Lake Palace. People immediately started shouting and trying to make the best offer. Everyone realizes how valuable these goods are. Brian quickly realized that the situation was getting out of his control, and that was not good. He turned his head and saw an interesting person who was very calm and didn't pay attention to all this. He wanted to approach this man, but he saw that John was approaching him. It was the perfect time to ask John to help out for a while until Brian could do all his own stuff. The Pektu Dragon King decided to catch up with the man he had seen a few minutes ago. He understands that the person who should be in the Pinafore Pavilion should not be in the central market. From the man's reaction, it was immediately obvious that Brian knew everything about him. That's why this man started shouting and saying that he was tired of all this and couldn't live like this anymore. He said that he would not give anything to the Dragon King because this item belonged to his family. He is also not going to give it to evil women. After these words, he continued to make noise. Brian was watching and couldn't understand what was happening. It was chaos. Soon after, this person lost consciousness and fell to the floor, all very strange. Now, after taking a closer look, Brian had no doubt that he was looking at a warrior named Lee, and they had become friends earlier. He is one of the warriors who lived in the Pinafore Pavilion. But why is he here? And why is he reacting so strongly? First, he has to find a place to put him on the bed, but Brian cannot enter any room without permission. It was then that he decided to take Lee to his room because no one would disturb them there. He knows how to prepare the right medicine for all occasions, so there were no problems with that. Brian also prepared some medicines in advance to give to Lee when he woke up. He thought that his comrade had been poisoned, but then he quickly realized that this soldier had completely different symptoms. His mouth was bleeding and his blood vessels were dark blue. It is unlikely that Brian made a mistake and used some poisonous plants. That is, Lee was poisoned from the very beginning. Now we need to decide who poisoned this guy and why try to kill such a good man. Brian tried not to panic because he knew that there were a lot of plants in his house that could help with the poisoning. But you have to be very careful with commas, because if you use them incorrectly, you can only make things worse. Brian gave him new medication, but it seems like this guy is getting worse by the second. He tried his best to stop the poison from spreading through his body, but it didn't work. Brian was sure that the detox was working well, so the problem was not with his herbs. If we give Lee stronger drugs, we can push the poison out of his body. But the problem is that we don't know what kind of poison it is. In this case, you need to act differently and use other methods of treatment. Brian decided to use the guang and shin, which is the most important place for blood circulation. This is the first time he has used this technique, and he hopes that everything will go well. After he performed the ritual, all that was left was to wait and observe the patient. Lee was getting worse by the minute. It was even hard to watch. He was coughing up blood and trembling constantly. His fever did not stop at all. Soon, the spirit of a huge snake, perhaps even a demon, came out of his body. Brian realized that the poison had been charged by a great evil spirit, and now everything was in place. This spirit is 100% angry because it was expelled from the human body. The guy decided to talk to him and ask who had called him and where he came from. But the spirit was in a very bad mood about talking to the Dragon King and tried to hurt him. He moved into Brian's body and began to travel through his internal organs. This big snake was looking for something, trying to find his inner chi energy. But his inner energy was much stronger than this evil spirit. Because of this, the detoxification ended very quickly and everything went well, although the snake tasted bad. After the poison has been expelled from the body, the warrior's condition should improve very quickly. But Brian looked closely at Lee's body and realized that his plan had completely failed. He was sure that he was able to completely remove the poison from his body, but now the guy might die. It looks like it's made of glass and is about to shatter into a million pieces. There was an explosion, and Brian couldn't understand what kind of energy was coming from Lee's body. He had never seen anything like it before, and even more so, he had never heard of it before. Is this really a real Lee form from the Lady Pinakwa Pavilion? He turned into a young boy and could not understand what had happened to him either. Brian very quickly took a blanket and dressed his friend so that he would not be naked. He said that while they were talking, Lee had a seizure because of the poison, so he had to examine his body. Brian very quickly noticed that his friend was not surprised at all that he had been poisoned. That is, he knew about it. Lee replied that it was his uncle who gave him the deadly poison and imprisoned him for many years. The Dragon King of the Pektu could not understand why his own uncle had treated the boy so cruelly. Lee told him that his uncle was called a Seijo or Flynn, and then Brian understood. King Seijo, also known as Flynn, was a great prince of the Joseon dynasty. Even now, Brian could not believe that Lee had called this horrible king his uncle. The young warrior also said that he got his name from his father, the sixth king, who had to leave his kingdom on the orders of the Flynn. Brian needed time to calm down and understand what was happening. If you think about all this, you can guess that something is going on in the Pinafore Pavilion. It also becomes very interesting whether the Pinakwa lady knows who the lie really is. Brian hopes that his friend will soon tell him his true story and reveal some secrets. If he had nothing to hide, Brian would have been happy to listen to his entire story. Lee recognizes that Brian really saved his life, so he is ready to tell him about his true identity. He knows that Brian will be interested in this because the story will be about a butler. He began his story with what everyone knows, that he has long been deprived of the right to power. The reason his uncle did not stage a coup earlier was because of the Song King. He wanted to make Lee his puppet, which is why he promoted him up the career ladder, but his uncle had a different opinion. In order for all this to happen, Songa constantly deceived Lee and fed him poison, of course. From the very beginning, the little boy did not know that they were trying to poison him. He was shocked when he first tasted this unpleasant drink. Every time he took this medicine, because that's what his uncle called it, he would get dizzy and fall asleep quickly. He didn't understand what was happening, so his body began to collapse, as if his uncle was trying to destroy their family from the inside. They all had to do this to little Lee because the family was afraid that someone, even a non-immortal, would oppose them. After that, Songi successfully manipulated his uncle and soon gained control of the royal power. After that, my uncle changed his mind. He still couldn't quell his ambitions for the throne and thus became the next king. He then punished Lee with a deadly poison, and the boy soon became addicted. He tried many different detoxification medications, but they did not help his body at all. When he finally woke up, he realized that he was buried in the ground. It was at that moment that the young warrior realized that he had become truly immortal. He was upset because he was unable to fulfill his duty, save his family, and take care of his immediate family. Because of this, he thought about suicide several times until his teacher found him and saved him. His teacher's name was Patron, one of the most famous personalities in history. After being rejected by the king, he decided to forget about his official career and devoted himself to his personal path of Tao. In order to restore Li's existence, which had become impossible in this world, he taught him cultivation and their relationship became very close. As a teacher, the patron ordered his student to hide his identity, as it could be dangerous if the enemies found out that Li was alive. The boy is sure that it was not easy for the teacher to take care of him because he was poisoned and no different from a real thief. But whenever they meet, the teacher always gives him his money and the elixir. He is confident that this future king will surely regain his place sooner or later, and so he believes in him above all else. In these moments of incredible support, it was hard for Li to hold back his tears, and he is incredibly grateful to the patron for her help and faith. It has now spent several centuries in cultivation and has made incredible progress, which can be seen by the fact that it still looks young. His experienced master, on the contrary, has aged a lot over the years. He knew that he was short on time, so he worked hard to become the owner of the Pinafore Pavilion and then set aside this space for the Li. That is how this little boy became a patron's apprentice and got his name Li. In the end, he was unable to do anything for his supporters and had to say goodbye to the master. But if he was so careful not to reveal his real name, how did his enemies manage to capture him? Li said it happened a few months ago, after the Battle of the Seven-Pointed Sword. His modest personality came to say hello to the Pinafore lady. She knew that he was a student of the patron, so she tried to find out about other students of this master. The young warrior apologized and said that he did not know anyone who knew his teacher. She decided to reveal the patron's real name and said that the man was part of the recent conflict. He is one of those responsible for the war with the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. When the young warrior listened to her words, he was amazed and could not believe it until the very end. Brian also remembered this moment and could not understand why the sons of the Dragon King interfered in this process. Lady Pinaqua is probably trying to figure out whether the Dragon King, Bart, has kept silent to the end and whether his case will be investigated. Through all of this, she was able to find out that there was a person who was able to deceive Bart. The lady didn't say where exactly she was getting all this information from, but the one manipulating the Dragon King is a member of the East Sea Organization. It seems that this is connected with the ceremony. They probably hid the activation mechanism inside the king's statue. Li had been in hiding for a very long time and did not even know that there were loyal servants left, and the patron must be among them. But when it became clear that he was a devoted servant of the Li family, he realized that his identity would soon be revealed as well. The lady said that they would be exploring the patron shrine and that this place was being used as a cover for the Li. The guy quickly realized that the remains of his master were being searched for, so soon everything would be known about him as well. He gathered all his belongings and started running away to escape the attack. Li hopes that Brian has now understood a lot, although it was difficult to tell him this information. Thanks to the Dragon King, Li is now free of his poison problem. He is ready to return the favor, although he is ashamed that he has little to offer. This will be enough for Brian to train for 50 years, which is much more than he already has. As strange as it sounds, Li wants to ask for help again. He wants Brian to hide him for a while. If he really has enough strength, he will be able to hide it securely enough and thus save lives. A lot of time has passed, but there are probably still those who are trying to find and catch him. If he manages to get out of this area, his wife will still continue to suspect him and look for him. He feels that his body's vital energy has become weaker because of his return, and that his true face has been revealed. Because of his long travels, it seems that he is still looking for a hiding place. The man who had been protecting the pavilion for many years has become very passive. Now Brian is also beginning to realize that sometimes you have to hide your true identity. He said he would keep half of Li's gift for himself and they would spend time together in this place. But Brian has one important condition. They will train together and he will learn from his friend. He gave him a small piece of dragon bone as a sign of respect and support. In order to hide a Li, it needs to know where it is at all times. So Brian will use this guy and learn from him. And in return, he will allow him to hide in this house. After that, Brian called him a descendant of the king, but it seems that this guy doesn't like it very much. And it was because of this king cow that he found himself in such a difficult situation. But now, Brian wants to explain something to him. It was time to think about why his loyal servant had been so active in protecting him all this time. He considered Li to be his best friend and mentor, and everything he did was for his sake. So don't think that it's impossible to become a king, and don't constantly surrender to the influence of other people. If Li really wants to live, he must always remember his friend who gave his life for him. Of course, Brian was talking about the teacher, and these words immediately upset the boy. Confucius's words are correct, But Lee really was only influenced by other people and his environment all this time. But he can't waste time like that anymore, not even for his own friend. He thanked the brothers for their support and said that he finally felt that his path was clear. With the extra money, they were able to find a much better room to live in than they had before. The auction with the plants turned out to be incredible, and John made a lot of money during this time. Brian suggested concentrating on training and forgetting about self-pity. He recalled the first time he met this nice guy, and those times will never come back. Now they have to spend 25 years of active training together, which will be enough for significant progress. During this time, Lee must also learn not only how to fight better and use his energy, but also how to trust others. He noticed that Brian came in every morning and brought food with him, and then disappeared like a real magician. 8 years have passed in this way, but only 2 months have passed outside this house. Brian has only a combination of magic and wind left, but he can't destroy it. He can't believe that he hasn't felt enough effect over this long period and will have to turn to magic again. His demon sword can't understand why the owner is so worried about it. His achievements don't seem to be very serious, but the more you hurry, the further you move away from the result. You need to learn to see the big picture and not to ignore small setbacks. Brian went to prepare a new drug for his workout and met up with Lee at that moment. This guy looks completely different. He finally looks like himself. They hadn't seen each other for about 4 years, but Brian had been watching him in secret, even though he hadn't noticed his progress during that time. During this period, the young warrior really managed to grow up and make sufficient progress. He also said that last night he achieved a complete transformation of his bones, which is a serious achievement. He started calling Brian Confucius for giving him a place to practice, food, and opportunities. If Brian hadn't helped him, Lee would be neither alive nor dead, so he is very grateful to him. That is why he promises to be loyal to his assistant, who saved his life and gave him all these opportunities. Now Brian is working on a method that will help a lot in the progress, but so far it does not work. He keeps it with him at all times and uses it to jot down any ideas and solutions as soon as they come to him. Lee asked his friend to give him a chance to familiarize himself with this method. Maybe he could help. He was shocked to see that it was a symbiosis of 2 legendary techniques. Symbiosis of different methods is very difficult to do, and few people manage to do it right, so we can congratulate Brian on his incredible achievement. Brian replied that he was not even halfway through, so it was too early to rejoice and celebrate success. It's very difficult to place and connect 2 different things, and there's still a lot of learning to do to complete this method. After getting acquainted with this, the forest said that he would also like to help and make a small contribution to this work. He is confident that with the right analysis, it is possible to find ingredients that will complement this work. He hopes that his self-confidence will not prevent the Confucius master from doing so. One could say that Lee, on the contrary, underestimates his abilities, although he is actually an incredible talent. In just a few minutes, he found the right answers to difficult questions and completed the teacher's work. Brian was shocked that the answers were right there all along, but it doesn't matter now because the result is what matters. The work is completely completed. He's been working on it for a very long time, and now it's time to celebrate. Soon John came to them. He was trying to meet with Brian to give him something. In his hand, he held an invitation to a meeting at the main palace where the most respected members of the city's clan would meet. If he doesn't extend this invitation, he risks losing his own head, so he's very worried and hopes that Brian will come out now. When the door opened, he felt an incredible gust of wind, and for a second, he even thought he had run into a tornado. As soon as the wind stopped blowing in his face, it started to rain. To begin with, I need to say a few words about rain, which almost never happens in this place. People around here know that if it rains near Mount Tobacco, then someone has come so strong that they have been able to break through the protection of the gods. There is no magic around. It seems to be just ordinary rain, but not everyone believes in accidents. It could be a dragon, as it deals with the weather, and many have heard that the confluence of heaven and earth is located here. It turned out that there was also a rut in this place, and one might think that Shintoists had also reached a state of Zen. But without the support of her teacher, this girl would never have done this. Her modesty always deserves applause. Although the fact that she was chosen by a special teacher is proof of her incredible talent and natural qualities. It was made possible by the king's defeat of the new god Tao, and the most outstanding students of the Masters of the 8 Palaces were named the 7 Stars. Remembering the Dragon King, Ruth thought that he was never her achievement, and she was nothing compared to him. The teacher said they had waited too long and it was time to finally go inside. The students confidently fulfilled their master's order, and they are all confident of a successful future. As always, the city is full of people going about their business. It's never empty. Many of the factions that will participate in the destruction of the Eastern Sea train here. One of the master's students looked around and realized that there was no one stronger than them, so the 7 stars could be called the strongest in the city. Soon, our old friend appeared, a wilted sura flower, and asked everyone to be quiet and listen to her carefully. When she saw everyone gathered together, she said it was time to get right down to business. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was so cruel that the dragon palaces of the Western and Southern Seas decided to destroy him. At the last meeting, the leadership decided that the adherents should join forces to conquer the Eastern Sea. Those with the most money were in the best position to raise rates. But we received a lot of complaints about this, so it was decided to change the way tribal positions were distributed. That's why all titles, except for lords and ladies, are now given based on competition. There are only 3 months left until victory, so they cannot afford to give up. This is a good opportunity to get a high position. Talented people can succeed and get the desired position. It was at this moment that an unexpected guest came, the king of the dragons of the Pectus, the confusions of heaven and earth. No one knew that he would also be present at this gathering, and Carol did not expect to see him here either. He knows that this is a competition to choose a place, so he had no right to miss this event. Since there were many members of large factions in the top positions, it seemed that this choice would be made in favor of small groups of soldiers. But even among the younger members of the large factions, there were many representatives. Ruth and the other 6 stars of the Great Teacher are also among them and are waiting for the opportunity to get the coveted spot. Members of this circle, even if their spiritual development is weak, receive more support and spells than others. But in the end, it was a structure in which those who had more support held higher positions. Brian can't watch this in peace because it's still too disgusting for him. Since the number of participants was quite large, not everyone could get the desired places at once, so ranks were distributed based on spiritual level. Soon, the wilted sura flower showed a rating based on the level of achievement of the warriors. If someone has a complaint about a rank, they can fight with someone with whom they would like to swap places on the list. There are no changes if you lose, but if you win, your ranks change and you get a promotion. Brian said he wanted to change his rank, so Carol asked him who he wanted to challenge to a fight. But even if this is a challenge or a joke, his rank is not here, and it was a real shock for Carol. She couldn't believe that he was on a completely different level. Maybe he hadn't looked at the list carefully? After the opening of the Heavenly Gate, it became easy to see and measure the level of cultivation, so most adepts used it. I could have made a mistake, but I didn't check it carefully enough, so now I have to give you the opportunity to confuse. She wants to know what current rank he considers worthy of his level. Brian is happy that this opportunity allows him to show his strengths, and that's why he said he wants to win first place. He wants to get the first place on the list of participants, and even Carol did not expect such audacity from him. She, like all the other students, thought he was joking at first and only then realized that he was serious. At that moment, a girl stood behind Brian, and she realized that he wanted to take her place. The people around her immediately recognized her. She is the 3rd child of a powerful master and is at a higher level of divine state than the others. She concentrated all her strength and energy in the direction of the Aaron. That is, when the sage level is divided into 9 steps. This girl's name is Margaret, and she is in first place, so if Brian wants to take this step, he must defeat her. He looks calm and confident, as if he's not worried about a potential fight at all. The fight was officially scheduled, and soon it started, with Margaret immediately summoning her evil demon. In front of the crowd, she wants to show everyone her true strength and make them respect her. From the very beginning of the fight, Brian was forced to actively defend himself. His sword had already seen similar opponents in a novel, where the main character is a monk, and he said that this battle would be difficult. You can guess this even without his clues, because this evil spirit is too big and strong. But Brian has practiced his strengths for many years, and he is not going to give up so easily without a fight. If he came here and said he wanted to take first place, he was 100% confident in his abilities. Using the natural power of water, he decided to calm down this big troll. It was obvious that Margaret was not ready for such pressure from her opponent. She expected a much easier battle. Brian came up to her and said she seemed too tense. It turned out that it was better not to anger this evil woman, because she could get angry and show her full potential. Margaret has summoned the evil spirit again, but now it looks even bigger and more threatening. Brian realized that he had started celebrating his victory too early, he shouldn't underestimate his opponents. The speed of the evil demon surprised him. Usually, large creatures are too predictable and slow. But this big troll has completely different qualities and has great speed in addition to its strength. Now Brian is fully focused on his opponent and is not going to let him demonstrate all his talents. Don't forget that the king of the Pektu dragons fights with a demonic sword, and this changes the whole thing. His attacks were too harsh and sharp even for this talented woman. She showed all her power but still lost the initiative in the battle. Brian didn't even use a single move. She looks at him and realizes that he is using the skill of Syracusa, which is written about in the Sacred Chronicle. Brian looked at Margaret and said that a high level can be achieved even without the help of an incredible artifact. She felt that these words were a mockery, so she got even angrier and said that she would not lose this battle. It looks like she's now ready to use her secret weapon, a wilted red flower. Carol immediately saw this and started to panic. It was obvious that she recognized the plant. If you look closely, you will realize that this is a wilted Sura flower. Among the many flowers that contain tens of thousands of different forces, only the Sura flower is focused on combat. It can give its owner incredible potential to destroy any enemy. And right now, Margaret has decided to use this wilted Sura flower, so this battle is getting more and more interesting. She knows that she has no right to lose today, and she wants to be as cruel as Carol when her lover left her. Brian quickly realized that he was about to get into real trouble. The evil spirit was behind him, and all this time it was waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Although the Confucius of heaven and earth had looked confident all this time, now he was getting nervous for the first time. Even his incredible reflexes were not enough to defend himself from the monster's first attack. He missed a powerful blow, but did not lose consciousness and continued to look for opportunities to counterattack. All the wounds of this giant demon have healed, and now he is 100% ready to fight again. His speed has also increased significantly, and it was hard for Brian to keep up with him before, but now it's almost impossible. It seems as if this demon is capable of the same capabilities as a true incarnation of God. Perhaps now Brian should also grow some Sura flowers in his garden to use in critical situations. It's very difficult to defend, and it doesn't even have the ability to launch full attacks, which is becoming a serious problem. It was clear that Carol was rooting for this guy and hoped that he would be able to find a solution to this problem. She started shouting at him that this flower gives incredible power and he should be careful. According to legend, if you pick one leaf of this flower, it will be enough to destroy an army. If you pick 2 leaves, it will be enough to destroy the whole state. But if you have lost your mind altogether and you pick 3 leaves of a wilted Sura flower, then this is enough to make the whole world bleed. That is why the Sura is sometimes called the flower of the destruction of the world, and why it is so feared. Brian couldn't understand how strong a daisy must be to have the right to pick such a powerful flower. Because he thinks about all these nuances, he completely forgets about defense in real combat. Margaret's speed has increased several times, and to stop her, you'll have to show your full potential. The guy hopes that the power of the water will be enough to calm their aggression again, but it's not that simple. He is fighting alone against 2 opponents at the same time, all of whom are too fast, so it is almost impossible to defend against their attacks. If from the very beginning he managed to dodge dangerous blows, now he is having difficulties with this. Brian couldn't believe that Margaret was able to stop the demon sword's attack, even though it seemed impossible before. Probably the problem is that you have to take the sword out of the protective case, but this can cause real chaos. Brian felt that he had enough opportunities to change the course of the fight. He just had to choose the right decision. He activated the water technique with lotus leaves, which was enough to surprise Margaret. He started laughing and told her that she was about to see a real disaster, so she should watch carefully. Now Brian was incredibly angry, both of them wanting to tear the hearts out of each other's bodies. But there must be one person left in this battle. The first place in the ranking cannot be divided between 2 warriors. This confrontation may become legendary in the future, and legends and fairy tales will be told about it. But now we are watching it live, and we see that the power of nature can help even against incredible evil. Brian found the right solution and used a vine to calm Margaret down a bit, but it's unlikely to be enough. Also, we must not forget about the existence of the evil demon, which is still very dangerous. Remembering him, Brian decided to act now, while Margaret was distracted by the defense. The guy used the demon to soften Margaret's attack, and he succeeded. During this entire time of the fight, the effect of the wilted Sura flower has ended, so now Margaret is in a bad position. She can no longer use magic as actively as before, as if she were doomed. During all these years of active training in the city of Mount Tobacco, Brian has learned to control nature like a real god. This is incomparable to anything else. It has never been even close to this level before. Margaret thought that he should also get tired and lose some of his abilities, but this guy doesn't know the word tired. She begged him to give her one last chance and admit defeat. But today, Brian is in no mood for pity. At that moment, none of the spectators said anything. Everyone held their breath and could not take their eyes off the battle. Everyone thought they were seeing some kind of illusion, because it was hard to predict such a confident victory over Margaret. Everything around was scorched by fire and destroyed. This training ground is no longer suitable for combat. To achieve this victory, Brian decided to use a demonic sword in combination with the power of the dragon. With this sword, it is much easier for him to combine the methods of sword and magic, and this helped him win. Carol smiled and said that Brian shouldn't worry about anything. He won thanks to her tips. Suddenly, everyone around them was shocked to see leaves falling on their heads. Very quickly, people realized that these leaves belonged to a sacred tree that had begun to bloom right then. This is probably due to the Brian spell, which affected the Garden of Power. He found an interesting object, and the boy began to realize that it was held by the Moon King. At that moment, a man approached him and said that Brian had been invited to the Palace of Mirrors. The Confucius of Heaven and Earth turned around and realized that Max was talking to him. His role in the administration was very important. Brian decided not to take any extra rest and go straight to the Palace of Mirrors. He did not understand why he was invited there. Perhaps it was due to the flowering of flowers on the sacred tree. He noticed that this palace had a very high ceiling and wonderful paintings. But if you look closely, you can realize that it is a moving picture. Brian came over and started looking at the paintings, trying to understand what they meant. He had already read about something very similar to this in books that were found 1,000 years ago. It said that huge monsters came from outer space in ancient times to take over the world. But experienced sages who have reached the Zen path closed the heavenly gates to prevent these monsters. If it were not for the selfless sacrifice of these experienced sages, the world would have perished long ago. I would like to draw a parallel with today's wise men who are responsible for the stability of the world. They are too busy with personal interests and power and do not think about ordinary people. Max said that this painting tells the story of the great masters of the past. They are called external deities. The great masters were incredibly strong, but since the time when the heavenly gates were opened, almost nothing has been heard about them. Brian looked at the painting more closely and saw a large flower, and he wondered what kind of plant it was. Then it seemed to him that he was looking at a 2-star solar rod that he had used before. Max said that this painting depicts one of the 3 great rulers and 5 emperors who ruled ancient China. It was the emperor who studied the countryside and used this interesting technique. It was this technique that Brian mastered in the first days of his awakening, the first skill he had. It is called the solar wind, and at the time, it seemed to him something incredible. He wondered who had created the star wind method and the solar wind method. Max said that there is no saint who has such knowledge, although it certainly used to be different. Probably no one knows this information now except the ancient sages, and it would be nice if at least some relics remained. Nevertheless, Brian is glad to have learned the clue about the stellar wind here. Soon, Max took his guest to his destination, where many people had already gathered. In the center of this room was a huge white root, perhaps the root of a sacred tree. Max explained that these roots are highly respected by the people of this clan and are responsible for the continuation of the city's prosperity. After that, the guy looked at Brian carefully and said that now he had to answer all the questions honestly and not even think about lying. Max asked what exactly Brian had done to the sacred tree and whether these actions were intentional. The situation around us immediately changed, and it was obvious that it was unusual for all the people in this city to see the sacred tree blooming. Although Brian helped him to flourish, he did not do it on purpose. Max was surprised by this answer. Even he had never seen his father in such a state in thousands of years. Brian didn't understand at first. He thought that Max was confusing something and calling the tree his father. But only after a short pause did he realize that the heavenly King Robert had been incarnated in this sacred tree. He used the power from this spine to become a powerful being, and he used these roots. Only Michael, the eldest son of the king, has the right to hear the whisper of this tree. Everyone else is allowed only what Michael and this root provide. It seems that Max is now telling us about the secret of his clan. But why is he doing this? Max believes that Brian is qualified and shows him the holy blood that came from his father and bound their clan. If O'Brien accepts this blood, he will become connected to his power and will be able to communicate with energy and make this clan stronger. Brian should be happy and drink this blood right now. It will make him cleaner and allow him to take his place next to the other brothers. Of course, the Confucius of heaven and earth was happy to be given this opportunity, but he immediately refused the offer. Max said that he shouldn't refuse such offers, he should accept them and behave calmly. Brian realized that it would be difficult for him to escape if he decided to do so. He doesn't want to drink blood and be able to feel this energy, because only Michael can hear his father's voice anyway. He would have felt this power in battle if this blood was really so incredible, so it sounds like just ordinary propaganda. Of course, this energy can help his strength, but he worries about programming. Brian guessed that he was being given a poison that was being injected into him in order to program him. Even if he accepts this holy blood, he will still not become what others want him to be. Soon, he decided to give in to these provocations and taste white blood, but it made him suffer. His head and stomach immediately began to hurt, as if the roots of a tree were piercing his body. His head began to explode. Even though it was a language he had never heard, he understood it. These feelings are incomparable to anything else, as if even death is better than this effect. Soon, Brian realized that he was right. His liver had calmly cleansed this sacred blood. The wise men around him were surprised that Brian did not change his hair color, as they thought he should become like them. The connection would be connected. Although the conversion did not occur, it looked strange. Max started to panic and grabbed Brian by the neck, trying to understand what the guy had done. But Brian only smiled in response, reminding them that he had warned them that things would not be as they wished. Max realizes that if Brian had done something bad, there would be no connection to the clan at all. There have never been dragons in their family, so maybe this guy just needs to be given some peace and time. In any case, the amount of holy blood he drank was enough to make him stand on a par with the clan boss. From now on, Max will consider him his little brother. Brian smiled and said he looked forward to further cooperation and a great relationship. After this ritual, Brian returned to the training ground and saw his friend Lee actively fighting with other warriors. He continues to try to get the title of Celestial and is currently ranked second on the list. During this battle, he lost a lot of strength and suffered several serious injuries, so he needed to return home. Even though Brian did not tell him to take second place, Lee achieved his goal. This guy is incredibly motivated and ready to go to the ends of the earth for his goal. They returned home to heal their injuries and rest, and several days passed. Brian watched his body closely, but it seems that the sacred blood is not going to harm him. During this time, his friend also experienced a complete restoration of his vital energy. The list of participants in the Eastern campaign has been determined, and all the details will be discussed at the next meeting. With just a little time left, Brian has already completed his studies and can now complete his preparations for the trip. After Brian finished his workout, he asked Lee to go with him. Now they have to go together to the north of the peninsula to meet with the general. When they set out, they met a girl who had been possessed by a demonic sword called Turfing. Brian immediately recognized the disciple of General Azog, the Lord of Divine Fire. When he found out that the general was going about his business, he asked her if she knew about the item he had ordered. The girl said that there were some problems with this item and asked me to follow her. A little while later, they all entered General Azog's room together. But what were they going to do here? The maid showed them the hiding place and told them that the item Brian had ordered was there. She doesn't quite understand what happened, but unknown people from another province came and took her teacher with them. The Lord of Divine Fire has managed to hide this important object in a hiding place, but she cannot open it. The master ordered them to wait, and so they have been waiting all this time and cannot give this object to the brothers. After a little research, the young warriors realized that the seal was applied in such a way that only one owner could open the cache. It turned out that this master was not the Lord of the Divine Fire, but a Brian. Lee explained to his friend that most of the local students and servants have fiery ki energy. If you pour the energy of water into this seal, which is the opposite of the element of fire, you can open the cache. The servant of the Lord of Divine Fire was named Susan, and she was completely in love with her savior, the Dragon King. She is understandable, because he saved her life when the demon sword entered her mind, and she always wondered what Brian looked like without the mask. Back to the cache, Lee said that it can only be opened using the right technique, and he told us how to do it. Together with the Dragon King, they tried to open this hiding place and very quickly succeeded. Finally, Brian can pick up the item he ordered from General Azog a long time ago. It is not surprising that the general hid this object so carefully, as if he knew something bad could happen. Brian expected to receive the flute from the general's hands and have a pleasant conversation with him, so it's a shame that things didn't go according to plan. I wonder what Lady Pinafore is thinking about when she orders the general to be brought to her pavilion. It turned out that the general had left a note with the flute, so he knew that he would soon be captured. This note told about the Taven Rock as if the general wanted Brian to go there. Lee said that this name is not used anymore. The rock is called differently, the Tomb of the Moon King. King Moon was the 30th king of power, a famous ruler who ended a long war and united the 3 Korean states. When Brian met with his servants, it turned out that they also knew about this king. It is also known that the legendary flute also went to his tomb when it decided to become a dragon. It happened almost immediately after the end of the war, which lasted more than 7 years. The emperor of the Tang dynasty refused to admit his defeat. He woke up something that did not need to be woken up and ordered these creatures to attack the Korean peninsula. To confront this evil monster, King Moon was forced to personally appeal to the dragons. He asked for help because he knew that without it, he would not be able to defend his kingdom. According to legend, this monster was destroyed, but the details of this battle remain unknown. Rumors began to circulate that the king had become a dragon, and everyone around him began to search for the secret of his transformation. Rumor has it that even General Azog knows the secret of the transformation, but there is no evidence of it. Perhaps this is why Lady Pinafore ordered her warriors to bring the Lord of Divine Fire to her. It is not hard to guess that she has long dreamed of creating a dragon that would obey her orders. In the lady's pavilion, the Lord of Divine Fire was being beaten very badly, and she wanted him to finally start talking. It was obvious that he had been beaten for a long time, and it was difficult for him to even breathe. Lady Pinafore is unhappy that he still won't talk. Maybe it's time to bring his family here. The Lord of Divine Fire replied that he did not know anything, but he did not want his family to be involved in this situation. The lady hopes that he will speak very quickly and without too much screaming, but they have to come up with something. She knows that hands are the most important weapon of a master, so she ordered her men to cut off his hands. It was at this moment that the Lord of the Divine Fire began to truly panic. If he loses his hands, he will never be able to make a real artifact that can be called a work of art. Lady Pinafore has tried to strengthen her family's position before, so her actions are quite predictable. Most likely, if she creates a dragon, she will tell everyone that the place of the future boss of the Eastern Sea belongs to her. If there is no news yet, the general is still alive and continues to remain silent. He left a note for Brian because he hopes this guy will help him. But won't it be too late? Whether there is a secret or not, the lady cannot be allowed to seize power over the Eastern Sea. Relationships can help resolve this conflict, but you have to act very carefully and quickly. The problem is also that he knows nothing about the reincarnation of the King of the Moon. The Pinafore lady can find out all this information by using force, so she has an advantage in this situation. Brian is eager to find out at least something about this mystery, and he needs to prepare himself to thwart his enemies. Later, he was happy because he remembered that he had a way to get answers to all his questions. The peach tree is very old now, and it has eaten all the spirits that Brian fed it. The fruit of the tree is already fully ripe, so now you don't have to worry about being poisoned by green peaches. The incredible medicine was taken into the guy's body, and he immediately felt the effect. The peaches of the sacred tree can be called an elixir. They do incredible things. Brian immediately felt metal energy forming on his fingers, an effect he had never experienced before. First, he began to master the power of water, and now he has learned to control metal like a magneto. But Brian started to worry that it might be too little, because his opponent was very strong. If we analyze the situation logically, each peach represents one of the 5 elements, so Brian started eating all the peaches on the tree. The first fruit gave him a water base and a liver that cannot be poisoned. The boy also recalled history lessons from his friend Guanak, a brown bear who told him that the bigger the tree grows, the more powerful its fruits are. The tree that Brian planted on his property has long since stopped growing. It seems that it has become too crowded in this area, and it is better to transplant it to another place. Of course, it creates a protective barrier, but it will not be easy to move it. Perhaps you just need to expand the space. Speaking about the expansion of space, Brian also mentioned an interesting object that he had been carrying in his pocket all this time. He received it after defeating the David. This artifact controls the space, and now it will come in handy. Of course, first you need to activate it with Chai energy. If done correctly, this artifact will help to solve all the problems with the divine peach tree. When the problem was solved, Brian started looking for the right soil for the peach tree. A few days passed after that, and nothing particularly interesting happened. He went to a place with the best soil on the Korean peninsula. This land has fed many generations of Korean people. This land should be enjoyed in a peach tree. Brian noticed that his artifact bag was vibrating strangely. He had experienced this before, so he realized that it was connected to the seven-pointed sword. It was as if this sword felt a call and broke free, which can hardly be called something good. At that moment, the turfing started screaming louder than usual. Brian didn't tell us that he had other swords. Turfing sees the seven-pointed sword for the first time, so it can be called jealousy. Brian assured us that the seven-pointed sword was not designed to be used actively, but these words were not enough. The seven-pointed sword can also talk, and he said he was very happy to be back home. Only now Brian realized that this sword was made in this area. It was on these lands that the kingdom where the seven-pointed sword was created was located. Soon he began to feel incredibly inspired and energized again. He began to swing his sword in the hope that it would lead to something interesting. Sometimes you don't even need to have a clear plan to succeed. In some situations, it's enough to follow your intuition. They found themselves in a territory called Viersen, which was completely destroyed during the reign of the Keros. Even to this day, no one knows where it is, so we can say that Brian has become a real legend. If you recall the whole backstory, the last time Brian activated the seven-pointed sword, he met with the legendary goblins. They were also in an imaginary space that no one could find. It seems as if this sword reacts to hidden places that preserve the memory of the distant past. There is an incredible concentration of metal energy around, but there are no people here, so who lives here? Brian could not believe his eyes when he saw the iron skeletons with weapons in front of him. With the help of their large numbers, they quickly surrounded him and prepared for battle. It must be the army that guards this legendary city, as if there are more than 100 of them. With each passing minute, the number of soldiers grew and Brian began to panic. This legendary army is ready to fight and defend its territory no matter what. They are probably members of the royal family or their personal guard. They are long dead, but their bodies are still ready to defend the kingdom. The general of this army came forward and ordered the brothers to immediately give his name and tell him who he was. The guy held up the sword and said that he was the owner of this weapon and that should be enough. It was at this moment that the sword broke free from his hands and flew in an unknown direction, as if it had abandoned its owner. Now the guy has no choice but to surrender and apologize to the army of skeletons. He tried to stay calm and decided to take off his mask and tell his real name. And Brian also said that he was a citizen of the Republic. They did not listen to him at all and were not going to let him live, so he had no choice but to act differently. Brian quickly took garlic out of his pocket and tasted the elixir. He very quickly felt a temporary improvement in his abilities and capabilities, which should be enough to destroy the skeletons. Of course, at this point he will not fight alone, and Turfing will come to his aid again. When he took the elixir and got his signature weapon, he didn't care about the number of opponents. It was going to be fun. Brian has learned to fight using various forces of nature, and the base of wood and water is helping him a lot now. With the help of these powers, he was able to defeat Margaret in their battle, and now he expects the same result. Although there are a lot of skeletons, they are still too fragile to fight a powerful warrior. Very quickly, he was able to imprison them with the help of the tree roots. But this place is cursed, and the energy of the metal has a negative effect on the energy of the tree. The problem does not end there. After the skeletons were destroyed, they quickly returned to their natural form. Maybe it's black magic, or maybe it's some kind of curse, but in any case, it's a problem for the brothers. He can fight with such an army forever because he will never defeat these skeletons. Even now, the guy realized that he had to immediately look for a way out of this space, because this army is immortal. They resemble the warriors in Norse mythology called Draga, or a warrior who rose from the dead. They are kept in this world by force, and to calm them down, it is necessary to break the chains that bind them to their past lives. That is why, in order to destroy these soldiers, we need to break these chains and give them a decent death. The problem is that it will be difficult to do this because it is a very conditional task. But if you have the demon sword on your side, you can defeat even an immortal zombie. Brian removed the scabbard from his sword and allowed the weapon to take full control of his body. This is the only way to defeat an immortal army, although it is a very risky strategy. In a few seconds, the monsters started dying for real, because when you are killed by a demon sword, the principle of regeneration does not work. Even if you're Wolverine or Deadpool, your wounds will never heal after meeting this iron comrade. Brian felt the chains connecting these warriors to their past lives breaking and severing. His plan is really working, so we should have trusted this sword from the beginning. The skeletons were not going to give up without a fight. They also have their own tricks that they're ready to use. Brian is unlikely to like fire arrows. He needs to avoid meeting fire. But we must remember that this guy knows how to control water, so fire is unlikely to be a problem for him. There are too many warriors around. He cannot break the chains of death of each warrior individually. In this way, he can lose his strength and get tired before he destroys the warriors. If this is a real army, then there is a king who gives orders to his soldiers. That's why Brian quickly decided to find the king and kill him, and then all the problems were solved. He entered the central building and hoped to see the main skeleton there, and he succeeded. In front of him sat the king and two of his defenders, and there was an incredible aura of metal around him. When he saw the seven-pointed sword in the hands of this skeleton, he immediately realized that this was the king, although he did not look very confident. The guy was immediately interested in the personality of this king. He had never heard of him before. Many years have passed since Brian left his old home, but the king can still smell the past. He believes that it was Brian who took his legendary sword and destroyed his home. An army of monsters surrounded the boy again, and it will happen again and again until he dies. The king believes that he can get his crown back if he receives Brian's body. He wants to take his body and soul and return to the real world. To do this, he ordered his soldiers to immediately attack the boy and take his soul. Brian quickly realized that the king had lost not only his body, but also his brain. This is not surprising. After years of solitude in his palace, it is difficult to remain sane. But this does not mean that Brian is ready to give up without a fight, especially since he always has a fan with him. He took advantage of this opportunity and called his blue dog for help. They haven't seen this pet for a long time, and now they will have a great time together again. Brian ordered the het to attack the skeletons and destroy them all. But he summoned more than just the Heather, and we shouldn't forget that he can now summon the spirit of another monster he found a few years ago. For too long they have been in a closed imaginary space, but now they can feel freedom. Although they had fun with each other, a real battle against skeletons is always more interesting than any game. This demonic elephant feeds on metal, and with its help it can grow. An indestructible metal beast that can grow to incredible sizes by absorbing metal. According to rumors, he can even fill all four seas with himself, which is why he was called Pulgasari, or immortal. In the book about this beast, it is said that it can appear out of nowhere, from the last breath of a sick monk or from a rice ball. Pulgasars have appeared at all times, and each time they appeared in a mysterious way. To become the owner of these incredible creatures, most Celestials tried to create Pulgasari with their own hands. But all their attempts failed, because this case is almost impossible. That's why when the legendary master heard about this beast, he thought it was just a legend. But, strangely enough, he eventually found the answer to this riddle. Pulgasari is born out of human suffering. It can be created not by one person, but by an era of problems. A time when people groan under the tyranny of evil, and their ruler is blind to these problems. These are the moments when greedy officials line their pockets by sucking the last juices out of ordinary people. Such people create Pulgasari, but then they will be overwhelmed by hatred, pain, and despair. When the state is plunged into chaos, despair, and pain, the hopes and dreams of people form a Pulgasari egg. The same woman, the boy's mother, used the knowledge from the book to summon the Pulgasari. This is the interesting story of this monster, born in bad circumstances, but trying to change the situation. At first, people may think it's just a white elephant, but don't underestimate this demon. If you make the Pulgasari angry, you will soon feel the true wrath of the gods. It's not an animal you can joke with and feed sugar to, because along with sugar, it will tear your arm off. Combined with the Heta, these two can destroy a real army of immortal warriors. This is because they are demons, so even an immortal cannot defend himself against their attacks. Brian was pleased with the actions of his animals, and now he realizes that he was worried for nothing. The boy started looking for the Pulgasari and was very surprised when he found it, because this monster became small again. It can probably change size after it loses its strength and energy. So next time, he'll need to be fed metal before being let out for a walk. Now the monsters can return to their home, they have fulfilled the task set before them by the owner. The Skeleton King still wants Brian's body. It seems he has really lost his mental faculties. The boy has never seen such an obsession before, and he wants to understand the reason why the king wants his body. He also noticed a rather interesting fact. The king's assistants did not move at all and did not participate in the battle, although they should have. They continued to hold the important items, the king's clothes and crown, but why weren't these items on the king? Now Brian finally understood why this skeleton wanted his body so badly. He's probably cursed for his defeat and cannot wear the crown while he is in this body. Now everything is very simple. The crown will belong to the Dragon King of the Pact. He believes that this is a just retribution for the fact that this skeleton tried to take his body. Although the real king was against such actions, Brian did not want to listen to him. This can be called a historic moment, because now Brian is not only the king of dragons, but also the king of skeletons. As soon as he put on this crown, he immediately found himself in an unknown place. It's like one of the ancient small Korean states that existed during the Three Kingdoms era. The building around it is so beautiful, as if it was built recently. Brian thinks he has been transported here, but he feels the same aura as before. Ahead of him, he saw a man standing with his back to him and greeting the new guest of the palace. He asked Brian not to worry and explained that he was in the world of his dreams. This man realizes that he is talking to a hot warrior, but he is sure that putting a crown on his head was unnecessary. He hopes that this will not happen again, because the actions of the Bryans are a real smell of power. Brian is standing in front of Wolf, who was the founder and first ruler of the Korean kingdom of Baekje, one of the three kingdoms of Korea. This legendary ruler is an important figure in Korean history and mythology and is a descendant of a legendary dynasty. Wolf sees that Brian has gone through a lot of challenges and thanks him for his journey. Brian said he was ready to pass any test that Wolf had prepared for him. He believes that this legendary ruler has usurped the crown of the Pesh. In response, Wolf laughed, saying it was strange to hear this from a man who also wears a crown. The ruler was born an ordinary man, but then became a ruler, and even after his death, he continued to defend his throne. He has always watched his descendants flourish. I wonder why he is still here, and why he hasn't passed on the right to power. Wolf explains that this is his duty, and he accepted it many years ago. Few people can easily give up the power they have built, even if this power is already weak. That is why he tests in this world of illusions those who want to become a king. Observes them, tries to understand whether they have the power of a ruler. He is sad that that crazy skeleton king didn't make it here, because it would have been interesting to experience him. He was unable to put the crown on his head, so he decided to capture another body to put it on. He learned the magic of death and stayed in that world, and his obsession with the throne turned him into a real monster. Strangely enough, this was the first time Brian had ever heard of death magic, and it immediately caught his interest. Wolf looked at his interlocutor carefully and said that he liked him. It is immediately noticeable that Brian is strong, even though he was born an ordinary man. The king's older brother was the same, and he is also one of the two legendary founders of the kingdom of Peking. According to the story, his brother founded another city, not far from the city of Wolf. But his fate was not so pleasant. He considered his kingdom too modest, so he could not stand it and committed suicide. Wolf has a hard time remembering his brother, even though many hundreds of years have passed. But the memories still hurt him. From the very beginning, his brother was supposed to lay the foundation of this city. He was worthy of the throne, but his strength attracted the attention of the Celestials. So it was then that he decided to act out this play that everyone knows about. And after his imaginary death, the wolf was able to become a full-fledged king. Luckily, the Celestial was only interested in his power, not in the things around him. If his brother were alive today, they would rule this kingdom together. They say that the Force has its own laws, and Wolf wants to avenge his brother, so he asks Brian to follow him. Also, the next time Brian wants to take someone else's throne, he should use the Imperial Seal if he has it. Until that moment, the guy did not even realize that it had been in his artifact bag all this time. Wolf explained that instead of personally wearing the crown, it is much more effective to use the Imperial Seal. It belonged to legendary personalities in the past, so only true legends used it. Brian may need this thing when he takes revenge on his enemies. Soon, they approached the throne, and it was then that the wolf ordered the boy to get up. Brian could not understand anything, but then the king said that he was officially transferring the right to power, and Brian could be considered his heir. He said that this was all he could do for him, and now he could finally be free. From the very beginning, Brian did not understand anything, but he decided to obey and sit on the throne. As soon as he closed his eyes, he immediately returned to his world, to the very place where he first put on the crown. He saw the king of skeletons in front of him. This guy still wants to get someone's body. Now that Brian has become the king of the bakers, he must visit all the cities where the seven-pointed sword will show a reaction. Now this sword trembles like a little scared girl, but Brian knows how to fix it. He said that if the sword continued to show him the right path, it would not melt him. But he is also aware of one problem. If the sword starts shining in the eyes of others, it will be difficult for them to hide. We need to figure out a way around this problem, but for now, we don't have to worry about it. Brian raised his sword in front of him and ordered everyone else to listen carefully. He said that from that day on, he would be the king of this territory, and anyone who disagreed with him would die immediately. Of course, the skeletons had no choice but to obey the new king and recognize his right to rule. The news has already shown that Lady Pinafore wants to create a dragon. She loves being on TV. According to rumors, the dragon will be Chumon, an important figure in Korean history and mythology. This whole process should start today, so the most interesting things are waiting for us. Let's move on to the tomb of King Moon, who is considered a key figure in the unification of the Korean peninsula. A lot of people have already gathered there and want to see it with their own eyes. Another interesting point is that the Celestials sit closer to the stage than important political figures. Journalists already know that they will write about people who divide everyone else into first and second class and consider ordinary people to be ants. Also, rumors spread very quickly that 7 stars had been assembled into an Asadal. Asadal is the legendary capital of the ancient Korean peninsula. By the way, this girl is very similar to the sister of the brown bear Gwanak. Soon, everyone looked up and saw a grey dragon appear in the sky. They very quickly realized that it was the heavenly lord and king of the dragons of the pact. He came to congratulate everyone on this incredible event and said that he had become the king of skeletons. It was hard to believe that the heavenly lord had also become the ruler of hell. Now he was too powerful. Many people were unhappy with this news because there are people who hate Pecha and believe that he should go away. A girl came up to him to say hello and meet the new master of the skeleton army. She remembers that in the world of mortals, she cut off the head of the baking manager with her own hands. At that moment, Christopher appeared. He said that the guest came to greet people, so there was no need to meet him with weapons in his hands. She approached Brian and told him that she was very upset because she would not be able to cut off his head today. Brian realizes that this girl has already reached a fairly high level of skill, so he needs to be more careful with her. Christopher apologized for the rudeness of the man from his plan and then said hello to his friend. Christopher said that his mistress wanted to meet the descendant of the Pech, so Brian should follow him. Lady Pinafore has been waiting for this guy for a long time, and Christopher said that the Heavenly Lord is ready to talk to her. Of course, she does not recognize her Lord of the Sixth Garden because he is wearing a mask. There were many people around, and one of them was the Lord of Divine Fire, General Azog. If you look more closely, you will notice that the general lost his right hand. Brian could not believe that they had really cut off his arm to tell them the secret of turning into a dragon. He wanted to take revenge for the general right away, but realized there were too many people around. We have to wait for the perfect moment to take him away from here. The lady was curious about the descendant of the baker who had come to this holiday, so she ordered them to introduce each other. The Pinafore lady does not believe that in 1,000 years they will forget how the Pecha people destroyed their future. Brian answered that it is impossible to forget it, but you can let go of the past and look to the future. He came here to put the conflicts of his ancestors behind him and congratulate the lady on the great event, but she is still not happy. She said that such events cannot be left behind and her ears cannot hear all this nonsense. She ordered her assistant Christopher to throw this fraudster out of here immediately. Christopher began to defend the boy and said that he also favored reconciliation and finding a middle ground. If it had been 1,000 years ago, you could understand the lady, but now is a different time. There's no point in clinging to a past that doesn't exist, because even more people could suffer from the lady's obsession. Christopher is dissatisfied that the Celestials have fenced themselves off from the mortal world after the heavenly gates closed. We cannot consider ourselves to be more than ordinary people, because these people are the descendants of Celestials. So you need to leave the past in the past and live in the present moment. The lady was unhappy that her assistant was going against her will. She continued to scream and ordered her assistants to immediately throw the king of the burning man out of the room. But Christopher intervened again and said that whoever touched the king with his little finger would have to deal with him personally. He believes that the king is his personal guest, and if someone offends him, he will regret it very much. Now Lady Pinafore lost her head in her anger and ordered them both to be captured. It was at this moment that the general approached her and began to say something in a quiet voice. After this conversation, she calmed down and said that she was cancelling her order because she did not want to spoil the holiday. She asked the king to leave the room, but allowed him to stay at the party. The lady is sure that everyone around her will soon realize that she was the only one who was right about this. When all the people gathered, the holiday could officially begin. But they did not thank all those who gathered today to witness the birth of a new dragon. It was in this place that King Moon turned into a dragon to protect these lands from an ancient monster that came from China. Today they will revive the ancient magic and finally be able to create a new dragon. And the lady is happy to say that this dragon will be her son Chuman. Looking at her son is already scary, although he has not yet turned into a dragon. People couldn't believe it when they heard her son crying like a real baby. She approached him and tried to calm him down, even though he looked like a man who was 150 years old. The lady assured her son that he would soon have the opportunity to be reborn and become a full-fledged dragon, and that his death would not be in vain. Brian quickly realized that this woman was forcibly restraining his soul in this world. She used the magic of death, which is what madness can lead to. She then turned to the general and ordered him to begin the transformation process. He began to say various incomprehensible words and incantations in ancient Chinese. The water around me began to behave strangely, as if these words were affecting it. Strange and really fantastic things began to happen, as if it were all special effects. Huge fruits were created on the algae, and people had never seen anything like it before. The lady was satisfied with the process, which is exactly what the general was talking about. So far, everything is going according to plan. She showed these fruits to the people and said that they were the key to transforming a man into a dragon. All plants really show incredible energy, but they get sick in their presence. The pinafore lady approached her son, opened his mouth, and told him that his time had come. He has to eat the dragon's fruit and turn into a real mythical monster. It was at this critical moment that Brian intervened. He started shouting that this should not be done and that we should stop. But the ceremony was already noisy, so no one heard his words or no one wanted to hear them. Chuman ate what his mother gave him, and then really strange things started happening. Even the lady could not understand what was happening. You could see the horror in her eyes. The general started laughing and said that she was blinded by the desire for power, and because of this, she made her own son suffer. He said that only a foolish woman could really believe that his friend, the Moon King, had really turned into a dragon. He also said that King Moon personally told him how to create the legendary bamboo flute. This flute is a weapon created from the egg of the ancient goddess Manga to kill whoever eats the dragon's fruit. These fruits don't actually give you the power of a dragon, they give birth to real monsters. But she should also rejoice, because her son, who already has 1 foot in the grave, will receive incredible strength. It seemed that the general was happy to take revenge, but at that moment he received a treacherous stab in the back. This blow was inflicted by Maria, who said it was retribution for his daring to challenge the Manhwa clan. This horrific revenge took place in front of Brian, who was in close relations with the general. He immediately ran to him and tried to save his life, but it was probably too late. The general is unhappy to have fallen into the clutches of this horrible creature and allowed it to leave him without pride, but that was all he could do. He is pleased that he managed to give Brian an artifact created from the remains of a powerful divine dragon. He apologized to the boy for not being able to do more and asked to avenge him. He asked to destroy this monster, and after that he closed his eyes forever. It was noticeable how serious Brian had become. He told Lee that now it was time for revenge. The transformation of this old child into a monster is almost complete. The monster started attacking people and killing everyone around, and only the lucky ones could escape. The Manhwa lady tried to stop her son, but her assistants ordered her to flee immediately. Christopher was incredibly angry to see what happened. He realizes that it happened because of Lady Manhwa's greed for power. This greed has awakened an ancient evil, and now it will take a lot of effort to stop it all. It's almost impossible to see fear or doubt in this guy's eyes. He's always ready to take a step towards danger to save humanity. As soon as the battle with the monster began, it became immediately clear that this demon could heal its wounds very quickly. So it is almost impossible to defeat it in the classical way, so we need to come up with something else. Not all people managed to escape. Some were still in danger, but they were lucky to have celestials nearby. Ruth also took part in this ceremony. She managed to save several people and gave them the opportunity to find a safe place. Even the best of celestials cannot defeat this monster, which shows its true power. Christopher tried to analyze his weaknesses, but he saw nothing. This monster has just been born, and this is probably the main power of the gods. I need to say a few words about the goddess Margot. According to Korean mythology, she is the goddess of creation, usually called the grandmother of Margot. Brian began to realize that this monster was the embodiment of this Margot grandmother. The demon is getting stronger by the minute, so you need to come up with a plan to win very quickly. Brian immediately remembered the general's last words, and the key to victory was probably the use of the flute artifact. This guy has to avenge his friend, and he has to do it at any cost. The general talked about revenge, but he blamed himself for giving birth to this monster. In any case, Brian must avenge his friend and also punish the lady, because it was she who made all this possible. She made the general suffer and cut off his arm, and then ordered him to create this monster. The Dragon King asked his friend Lee to cover his back so that he could use the flute in peace. The music of this artifact should do something incredible and help in the battle against the monster. From the first seconds, it was clear that this music was not at all pleasant to this creature, so it had to be used. Christopher was the first to take advantage of this. He felt the monster's weakness and cut off several of its limbs. He noticed that the monster's regeneration slows down because of this music, and this is an opportunity for Celestials. He ordered all the soldiers to speed up and attack the monster without stopping. They must demonstrate their entire arsenal of capabilities to stop the ancient evil. Of course, this will not be easy because the monster has its own strengths which it is ready to use. All the while, Brian continued to play the flute, and his life was saved by the Lee on several occasions. Judging by the look of this monster, it has a lot of jokers, so you need to find a safe place to stay alive. Because he was talking to his friend, Lee completely forgot about defense and did not see the fatal shot coming. This is exactly what you can expect from the legendary plague. Each of its arrows hits the target. But Lee also has his own arrows, and he's willing to bet that he can shoot as well as the legendary Legolas. He uses a legendary weapon called the Legend of Death. He received this weapon a long time ago from the best craftsman in the province. This is a mythical weapon from Korean folklore and mythology. It has magical properties and is a symbol of strength and protection. We can call it a treasure of their people, who never dreamed of ever seeing this weapon with their own eyes. His master gave him this weapon and said that one day they would be able to regain their former greatness. So the master patron was right, and this day finally came many years after his death. An arrow from a legendary weapon was launched in the direction of ancient evil. Lee turned out to be an incredibly gifted archer and hit the heart of the monster. He made a big hole in his body, although this arrow was a normal size. At that moment, the boy thought about his master, and he promised to never forget his legendary sacrifice. When you hit the enemy's heart with this weapon, you can be sure that the enemy will not withstand this blow. All that was left of the monster was a wet spot, and the people around could not believe their eyes. They looked at this legendary archer and realized that their lives had been saved because of him. Christopher immediately recognized Lee because they used to train together in the same pavilion. It turned out that the monster was made of ordinary clay and water, probably because it came from the sea. Brian has always believed that ancient monsters and deities are made of a different material. You might think that the shadow of this monster was made to expand its domain. It cannot penetrate here, which is why it uses organic matter to capture as much territory as possible and increase its influence. The Pinaqua lady could not believe that her son was really dead. She started screaming like crazy. A good example of what happens when your lust for power takes over your mind. She could not accept this loss, and that is why her heart was consumed by hatred. She started pointing her finger at Brian and said that he was responsible for her son's death. She is sure that he conspired with the Lord of the Divine Fire, and together they ruined this holiday. She does not want to hear anything and is convinced that only her words are true. That is why the lady ordered her soldiers to immediately capture the one who dared to deceive her. But of course, everyone knows that he is an incredibly strong warrior, so a rebellion will not lead to anything. Even if everyone knows the truth, soon the Lady Pinafore's lie will become the truth, even though the dragon is innocent. The lady ordered that the brothers be seized immediately, but none of her assistants were in a hurry to do so. At first, they drew their swords and apologized to the Heavenly Lord. It was clear that they did not want a conflict, but they had to obey the lady. Lee overreacted to their behavior, saying that no one could offend his friend. At this point, Christopher intervened, saying that he would not allow the lady to make a wrong decision again. He can no longer calmly watch the Pinafore create evil. He knows that he has the same blood in his body as the others, but he is ready to take responsibility for the lady's sins. That is why he made a cut on his face and said that he would soon become the new boss of the Pinafore Pavilion. He addressed all the warriors of this clan and said that they should remember everything that happened here and tell others about it. Everyone around them should know the real truth, who was right and who was wrong. The lady could not believe that her closest assistant was really saying this. She did not believe that he could become a better ruler than she was. Although the lady was sure that no Celestials would recognize his authority, Brian stepped forward and said that he would recognize him as the new boss. Brian is not only a Celestial Lord, but also the King of Dragons and the King of Peku, so his word means a lot in the world of Celestials. He said he was the future husband of Lady Ruth, one of the 7 stars. Everyone knows that she is a student of the legendary Master Charles, the Sage of Mount Tobacco from Ballandor. This should be enough for Christopher to be fully supported in his new position. Lady Pinaqua did not want to believe that her closest aide really had such strong support. She also didn't understand how this masked guy had become so powerful in such a short period of time. Brian explained that he was very grateful for Christopher's support today and that he wanted to reciprocate. He congratulated his friend on the new era and said he hoped he would be a great ruler. Sometimes the transfer of the throne does not take place in the classical way, and this is a good example of such events. Soon, the news showed the world the truth, even if it was a harsh truth. Everyone learned the details of the evil deeds of the Pinaqua owner, which caused a very wide public outcry. The ladies were deprived of their titles and rights, and Christopher was appointed the new ruler of the clan, and he promised to rectify the situation and restore justice. The trial of the Pinaqua lady will begin soon, and people hope that she will receive a fair punishment. During this time, Brian became a real superstar, and now only the lazy don't want to get his autograph. People from all over the peninsula want to meet the Heavenly Lord, and his assistants try to keep these fans at bay, but it's hard. Rumors spread very quickly, and now all these people want to meet the Heavenly Lord. It turns out that he is not only a strong warrior, but also knows how to charm others. Opinions have already spread on the internet that he has managed to reach the level of an earthly celestial, that is, the 7th level out of 9 possible. Actually, this is not true. If Brian reaches this level now, his body will not be able to withstand it and nothing will remain of him. He hopes that one day he will be able to reach the level of his friend Christopher. During the battle with the ancient monster, he fought as if he had already attained divinity. It is not surprising that he became the new ruler of the clan. A better candidate could not be found. It will probably not be long before Brian will be able to call him his older brother and not feel ashamed of it. Brian went for a walk and saw owls in his garden. This scroll belongs to a legendary warrior, but this warrior should have been dead long ago. Although no one knew about Michael for a long time, so the rumors about the others may also be true. The strong man must have made everyone turn away and left this object in the center of the garden. Brian is very confident and cannot ignore such a challenge. He came to the meeting place and realized that it was an ordinary club of ordinary people. He was immediately approached by a beautiful girl with pink hair who said her name, sir, and thanked him for coming. She asked me to follow her so that she could introduce Brian to her boss. She also said that there are many young people around who came from the world of Celestials to show respect to the local boss. The boss of this territory understands human pleasures, which is why he constantly throws parties here. Soon, the Heavenly Lord finally met the man who runs it all, a guy named Stephen. Stephen did not expect Brian to be so reckless, and he does not like the mask on the boy's face. Brian immediately got angry because he doesn't like it when someone talks to him without respect. He wants to know how Stephen knows about his true power. Brian had no trouble opening the scroll with the name of the strongest man on it, so it makes sense that he is very strong himself. Before Stephen tells his secret, he wants Brian to fall to his knees and recognize his power. It seems as if he wants to blackmail him, but why quarrel with the Heavenly Lord right away? Brian immediately made it clear that he was not the kind of person who would tolerate such treatment. He pulled out a sword and showed that he was ready to cut off anyone's head for disrespect. He's not afraid of the illusions that Stephen can create and is ready to demonstrate the power of the demonic sword. Now this impudent guy finally realizes that he has said too much. Next time, he shouldn't waste Brian's time with pathetic tricks, but rather show respect right away. Although Stephen is considered a very strong man, he now looks like a small, frightened kitten. At this point, the illusion was finally stopped, and Brian saw what things really looked like. It was hard for him to believe that he was looking at a real Stelly, not an imaginary copy of it. It must be difficult to understand how this guy could have come to such a miserable life. But if Brian behaves too brazenly, he will suffer the same fate. Brian doesn't understand why he called him here, why he made this whole show. This probably has something to do with the reason for the decisive actions of the 3 princes of the Eastern Sea who opposed Lady Pinafore. Brian believes that the reason is that someone has tricked the Dragon King into entering, and it seems as if Stephen knows who did it and is ready to talk about it. It's hardly revenge. To turn things around, you have to be able to fish in muddy water. Wherever you look, everyone is trying to profit from someone else's grief. No one likes it when a dragon appears out of nowhere and tries to take someone else's place. So Brian's butler may soon be destroyed. So someone tricked the Dragon King into coming, took offense at the brothers, and now wants revenge. The Heavenly Lord wants to know the whole truth, and he is even ready to use his demonic sword to do so. Realizing that he smelled something fried, Stephen began to speak, and he said the man's name, James of Valbadon. James is one of the most famous heroes of Chinese literature and folklore, and the Cavalbadan is a legendary group of robbers. They both have power, but apart from their bones, they have nothing special. They don't know how to control the energy of the world. But James is a completely different matter. He can make the Celestials act with a single word. He can change the world. Most likely, it is because of James that Celestials are so afraid of people with incredible abilities. That's why, when he learned that James wanted to take revenge on Brian, Stephen decided to propose a reunion. Brian feels that this guy is not telling him something. It's hard to believe him from the very beginning. It is clear that Stephen knows how to search for information and spends almost all of his day doing so. He explains that it is very easy to get information with the help of illusions. So, among all the treasures that Lady Pinaqua wanted so badly, there is something so valuable that the Dragon King believed a lie for it. This treasure is called a liver, and it's a well-known story among marine creatures. In Korean mythology, the liver is a valuable organ that is necessary to reach the Dragon of the East Sea. The legend of the liver is also associated with various stories, and Stephen is ready to talk a little about it now. In ancient times, there was a great celestial named Volshan, and many legends were composed about him. One Dragon King decided to believe in his dream and therefore eat this master and become a perfect monster. But the wise celestial foresaw his intentions and somehow managed to outwit the Dragon King. The dragon was deceived and only watched helplessly as this master approached heaven. Since then, a legend has been passed down among sea monsters that the one who finds and eats the liver will become the new Lord of the Seas. Of course, everyone knows that these are just fairy tales, but it seems that the King of the East Sea believes in this fairy tale. Otherwise, he would not have sought a liver to prolong his life, and this is really interesting. Stephen realizes who is behind all this and knows what bait was used to lure the Dragon King. He's not only a useful person in this business, but a real treasure given his knowledge. Brian approached the man and asked him to tell him everything he knew. He wants to know what Stephen's real goal is and why he has called him to his place. Of course, Stephen hasn't told us much of the information yet, and now is the perfect time to reveal all the cards. Meanwhile, the palace of the Heavenly Lord began to panic because of the disappearance of the brothers. Lee was the most panicked of all, and he ordered his assistants to immediately look for the boss because he couldn't have gone far. Lee began to suspect that someone had deceived him and his assistants and managed to kidnap the ruler right out of the palace. At that moment, Brian appeared as if from nowhere and fell on Lee's head. All the assistants stopped for a second and looked at him as if under hypnosis. Then they decided that it might be a clone of the boss, so they had to check it carefully first. They attacked Brian and tried to tie him up to see if he was the real owner. It was only after a few minutes that everyone finally realized that it was the real Brian and he was meeting with Stephen. Lai didn't think it would be easy to finish him off, but he also didn't expect him to actually survive. Stephen is a master liar, so we shouldn't take anything he says seriously, and we should even destroy this scroll. Brian immediately reassured his friend and told him not to jump to conclusions. Lee calmed down and said that Brian had to pack his things because he had received an invitation to a meeting of clan bosses. Brian didn't expect this at all. His plans were completely different, but it doesn't matter now. After the gates to heaven opened and the demons fell to earth, the ruins of what was once an Olympic stadium were taken over by clan bosses. That's how this Star Court was created. It is truly incredible inside and out. Brian thought that the meeting would be called much later, probably because of Lady Pinaqua's actions. Sitting down in his seat, Brian saw a mysterious woman next to him, and he did not recognize her at first. Only a little later did he realize that he was looking at a Peji, also known as a sad princess. It is not surprising that she is allowed to enter the gardens of the Seokon because her power is incredibly high. Brian also noticed that many of his friends, such as Carol and Christopher, were there. Many people recognized him and began to follow his actions because he is a real superstar. Although Brian has gained a lot of fans, not everyone supports him. This is especially true of the eldest Quan, who is the eldest in the family of our familiar brown bear. The boss's meeting is about to start in a few minutes, and Brian has already seen a lot of famous faces. Of course, he also noticed Master Mark, And at their first meeting, he thought Mark was Lady Penakwa's assistant, but the Guanak explained to him that this was not the case. Around the Master of Marks were experienced Celestials, also called the Celestial Trinity, Mark, USA, and UNSA. They have incredible power, but they do not belong to any clan. Previously, these meetings were held elsewhere, but after the latest change, these meetings will now be held in this Palace of Stars. It's time to get down to business and talk about serious topics and forget about jokes. As mentioned at the last meeting, before starting the campaign, we need to resolve the issue with the Dragon King. The plan is almost complete, but a few days ago there was an unpleasant episode with the Pinafore lady. As a result, we can forget about this woman, but now there will not be enough people to protect the coastline. It's true, Christopher fired many people from his clan because they were carrying out evil orders, and now there is no one to defend the coastline. That is why the most important members of the meeting asked the Heavenly Lord to support Christopher and his clan. If Brian is not confused, he was assigned to the offensive group in the previous competition, but now he is asked to work on defense. Everyone has long since seen his power in the Tomb of the Moon King. The power of his flute will help solve any problems. The offense is already strong enough, so Brian would be a perfect fit if he worked on the defense, although Carol disagrees. He achieved his position in the attack on his own, so she believes it would be unfair to take away his rights. She knows that the clan bosses have enough warriors to defend the coast, so she has to come up with something else. She tried to defend the man's rights, but Brian said he was willing to defend the coast, which surprised everyone around him even more. He is ready to do this, but without support, because he wants to defend the coast alone. It was hard to expect such a plot twist. His behavior is becoming too self-confident. Unsa said that Brian had lost his mind. Although he had received the power of the pact, he was only the owner of the lake, so he should not be too overconfident. Brian realizes that the people gathered around him know nothing about the way of dragons. For many years, dragons have been actively training to achieve harmony with the sky, which required a lot of sacrifice. Even though celestials are called gods in the legends of mortals, deep down, they are no different from them. Peggy started to speak, saying that if Brian could not fulfill his promise, he would have to pay for it with his own head. In response, the Heavenly Lord smiled and said that his head would be too hard to get. Soon the meeting was over, and everyone returned to their normal tasks. Carol couldn't believe that Brian had really decided to defend the peninsula on his own. It seems as if he is ready to die, and he doesn't care about his life at all. Mek looked at this fiery woman and fell in love with her at first sight. He already wants her to take him with her and kill the brothers. The Heavenly Lord has a plan, so he thinks that there is no need to worry. He is bluffing because he has a reason. He knows that the bandits are planning to attack him during the hike. Stephen told him about it. Carol could not think that there was anything left of James, and his soldiers could still threaten others. It turned out that these bandits were only trying to pretend that they had disappeared, and Brian had evidence to prove it. He pulled out a praise coin from his pocket, which should be enough to convince Carol. When James and his warriors wreaked havoc in the world of the Celestials, it was necessary to destroy them all. The Security Council gave a reward for each such coin, so there should be no doubt now. Brian wants Carol to go with him. According to rumors, they can find 2 artifacts that can help them, then the artifacts can be divided. The girl does not believe that Stephen is telling the truth. She thinks that it is better not to trust his information. She began to doubt this and thought that Stephen was blackmailing Brian. But the Lord of Heaven assured her that everything was fine and he was in control, so she shouldn't worry so much. Stephen has a strong body, and strong beings help each other, probably because they are not very popular in the world of Celestials. Brian is also a very strong man. The reason for this is his phalanges. It's not a crime to have a strong body, so Carol has no problem with that. She just doesn't like the fact that Brian wants to team up with Stephen, and she doesn't understand what kind of treasure they're looking for. Brian said that the last prince of the Scylla went to the world of the dead to get these treasures. It seems that Carol is not ready to hear about the world of the dead. Such stories scare her. She knows that it will be very difficult to get to this place, even if you are the master of the sky. She told me that in order for a lord to enter the world of the dead, he must first die. The world of the dead is also called the Yellow Springs, the world where people's souls go after death. It is divided into levels depending on the distance from the world of the living. The higher the level, the further it is from the world of the living, and the harder it is to get there. The first level is the closest to the world of the living, where the worlds created by Celestials are created. The second level is not much different from the world of the living, but it is smaller, and there is much less energy there. Starting from the 3rd and 4th levels, the landscapes are very different from the human world. Monsters live there, and ordinary people cannot survive there. The 5th and 6th levels are dangerous even for Celestials, and even experienced masters cannot get there unless they fulfill all the conditions. That's why they try to avoid this place. And if we talk about the highest level, other gods rule there. Even Celestials do not know what lies beyond them, so no one can even compose legends about these worlds. Even Celestials cannot return from there after they die, which is why Carol is so worried. Brian said that he sees opportunities in his friendship with Lady Town. She can help them get back from there. Carol guessed that he was talking about the flower of rebirth, but this flower doesn't work quite the way he thinks it does. The flower of rebirth actually only absorbs negative energy and does not grant rebirth in the classical form. If you take a flower with you to the world of the dead, it will be able to protect you from death for a while, but it will wither sooner or later. If you don't have time to return to the world of the living by then you're dead. Carol doesn't want Brian to bloom there like a rebirth flower, which is why she opposes the idea. Brian agreed with her facts and said he would try to find another way. Carol said goodbye and went about her business, and didn't even notice the important nuance. It turned out that Brian had taken lessons from professional artifact thieves, and his hands were incredibly fast. During the conversation, he used the celestial sword technique to do everything quickly and unnoticed. He apologizes to Carol for his behavior, but the rebirth flower is his only chance for success. It was time to return to a place where he had not been for many years. He was interested in this from the moment the gates of heaven opened and always wanted to know where the demons came from. When he learned about the world of mortals, he realized that the further you are from the world of the living, the more monsters there are. They must have come from the world of the dead, or rather from those places that are closest to the domain of other gods. In this case, it is through this tunnel that you can get to the world of the dead. In this place, he will meet an incredible number of monsters, and you need to be mentally prepared for this. Brian has changed since his first encounter with the monsters. Now he is a completely different person and no longer as weak as he used to be. He took a step forward and got ready for an incredibly interesting journey, which will be fun in any case. Soon, he found himself in the world of the dead, and immediately felt that the air here was even different, smelling of rot and smoke. Strangely enough, the aura of death here is much weaker than he expected, probably because this world is close to the world of the living. Perhaps the rebirth flower is not needed now, but how can he find the legendary prince in this desert? His bag of treasures began to glow and vibrate, which meant that the 7-pointed sword had sensed something. It's strange to realize, but even in the world of the dead, there is something connected to this sword. Brian began exploring this desert and immediately noticed some unknown creature of small stature. It seems as if Doctor Strange has opened a portal to an unknown world, which can also be called a multiverse. This unknown creature began to scream and attack Brian, and he was not prepared for such horror in the world of the dead. After that, this monster started crying and said that he had waited too long for the king of the baking. It is unlikely that he was waiting for Brian, but it seems as if this monster was really waiting for the ruler of the baking. It turned out that he was creating weapons here, and all his relatives fought with these weapons. But one day, the ruler of the patch stopped coming to this world, and then everything changed. Then this monster told us even more interesting details of his life, and it turned out that it was he who created the ultimate sword. Emperor Sujin was the 10th emperor of Japan, and his reign is considered the beginning of the country's history. Almost nothing is known about the reigns of the following emperors. Only a few legends and myths have survived. The monster wanted to tell the story of Japan, but Brian said he didn't have time for that because he had to find the treasure. But the monster did not listen to the boy at all. His family belonged to deities, and everyone hoped that he would be able to inherit the appearance of the patron god. But this monster, unlike his brothers, had awakened phalanges. His father was very angry about this and even tried to kill his child. So the monster, whose name is Miyagi, had to run away. It was then that he met the real king of the peccaries, a ruler named Wolf. He was very kind to Miyagi, and they became like real brothers. The children of this king also began to serve him and even made him armor of hard metals. But after a while, Wolf disappeared and Miyagi began to feel very sad about it. He thought his close friend would never return and their friendship was over. He doesn't understand why the Baking King has returned only now, although of course now the king is Brian, not Wolf. The monster saw that the king's clothes were poorly made and decided to sew on new fabric. After that, he found another suit in his treasury that would fit the king much better. This fabric can be used to make a lining for clothes, and the monster will be very happy if he helps the king. Soon after, Brian tried on his new suit and was also pleased with this upgrade. He was pleased that the treasures could also be used to make beautiful jewelry and decorations. After that, Brian offered Miyagi to go with him to the world of humans, but the monster refused. He likes it here, no one sees him, and does not interfere with what he likes. The more he practiced his skills, the stronger his aura became, which is why he hid here. In this place, his predecessors will not be able to find him, and therefore he feels safe. What's wrong with being seen by your god? But it turned out to be too complicated. 2,000 years ago, Wolf traveled to Japan for the sake of his fellow guide and to learn the celestial arts. Since ancient times, this country was isolated from the rest of the world and was an unknown land. There is a lot of energy in Japan, which is not inferior to the energy of the Tobacco Mountains on the Korean peninsula. King Wolf could not believe that the people who live here are incredibly strong and powerful from birth. For the sake of learning more about the guild's predecessors and for the prosperity of the Pecha, he signed a peace treaty. It was easy to do because they were good friends and found common ground on this issue very quickly. King Wolf quickly became close to the Tenno family and began to study their history until he found out where and what was incredible. The gods from whom the Tenno family was formed were inhabitants of the heavenly realm, the world of the gods in Japan. But these gods were part of a completely different world, and even the king found it hard to believe. He could not understand why the people of this country accepted these gods without any resistance. It seemed that they were supposed to fight off the gods and close the gates of heaven, but in fact, they began to worship these gods. Gods from other worlds have special powers, and if we consider that their energy was no weaker than that of the Tobacco Mountains, then everything becomes clear. But the king's whole theory was destroyed when he saw one sword. The Kusunaga sword is one of the 3 sacred treasures, and it was used to defeat the most terrible demon in Japan. So this sword, which was created from the energy of a demon, radiates incredibly pure power. The king decided that a demon who had not been purified could not have such pure power, and he began to study ancient records. Because of this, he learned the terrible truth. It was not a demon that was defeated, but a deity who protected these islands. This deity was defeated by gods from another world, and he was turned into a demon. It's not the first time we've heard that great masters who fought gods from other worlds lost. Even in Korea, there is a creator god who is actually a foreign god, so it is better not to believe in all the stories and legends. Wolf pointed out that the Japanese gods predicted that the gates of heaven would soon be closed. That is why they divided the body of the demon into 8 parts and hid it in the ground to fill it with power, and raised people who would worship this power. They did this to ensure that even after the gates of heaven were closed, they would have followers. King Wolf tried to return the demon to his power, but Lady Pinakwa prevented him from doing so. He probably didn't want Brian to revive peccadillos, so he recognized him as his follower. Now that the gates to heaven have reopened, he wants Brian to use the power he has gathered to defend the world from the invasion of gods from another world. Brian cannot let the Wolf King's suffering be in vain. Miyagi has already heard rumors that a prince has entered the world of the dead and is hiding in the lands that were given to the founding mother. Brian was shocked when he heard this story, because these lands that Peggy had received were in the world of the dead. It's time to continue your journey and go to the world of black and white. Everything was beautiful around him, but Brian could not feel any aura. The atmosphere of the world of the dead really lives here. If you lose your headlights here, it will be almost impossible to go back. These lands were donated by 10 kings to the founder's mother, as Miyagi has already mentioned. According to rumors, she was on good terms with the Lord of Hell, and perhaps it was he who gave her these lands. In the morning, Peggy has a coffee idea, but he doesn't have much time anyway, so he has to hurry. Soon, he finally found a waterfall, probably the one the guide had mentioned in the ancient books. As Brian approached this place, he finally saw the prince. His name was Mo. He sensed the approach of the Dragon Lord and the new king of Pekchu, and Brian explained that King Wolf had given him the right to the throne. He also said that he had come here to pick up 2 artifacts belonging to the prince. It turned out that this old man did not mind giving away the artifacts, although he seemed ready to fight for them. This guy can hardly be called a prince anymore. His best years are behind him. Left in the black and white world, it became devoid of color. Soon after, he gave away the 2 artifacts that had been so much talked about, the Golden Ruler and the Fire Pearl. It all seemed very strange. Brian was expecting a battle for those items, and the insect got them in a few seconds. The prince realizes that many years have passed in the world of living people, a new era has come, so there is no point in holding on to the past. He had long ago decided to give these artifacts to the one who would come to the world of the dead to retrieve them. After that, Prince Mo said goodbye to Brian, saying that he had a long road ahead of him. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an explosion and the Mao prince disappeared. It turned out that Brian would still face trials, as rumors spread very quickly that a living man had appeared in the world of the dead. Now Brian will have to test his own abilities against people who have long since lost their souls. This guy is called the Black King. He is the fifth son of the founding mother. He's very happy to see Brian, probably because he wants to avenge his brother's life. He wants to tell his mother the good news today and enjoy his sweet revenge. The Black King and his servants began to attack the Bryans, which was expected, so the Heavenly Lord was able to dodge their attacks. He decided to use the power of water, as it can somehow color this grey world. But the world of the dead has completely different rules. It's not enough to be strong, you have to be incredibly strong. In this world, it will be hard to come back, especially if Brian can't win this battle. Its power in this world does not work at 100%, probably because it is a completely different space. It was at this point that Brian decided to take a step forward and taste the flower of rebirth. These medicines were immediately taken into his body, and now he will be able to show his incredible potential. As a result, something strange happened. Dead creatures regained color, as in the old days. Brian smiled and said that he was ready to see what the dead could do, and he hoped they would not disappoint him. The Black King has heard stories about the flower of rebirth from the Seokon garden, and he is glad to finally experience its power. His self-confidence is understandable. He is fighting on his own territory and is confident that this will be enough to win. Of course, during the years he spent on this earth, he learned to perform various tricks with the help of black magic, or as it is also called, dead power. But Brian didn't care about all these tricks. He took out his demon sword and began to destroy the evil demons. In the world of the dead, no one has ever had the audacity of this Dragon King. This forced the Black King to take decisive steps to win this battle. With his black magic, he summoned something terrible, something that cannot be compared to ordinary spirits. Whatever it is, these black creatures will now do everything to tear the Brian into millions of pieces. It's not the first time he's had to fight alone against an army of opponents, but he's never fought an army like this before. Turning living beings into dead demons is a very terrible magic that is forbidden to use in the world of the living. But as I said earlier, the world of the dead has its own laws, so things are completely different there. Brian took out his sword and decided to show the dead that living people can perform magic tricks too. His water dragon attack was very accurate and hit the mark. The Black King probably expected a completely different outcome to this confrontation, but we don't always get everything we want. He hates the dragon's descendants, but Brian doesn't care because the winners write history. In the pocket of his defeated enemy, he found a death tablet, which contains souls used for death magic. In ancient chronicles, there is a description of this magic where the death tablet is used. Brian has read many ancient chronicles, so he knows how to use this classic artifact. Even though the Black King begged him to stop and not do it, it seems as if Brian did not listen to him at all. Brian ordered him to tell him everything he knew about the lands that had been given by Hell to the founding mother country. The Black King started to say something, but then fell silent at the most interesting moment. Of course, Brian didn't understand anything, although he did hear the guy's first words. Stephen continued to go about his daily routine, eating pizza and looking for new information. It was at this moment that a heavenly lord appeared behind him and frightened the disabled man. Stephen was pleased that the plan was executed and the artifacts were now in their hands. This golden line can cure any disease and even bring the dead back to the world of the living. Thanks to his knowledge of the body's properties, Brian can quickly determine the condition of a person who is close to death and save them. Stephen has done a lot to get this golden ruler, but it seems that it will not be able to solve his problem. Brian found out that this illusionist also searched a lot for information about flowers from Seokon gardens, especially flowers, which can heal the body, breath and bones, as well as save the soul and even life. Stephen started shouting and said that he had tasted all these flowers many years ago, but his problem had not been solved. The only flower he hasn't tasted yet is the rebirth flower, which Brian recently used. But even it is unlikely to help this guy because he has not only a problem with his body, his soul is torn into millions of pieces.